Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Michael, and we're going to be getting right back into some more Reddit stories. If you enjoy the video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Now, without further ado, let's begin. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship subreddit. The post is titled, "My boyfriend ruined my trip and demands me to say sorry again. I'm a 24-year-old woman dating a 25-year-old guy for 1 year. I went to Italy for 4 days with my father. I was looking forward to this vacation because I was working part-time and writing my thesis at the same time. I work in telemarketing and it's very stressful. For a bit of context, my boyfriend has always had a tendency to create problems over nothing. He says I hurt him and makes me feel guilty because of very small things. He stresses me out almost every week. Sometimes I think the reasons he gets upset are ridiculous, but sometimes I wonder if I'm being too insensitive. However, because of this, I'm starting to stop enjoying his company because it feels like a headache. When I was flying to Italy, he wished me a good trip, to which I replied, 'Thank you, see you there,' with a kiss emoji. Then he responded, 'Enjoy a lot,' and sent me a screenshot showing that he used the money from my meal card to pay for something and that he would send me back the money. When the plane landed, I saw the messages and replied with okay. He reacted with just one emoji to my message without any further reply. I was busy looking for my luggage and finding the bus I needed to catch to go to the hotel with my dad. He didn't reply to my message for the whole day. I thought maybe he was waiting until nighttime to text me back since I was traveling and it's hard to text while on the move. Later, my friends also wished me a good trip and gave me suggestions on what to visit in the city, which I replied to, but honestly, I barely talked to anyone because I was so busy catching public transport, walking, and finding the hotel. It was like this the whole trip. I was always visiting monuments and walking. At nighttime, he messaged me and told me how angry he was with me because I never replied to him and that he saw me online all day asking whom I was talking to. I told him he was the one who didn't reply and that I was talking with my mom and friends because they wished me a good trip. He said I should have replied to his message that said enjoy a lot, but I only replied with okay to his screenshot. I apologized and explained that I was a bit busy. I was also expecting a message back from him. Honestly, I was surprised he didn't ask me how the flight was. He proceeded to annoy me for the whole trip, saying that I'm not his priority and that I don't give him enough importance, claiming that I value my friends more. I tried to explain that I was busy and barely talked to anyone. I just replied to their messages. I don't see anything wrong with that. He didn't text me back because he didn't want to. I mean, I barely have any friends, only 2, and we rarely hang out because we have busy lives. We only talk through messages. How is that giving more importance to my friends than to my boyfriend? He also started asking me for screenshots of my conversations, which I refused to provide. He got mad, saying I didn't want to share anything and insisting that partners are supposed to share everything. There's no privacy between them. I don't think he should demand screenshots of my WhatsApp messages, and he began demanding more apologies, claiming that I didn't apologize sincerely. I didn't reply to his messages for a few hours because I was busy visiting the city. He posted revengeful quotes on his status, basically saying that karma would get me and he would watch me screw myself over what I did to him. I thought this attitude was disgusting. He's wishing me harm because of something very small. He knew I was looking forward to this vacation and still made my life hell, ruining my trip. All I wanted was 4 days of peace and enjoyment. User forgot his password said, I'm continuously surprised by why some people are in relationships like this. It's not that bad to be single. I much prefer it over the horrible relationships I've had, and that one just sounds exhausting. User C2Chi said, I have dated his twin sister before. She couldn't abide my having fun without her. If she knew I was doing something I enjoyed, she would go all out to find a way to ruin it. Her favorite tactic was calling and insisting that we have a long conversation when I was supposed to go out to eat or meet people. Then, if I tried to get off the phone, she would lose her mind and start accusing me of not making her a priority. Often, that would be mixed in with threats that she wouldn't be there when I got home, or that maybe she would go out to bars by herself to have fun with someone else. As soon as I got home though, things were relatively fine again. If I brought it up, she would tell me it was my fault for putting her last in my priorities and that I should have thought more about what she wanted. The first time it happened, it was shocking and I felt bad. But then it happened again and again, to the point that if I was at a friend's house and I got a call, they'd say girlfriend's name, and know that I'd be on the phone for at least half an hour and possibly have to leave in order to keep the peace. I thought maybe she was paranoid that I was cheating, but a lot of the time it was obvious that I wasn't, since I was usually just with other guys. Then I found out after we broke up that she was cheating, so maybe it was projection. To this, OP said, my boyfriend seems like her. It really seems they don't want us to have fun without them and start threatening us. I mean, I was on vacation with my dad for 4 miserable days. I can't have friends or even keep in contact with my male cousins. They're narcissists. Update. Finally, I found the courage to leave my abuser by ghosting him because I'm truly exhausted by all his demands and manipulation. He never respects my wishes or opinions, and he doesn't accept no as an answer. He always tries to make me feel guilty in order to force me to obey his wishes. It seems he also doesn't feel any empathy toward me. I decided to leave because I deeply miss my freedom, and I know I deserve to be happy. I went to the telecommunications store to change my phone number, but it takes 24 hours for the change to take effect. Since then, my phone has been turned off almost all day because he's constantly calling and messaging me. He even sent me an email saying I'm the most important person in his life, that he loves me a lot, and included details about his endoscopy saying he needs my help. I really want to leave this relationship because it's destroying me, but when I read his messages, it makes me feel so guilty and sad, like I'm abandoning him. The fact that I promised him I'd go with him to the endoscopy is making it even harder. Deep down, I know he might be using this situation to control me and manipulate me into staying out of pity, but I also know he will never change. He will always be an abuser, and I need to break free from this abuse as soon as possible. How do I handle the guilt? Am I a bad person for not going with him to the endoscopy? Update 2. Why is it so common for me to attract people with narcissistic and abusive behaviors? I'm going to be honest, my first boyfriend wasn't narcissistic or abusive. I think it's because I met him during a good phase of my life when I had self-esteem and felt good about myself. We broke up due to incompatibilities and because he was kind of taking advantage of my money, but besides that, he didn't show any signs of narcissism or abuse. While I was still in the dating phase, I got to know a few guys who wanted to take advantage of me and manipulate me to get what they wanted. When I was 19 to 20 years old, I was discarded by a guy who pretended to be my friend and a trustworthy person, only to tell me that he suspected he was a psychopath when he got bored of me. It was clear that he just wanted to put me down. Then I met someone through a dating app who pretended he fell in love with me in order to get a physical relationship and leave. He would lie about being serious about me and talk to other women behind my back. The good thing is that we never got physical, but it still hurt me. I just broke up with my current boyfriend. This was a relationship of 1 year and a few months, and it's when I suffered the most abuse. I've made several posts about this relationship, and I suspect that I fell into this because I met my abuser online when I was feeling very lonely, heartbroken, and had low self-esteem. I was feeling pressure from relatives to have a boyfriend and get married because I'm 24. This was the time of my life when I was still recovering from my breakup and the fact that the guy I met on the dating app lied and tried to trick me. I also didn't have any friends at that time. The only person I had was my mom. When I met my abuser, I thought he could be my person and we could have a good relationship. My first boyfriend wasn't a narcissist or abusive, but he still took advantage of me. He wanted to take advantage of my money. The other guys were also narcissists, and my most recent partner was the textbook narcissist who emotionally abused me a lot. Is it because I'm a sensitive person? Why do men always do this to me? They always want me to mother them, be responsible for every negative situation or emotion that they have, obey their demands while they don't care about my needs, my wishes, my emotions, and take advantage of me. Update 3, I've been in no contact with my abuser for 5 days now. It's hurting so much because I feel so guilty about leaving him. I promised him I'd go with him to his endoscopy and colonoscopy, but I had to ghost him due to all the abuse and manipulation. The relationship was destroying me. He's always trying to find ways to make me contact him again, such as sending gifts to my home, making constant calls, taking money from my meal card, reminding me about his endoscopy/colonoscopy, and sending love messages begging for me to come back to him. I don't feel like going out. I stay in my bed, crying and browsing the internet. I'm always on Reddit reading posts about abusive relationships, narcissism, and breakups. I can't go to the gym. I don't have energy to do anything. I just feel like staying in bed and venting about my breakup. Update 4. I ignored all the red flags about my abuser and my intuition because I was feeling lonely, unloved, unappreciated, abandoned, and wanted to be loved. Before meeting him, I had an experience with a guy from a dating app. I was lonely after a breakup and looking for a serious relationship. We clicked and started talking a lot. We talked for 3 months. He pretended he was very interested in me, starting to fall in love, and wanted to start a relationship with me. I found out everything was a lie. He just pretended to care and be interested in me to get physical. When I didn't accept sleeping with him, he just ditched me, and I found out he was talking to other girls behind my back. All our talks and dates were a lie. I was extremely sad because he deceived me. It was just flowery words and lies. After this situation, I met my abuser, a religious person from a conservative culture. I started getting fascinated with the value of commitment and structure of his culture. I wanted to be respected like the girls of his culture. I wanted someone to love me, see himself in a serious relationship with me, to marry me. I wanted genuine love and a serious relationship. I didn't want to be a time pass girl for some guy. The thought was hurting me. I know it sounds so naive, but it's the truth. It's what I was feeling at that moment. However, with the passage of time, I realized my abuser, the person who I thought would be a good potential partner for me, was actually abusive. I suffered abuse at his hands for 1.5 years. 1.5 years of manipulation, gaslighting, emotional torture, control, jealousy, anger attacks, humiliation, and disrespect. He wanted to isolate me from my family and friends, invade my privacy, and make me like a slave. He was forcing me to convert to his religion and become a slave for him and his parents. The fascination I had for his culture was over. He was always belittling my beliefs and culture. I wanted my old life back again. I've been going NC with my abuser for 1 week. I'm trauma bonded, and sometimes I feel so guilty about leaving him, but I know it was the best for me before it escalated to physical violence and an abusive marriage. My mom is scared of him. He has been stalking me by coming to my door and constantly trying to call me, sending pictures and audios of him crying just to manipulate me to stay. My mom suspects he was using me to bring his family from back home to Europe so they could have a good life and live together. I'd be their servant because that's women's destiny in his community. I feel devastated I had to vent about this. It sucks to be taken advantage of like this. I feel like I'll never find genuine love. I hate people who take advantage of our vulnerability for their own desires. I hate what my abuser did to me. I hate the way he treated me. I hate his culture. I hate his values and beliefs. This next post was made in the Off My Chest subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "I accidentally got my sister pregnant and we aren't telling anyone so that her rich husband will think it's his. My sister and I grew up very close. We are close in age. I'm 22 and she's 25, so we got to experience a lot of life things around the same time. Because of that, we became best friends super early on. Growing up, I was absolutely never attracted to her in any sort of way. I also believe it's worth stating that I have never had any sort of brother-sister fetish or any sort of incest fetish either, and after everything that has happened, I still don't. 3 years ago, I started college and moved to a different state. A few weeks after, my sister's longtime boyfriend asked her to marry him. It was the first time I was ever really far away from my family, and it bothered me really badly. I got severe depression and became really homesick. Around 7 months later, I got to fly back home and see my family for my sister's wedding day. It was one of the biggest days of my life, seeing my best friend marry the man of her dreams. Now, a tiny bit of backstory here. Her husband's dad is insanely wealthy, a really big name in the pharmaceutical business. He not only paid 100% for their huge wedding, but also bought them a gorgeous house in full as a wedding gift from the dad and mom. I went back to college and life back home went on normally. I was still really depressed and homesick, but decided to do what I had to do and just push on. I was able to visit back home a few more times because of holidays. The one time I went back home other than for a holiday was a surprise party for my parents' 30th anniversary. Usually when I went home, I would get picked up at the airport by my dad and would stay at their house in a spare bedroom. But because this was a big secret, my sister picked me up and I was staying at her house for the 5 days I was in town. The party was great and everything went wonderfully. There was a lot of alcohol there and I definitely drank my fair share. The party ended around 10 p.m. My sister and I were both pretty drunk and took an Uber back to her house about 15 minutes away. Her husband works long hours and was unable to take off work that day, and by the time we got home, he was already asleep in their bedroom. We decided to go into the spare bedroom that I was sleeping in just to catch up and talk. We chatted for around an hour and a half, just talking about life and everything. We were both pretty drunk at this point, and it was getting late. I had to pee and told her I would be right back. So I got up, walked into the bathroom attached to the bedroom I was staying in, and started to pee. I didn't think anything of it. When I walked back into the room, my sister was laughing. I asked her what was so funny when she admitted, "I somehow managed to go 22 years without seeing your dick." I was super confused and sort of embarrassed. I asked her what she was talking about. She told me that she could see into the bathroom mirror, which reflected where I was standing to pee. "Well, was it worth the wait?" I said, drunkenly laughing with her. Just like that, the mood of the room completely changed. It was like someone flipped a switch. We kept bantering back and forth for a few minutes when, out of absolutely nowhere, I started kissing her on the lips pretty aggressively. I immediately realized what I was doing and started to pull away when she grabbed onto my head and pulled me back. I got extremely turned on, and she did too. It didn't feel like we were brother and sister at all. It felt like we were longtime friends who finally gave in to each other's lust. Things got heated quickly, and before we knew it, we were having sex. It lasted for around 10 minutes before we both finished. We laughed it off nervously and got dressed quickly. We chatted for just a little bit longer before finally deciding to call it a night. It felt so wrong and weird afterward. The rest of my trip was super awkward, having to pretend that everything was normal while this was the biggest thing on our minds. But before I knew it, my trip was over and I went back to college. Weeks later, I received a text from my sister asking if I had some time to talk alone. My heart sank because I knew it was going to be about that night. I put it off for hours before finally calling her. She called me to tell me that she was pregnant and she's 100% certain that the baby is mine. I was speechless. I wasn't expecting something like this at all. We talked and tried to figure out what we should do. We were cornered in a situation that was so beyond our heads that we couldn't even figure out where to start. Abortion came up multiple times in discussion, but neither of us wanted that. We decided that it would be best to act like her husband is the father and raise it as such without ever telling anyone because of how wealthy his family is. She is due the week of June. Absolutely no one knows or has even the slightest clue. This is a secret that my sister and I have put our lives on the line to protect. Things will never be the same between us. In the last handful of months, I have become a heavy drinker and party goer while failing almost every one of my classes. It's messed me up a ton. It's going to be super weird whenever I have kids now too. It's strange how a quick dumb decision could change the rest of your life. This story was posted by a user named Hot Meringue in the Abusive Relationships subreddit. The post is titled, "Months ago I emotionally cheated on my abuser, and it's taken me up until this point to admit to that. The whys have haunted me ever since. I don't defend it. I completely compromised my morals and cowardly chose the destructive option. I still hate myself for what I did, but he's recently been screaming at me, asking me how I could have done this without any guilt during that time. And I did feel guilt. I know I did, but I also know I did it because I'm trapped. For 10 years, I have lived with my boyfriend, and we had successfully created our financial empire that is our job online. Both coming from similarly abusive households who didn't believe in us, my early 20s were nothing but adventures and journeys with this man, and we proved to everyone we could be successful. I would and could never take those accomplishments away from him and what we built online. To friends and family, we made it, and I kept it looking that way, successful. But what friends and family don't know is how incredibly abusive he can be when he's angry. He screamed in my face, spitting on me, pulled my shirt collar, bucked at me, called me vile and despicable things. He's punched walls, slammed doors, thrown things and pillows at me, pushed me down to the floor, and forcefully grabbed my wrists. One night years ago, I was crying because we were yelling, and out of fear the police would be called, he grabbed me, threw me onto the bed harshly, covered my mouth, and screamed for me to shut the f*** up repeatedly. I still remember how I felt that night. He didn't sound like the person I had these adventures with. I know I wasn't perfect. I had wounds and pain and trauma. My early 20s were about being a mess, and I want to say we helped each other grow because we did, but nowadays he uses those years like he built me. I'm his success property, and every time this angry him showed up, I either repressed it, ignored it, or was very convinced I deserved it. That's what he told me recently. You've proven to me that aggression works on you. I'm gaslighted every moment I challenge his temper and abuse. And yet in every argument we have, I would eye his fist that would ball up the angrier he gets. One friend of mine I grew closer to online spiraled into an emotional affair, and he's proven to me since he caught me that the controlling will get worse and linger. Cheaters don't have rights. He humiliated me to friends, threatened to tell my family unless I gave him information, and didn't let me sleep. And for the first few months, I took his increased aggression because I felt I did deserve it. He's already threatened to destroy my life if I broke up with him. He thinks me breaking up implies I'm better than him. Sorry, I know this is long. I guess it's taken me up until recently to process how trapped I really am and start planning an escape. It genuinely sucks. He holds the idea that he gave me a second chance on a pedestal, but deep down, I know my answers. I just know he'd ruin me if he finds out. User Sauerkraut fan said, cheating isn't good, and in normal circumstances, I would be grossed out by hearing of this. Being personally affected makes me hate it even more. But I'm not at all judgmental. You cheating is such a fraction of pain compared to the mountain of pain he caused you. This to me is like survival cheating. I don't think it's cowardly. Some of us on this sub are literally that scared of the confrontation and can't even approach a breakup conversation without fear. This was a way to get out, in my opinion. Don't be hard on yourself. You are not a bad person. Update 1, you can read my post history. Through the helpful people on this sub, I've been doing as much research as I can mentally handle. I've told family members and close trusted friends, and I'm trying to get a hold of lawyers for legal advice. I have been reading books, articles, and watching videos regarding domestic violence and abusive relationships. I packed a bag of important paperwork and items secretly and gave it to a trusted family member. At the same time, I've been trying to privately mourn the relationship while doing everything I can to ensure he has no suspicion. The guilt is already resurfacing as my boyfriend continues to be his goofy, happy self, the person I fell for years ago. Funnily enough, just last week we had an argument. In my exhaustion, I tried defending myself. He made sure I knew that was a mistake because, mid-argument, he grabbed a pillow and violently slammed it repeatedly inches away from my body, screaming insults and hurtful words at me while doing it. I submitted to him at that point because I was terrified. When I asked him later if I deserved that, he said verbatim, "I'm getting to a point where I'm not going to care anymore about preventing myself from doing a bad thing when you do bad things. You think you don't deserve to be slapped? You're a terrible person who pushes people to their limits, and you can't cry or shake if something bad happens to you in response. That's wrong, right? I don't deserve this, right? It's escalating, right? I'm still trying to map out the plan. Thankfully, my family is making it clear they will support and help me, but the questions keep me up at night. Where will my pet and I live? How can I protect the business aspect without him threatening to post things online and run a smear campaign against me? How will we do this? What will happen to the things I leave behind and can't take? Would he destroy them? I'd still want to run our business together and negotiate a cut cordially, but he's made it incredibly difficult for that to be an option right now. He believes our business cannot run unless we're romantically together. I have no interest in cutting him out financially, but what else can I do when he's made it this terrifyingly difficult? He said he built me, that he made me, and that's not family, that's not love. It's meant to make me feel small and weak, and it has worked for too long. There are things I'm trying to find control over, things I'll have to relinquish control over, and stuff that could happen that he may try to do. I'm scared. I don't know what my future is going to look like. It's all unknown. I'm angry at myself for waiting this long to leave and angry at him for putting me in this position, all at the cost of my freedom and the love I know I deserve that's out there somewhere. It just sucks and I'm tired of it all. But I know if I stay and ignore my gut screaming at me, it's going to get bad for me the next time he's mad. He told me that himself, and I need to save myself, my pet, and my business before that happens. I just hate this. Update 2. 10 years living together with my abusive boyfriend. I kept it a secret from everyone, excused it, and was so damn convinced that I deserved it. I deserved to be shoved hard backward into the bathtub, screamed at with every horrible insult you can think of, and pulled up by my shirt collar so hard it knocked all the air out of me. I have desperately tried to give him my love, multiple chances, my time, and effort. I never wanted our perfect happily ever after story to end like this. I wish he could understand how much I fought for him in my mind for years. But every part of me is screaming loud that it's time to go. This is wrong, this isn't healthy, he's broken. And he warned me a few weeks ago he has every means to escalate the abuse. This feels like my one and only chance to escape this kingdom we made and never look back. I have the entire plan memorized. Tomorrow afternoon, 8 family members of mine are coming over alongside police standby to protect and escort me as I pack the final things I left ready to pack. Everything is on a list. I organized every spot and every hidden bag I'm going to take. I collected everything important. My family purchased all my pets' new necessities, and I made peace with what I'm leaving behind. I have so many uncertainties and dooming emotions. I feel scared, guilty, and anxious about what awaits me when I leave. But I also feel liberated, excited, and proud that I'm finally sticking up for myself. That me who would run terrified into the locked bathroom, sleep on the couch shaking because he kicked me out of our room, sob and beg for him to please stop being physically aggressive only for him to scoff back. She deserves this freedom. Will I regret this? Will I be happier? What is he going to do? What's going to happen? I am beyond terrified, exhausted but wide awake, very frustrated and defeated but so ready to live. Wish me luck. Update 3. From my last post, I wanted to update everyone here on my situation on day 1, but I wanted to wait a few more days before I confirmed that it's real. The 72 hours after I escaped, he made my life a nightmare. He hacked my personal emails, emailed me using that account to threaten me, and said he'd ruin my life and that I had only a few hours. He knew where my parents lived, and I received random private calls. Everyone knew he was impulsive, out of control, and codependent on me, so we braced ourselves. When I grabbed my cat and ran out, I was at peace with the thought that I might lose everything. I just wanted freedom. The restraining order was ready to be served. In his final email, he discovered my emails to the attorneys and denied everything while twisting the truth. He never took accountability. He calculated our apartment perfectly messy, with our pictures and items scattered around to make me feel guilty. His social media posts were all left to look a certain way that I understood. He left a note blaming me for everything and sketched a drawing of a game over from my favorite game. This all happened in 3 days, and I'm still trying to process it all. In our 10-year relationship, he dictated and justified his abuse as punishment. When I opened the door without knocking, he'd grab my shirt collar so hard it knocked the air out of me. When he shoved me and I fell backward into the bathtub, it was because I wasn't listening. Every push and verbal insult he directed at me was calculated. This, however, was the last thing I expected. I never thought he'd off himself because I finally stood up for myself and chose freedom. A selfish, cruel punishment. I'm happy I'm free and I can finally process and heal. I think I might also be numb from it all. I just wish he would have stopped and thought for a second before doing something so reckless and selfishly punishing not just me but every family member and friend involved. His ways of loving me continue to confuse me. I'll never understand it. But here's the kicker. I would replay that day and choose to leave 100 times over again if it meant I'd be free and able to find the love and peace I know I deserve, even if the outcome were the same. Final update. It's been almost 2 weeks since my abusive ex committed 3 days after I left. He left the apartment in a manipulative, scattered mess with our things placed and aligned just to hurt me. His final note blamed me for everything, denied the abuse, etc. Feel free to read my post history for the full context. It was his final attempt at punishing me, and I feel angry, disappointed, and maybe still in shock. I'm processing everything. Despite everything, though, I have never once regretted my decision to leave. It has not only provided me with a freedom I never felt, but it's also given me so much clarity about how abusive he truly was. I'm left to clear the apartment with family and friends, rest and journal, contact a therapist for intake in the next 2 weeks, be patient with myself, and absorb all the support and love I've been receiving. I'm free now. I'm free. My struggles now, I feel almost in denial that he would have killed me and then himself. I've read stories before of abusive exes who take their partners with them. I know it happens. My ex was impulsive, angry, and very troubled beyond what I thought. He believed the abuse was punishment and that it was deserved to put me in my place. He even warned me last month that he wouldn't hold back anymore. Yet my brain still can't mentally connect the magnitude of his final cruel actions with how I escaped death. It's weird. It feels foreign, like a different person. I keep thinking he was physically and emotionally abusive for 10 years, but he could never do that. I'm not sure why I can accept everything he's done that's messed me up, all the abuse except that. Maybe it's just hard to stomach that he was always a hair away from doing it the entire time I was under his control. Can the sub please provide me with resources on these stories? Data, maybe anyone with similar life experiences willing to share advice on how to navigate these thoughts. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named One Teaching. The post is titled AITAH for refusing to give my late husband's affair baby money. My husband passed away almost 3 years ago, leaving me a solo mom of an 8-year-old. I've learned a lot about who he really was since then. Let's just say that if he were alive, we wouldn't still be married. About 6 weeks ago, a process server showed up trying to serve him with a court order to submit DNA for a child. I gave him a copy of the death certificate and sent him on his way. Shortly after that, a woman showed up on my doorstep saying that the child she had with her was my late husband's. Is it? I don't know, and I don't care. The child kind of looks like him, but also looks young enough that they would have had to have been conceived very shortly before his death. I told her that he was gone and where she could find his grave. She almost immediately started demanding her half of his estate. I laughed and told her that half of nothing was nothing, and she was welcome to that. Where I've been informed that I might be the TA is that while it's true there was no estate, there were assets that passed outside of probate. One of those assets was a rental property that his parents gave us years ago, deeded with him and me as joint tenants with rights of survivorship. In short, it became mine when he died. I've already sold it, and that will be the money that sends my child to college. Legally, I'm good. While I feel bad for this child, I also have my own child to look out for. I'm going to edit this to answer a few questions that I've received. No, there was no will in place for him. In my state, intestate inheritance laws say that if the only heirs are me and my child, then the first $50K of the estate goes to me and my child gets half of what's left. If this does turn out to be his child, then half of the estate would go to me and half to the children. However, that is a moot point because his estate was literally an empty bank account and $40 in cash. Everything else passed outside of probate. A good estate attorney is worth every penny, even if I never could get him to meet with her to do his damn will. There was no life insurance. Yes, I'm in the US, and my child is receiving survivor's benefits. They aren't huge, but they do pay for therapy bills. He hadn't worked for a vast majority of our marriage, but luckily had enough credits to qualify. At this point, I'm not opposed to helping the other child receive the same benefits since it won't affect mine. However, my attorney has recommended holding off at this time because we don't know what she's planning. She assures me that if the other mother files with Social Security, they will backdate any payments to at least the date filed, so holding off won't affect the total amount if it does turn out to be his child. I have no idea if she knew he was married at the time or not. My husband's parents are alive, but our relationship is strained at best. I haven't told them about any of this and have done my best to let them keep believing that their son was a saint. User Obese Vegetable said, and for what it's worth, that's not a terribly uncommon scam for some reason. If you still have the papers, I'd look into whether they are even legitimate. To this OP said they were. That's the first thing my attorney looked into. The working theory is that she really didn't know when she filed. Why she waited so long is anyone's guess. UserFunny24 said NTA. It's between your late husband and his baby mama. You received sole possession of all assets upon his death, and you owe nothing to the baby mama. She should have informed him that she was pregnant with his child while he was alive if she knew. Why did she wait 3 years to come forward? User Glinda the Witch said, that money belongs to you to do with as you wish. While your plan might be to use that money to send your child to school in the event of a financial crisis, you might need that money to stay afloat and put a roof over your head. While the child has no fault in any of this, he or she is not your responsibility. His mother took risks, had an affair with a married man, and now she's suffering the consequences. It will be her responsibility to be a single parent and provide for her child. A few months later, OP provided us with an update, so it is his child. Or at least there's enough shared DNA to determine that my in-laws are the grandparents, and there's no way that it's their other sons. The biggest update is that the mother doesn't currently have custody. I am still a bit unsure of the timeline, but there might have already been a CPS case open when she first contacted me. She's apparently a fan of the same illicit substances that my husband was. That would explain how they met. Unfortunately, that means that the child is now in foster care. My in-laws were not deemed an appropriate placement, and I won't do it. I have been working with the caseworker regarding getting Social Security benefits for the child. In my state, survivor benefits offset any child support obligations, so even if there was an estate, the Social Security benefits most likely exceed the amount he would owe based on his work history prior to death. This hasn't affected my own child's benefits. I still haven't determined exactly what I will do with this information going forward. I have set aside some money in an online savings account, but it's still in my name. Until the mother's rights are completely terminated or the child ages out of the system, I don't want anything that would possibly give her access to it. I will also eventually have to tell my child that there is a sibling out there. I've been through the ringer over the last couple of months, and I'm still just so mad that I'm still cleaning up my husband's mess. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for sacrificing my daughter's college fund because her sister just gave birth to her fourth child. My older daughter gave birth to her fourth child 6 months ago. She used to work as a dishwasher, but due to health issues stemming from her second child and then her third child, she can no longer work. She tried her best getting an office temp job, but after about a week, the woman supervising her said this isn't working out. She was a very uptight woman who claimed that just because it always took her 3 days max to train everybody else for the data entry work, she couldn't just be a good person and accommodate slower learners. That woman likely caused her to get a bad reputation at the temp agency, and she didn't get hired elsewhere. My daughter's boyfriend works at Walmart. He had many more hours when she was pregnant, but since then, his hours have ebbed and flowed. He said he will take a day in the future to look for jobs, but it's the holidays and he's busy with family. I feel a lot of empathy for my daughter and her boyfriend and wish I could help them out more, but I myself am a single mom working for a nursing home where I struggle to get full-time hours, and my ex ran up a lot of debt in both our names and is now living in another country. My younger daughter has a college fund. The amount in it would be enough to pay a large portion of a 2-year community college tuition. She's applied to 4-year universities with the understanding that she'd be taking out loans and working, so she's deciding between 4-year universities and community college. The other shoe dropped after my older daughter's landlord found out that they were having her boyfriend's brother and girlfriend living in their 1-bedroom apartment in exchange for help with the rent, and they got evicted. My daughter agrees it was wrong to lie to the landlord, and both parents are depressed because her boyfriend got a job offer 1 state away and they would have to move from their support network. They came to me asking for help so they could have more time to find financial stability here. I was torn, but seeing my grandkids, I knew my duty was to care for the most vulnerable in the family. So I will be making calls to liquidate my younger daughter's college fund, saying yes to understanding the penalties, and told my younger daughter this. She got very cold and said, "You always brag about having a good memory. I hope you remember this moment then." She has not spoken to me since. She spent Thanksgiving inquiring with family friends to see if hospitals are keen to hire college students for kitchen or reception or anything. She made some cryptic posts about how she hopes she'll be grateful one day that she won't have the privilege of studying anything outside of something technical, because she needs something where she'll always be able to find a job. User Flexi Sexy Maxi said, YTA, why does your daughter have 4 children if she cannot support any of them? They should be using birth control and you should not be coddling them. Now you are sacrificing your younger daughter's future because her older sister cannot find a condom. To this OP said, they do use birth control. I feel badly because my kids grew up around a lot of strict religious people, and me leaving that community was what caused my ex to leave me. But they still feel that abortion is wrong, and I feel it's my duty to not berate them and treat their kids like they are blessings. User Lost and Dumbfound said, so your oldest daughter could barely afford 3 kids, has chronic pain and no job, and she decided that a 4th child would be a great idea. And then you thought the best solution was to upset your other daughter and jeopardize her future, when there was an option for them to move so they could get more assistance. Of course, YTA. To this OP said, they would have been homeless anyway because they needed the boyfriend's brother's income to help pay their rent, and he would only give it to them in exchange for a place to live. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Accomplished Owl. The post is titled AITAH for giving my husband the cold shoulder after he ruined my Halloween. For context, I'm a 25 and my husband is 29. I am pregnant with our first baby and I am 6 months along. This Halloween, I was clearly ecstatic to hand out candy to trick-or-treaters. Where I live, Halloween is a massive event and everyone gets into it. I decorated the outside of our house, bought loads of candy beforehand, made a costume, and had been talking about it for weeks. However, my husband is a bit of a grouch when it comes to holidays. He had a bad childhood and heavily dislikes Halloween. He's always put up with it though because he knows I love it. This year, whenever a trick-or-treater knocked at our door, he'd answer before I had a chance and scare them off by yelling at them and making scary noises at literal children. I told him to stop multiple times. He said he was having his fun and that I needed to stop being such a party pooper. By the end of the night, I had only handed out candy to a few kids and was very clearly upset with him. He told me I was overreacting, but he knew I was excited for Halloween and he purposely went out of his way to ruin it. Since that night, I've been giving him the cold shoulder. I've tried to express my disappointment, but he just won't listen and says I'm hormonal. We have a conjoined friend group, and some of them say I'm being an asshole and need to grow up because it's a child's holiday, while others say I'm totally reasonable because he ruined the holiday I was excited for. So I'm looking for some outside perspective. Am I the jerk? Edit, I left out some information here and hopefully this can clear some things up. First off, yes, I was also mad he terrorized innocent children. I made sure to give extra candy to the children and apologize to them and their parents profusely. I thought it was obvious that I would have apologized. And secondly, no, he doesn't usually act like this around kids. If he did, I never would have married him, let alone let him impregnate me. User Flower of Iron said, this is what they mean by generational abuse. Your husband had a bad childhood and now he ruins holidays for others, and in the future, for your kids too. My dad was like this. He was always angry during the holidays. I actually enjoy Christmas now that I don't see him at all. Get him therapy before he passes on the cycle of abuse. User Vegan Pizza Paradise said, NTA. I'm a teacher and know that age very well. Do you know how easily traumatized kids are at that age? His behavior is abusive and ruined Halloween for his little victims, not just you. Being single is way better than being with someone who gaslights you, has no consideration for your feelings, and terrorizes toddlers. You're hormonal because you're pointing out that it's wrong to traumatize kids. He's going to be much worse after you have that baby. He's already acting out because you're pregnant. For the sake of your child, you really should leave him immediately. And dump any friends siding with a sadist. Scaring children like that is a huge red flag. That is not normal behavior at all. It shows he gets off harming innocent children. What do you think he's going to do to your kid when he gets angry or feels compelled to have his fun? As a childhood trauma survivor, I know that you can end up one of two ways. You can become someone who is very mindful and empathetic so that you don't continue the cycle of abuse, or you can become an abuser. Your husband very much seems like the latter. He needs therapy and you need to get away from him. Update. Hello all, I didn't expect to update this, but everyone wanted to know, so here I am. First off, thank you for all your advice. It really gave me some insight and I appreciate it deeply. Anyway, on to the update. I waited for my husband to come home from work. I messaged him and told him we needed to talk once he got home, and he replied with a thumbs up. When he got home, I sat him down and attempted to have a rational conversation with him, expressing my disappointment about the ruined holiday and why I was upset with him for terrifying children, especially considering he is soon to be a father. I suggested that we go to couples therapy to discuss boundaries and behavior, and that he go to individual therapy to talk about his own issues. He blew up immediately, accusing me of disregarding his trauma and basically just yelling at me for being weak. He insisted he didn't need therapy, but his response reinforced that he did. He went as far as to punch a wall and destroy furniture. Total maniac mode. I had pre-packed a bag in case it led to this, and I left for my parents' house. He was berating me as I left the house, but I paid no mind. My parents are obviously on my side. My older brother was absolutely furious and swore to beat my husband's ass. I told him not to do that. He's always been a bit over the top. I'm going to listen to everyone's advice and get a divorce. I don't want my baby surrounded by that kind of immature bully. I'm going to try for full custody. Our house has cameras, so I have proof of his adult tantrum, which I hope can be used as evidence. My brother and dad are going to come with me to collect my things while my soon-to-be ex-husband is at work. I'll keep you guys posted. Thank you for all your support and helpful comments. I can't believe this happened all within the span of almost a day. Life is crazy. This final post was made in the same subreddit by a user named CB. The post is titled AITAH for going off on my pregnant Sil after repeatedly being disrespected and ignored by her. My boyfriend and I had just gotten married in May of this year after being together for 5 years. For context, my now husband's family has an interesting history and dynamic. I describe them as very multicultural and diverse. My father-in-law is black and Arab mixed, and my mother-in-law is white and Persian mixed. As a result, their extended families are spread around the world. My husband has 3 siblings, an elder brother and 2 younger brothers. I am not sure if this is important, but I am Asian. So my husband was studying in my home country, which is how we met. He has also lived and worked in my country for the past 4 years. It's safe to say he's made his permanent home here. Because of the dynamics of his family, I rarely get to meet them because they all live in different countries. During our 5-year relationship, I barely met his parents 2 to 3 times and never met his older brother and his wife. On the other hand, I see his younger brothers frequently because they are currently studying in my native country and we are really close. Fast forward to May of this year when my now husband and I chose to get married in my home country. All of his family flew here to attend the wedding, and I met my husband's older brother and his wife for the first time. The first awkward incident with my Sil occurred when I went to the airport with my husband to pick her and my Bill up a few days before our wedding. When we first met, I extended my hand for a handshake to my Sil, and she literally just used the tip of her fingers to touch my hands, like when you don't really want to touch someone's hand during a handshake. Following that, she walked right past me and hugged my husband. On the other side, my Bill is really welcoming and thrilled to finally meet me. He hugged me and said it's great to finally meet me. His warmth made me forget about my Sil's rudeness, and we moved on. In the days leading up to the wedding, my Sil made subtle remarks about the wedding, criticizing every element we chose, from the flowers to my wedding dress. For everyone's information, I come from a financially secure family that owns a business. My parents supported half of the wedding costs, while the other half was covered by myself and my husband. My husband is a doctor, and I work as an engineer. One thing that frustrates me is how my Sil keeps telling me how fortunate I am to have a wealthy family to mooch off from, and is sure to be throwing a lot of tantrums at my parents given how enormous and luxurious the wedding is, but it's always so subtle that it wouldn't start a fight, but is enough to make me uncomfortable. For background, my Bill and Sil are also both financially well off. My husband's family was similarly financially comfortable to begin with. My BIL is an accountant, and my SIL occupies a management position in a company. She is also a lifestyle influencer with quite a large following on Instagram, and they live in Dubai. Fast forward to September of this year, my husband and I received an invitation from my BIL and SIL for a gender reveal party and baby shower in October, which occurred a few days ago. We were ecstatic and decided to book our flights to Dubai immediately after receiving the invitation. For your information, there were 2 separate events, a gender reveal party for my BIL, SEL, and their respective families and acquaintances, and a baby shower for my Sil and her female family members and acquaintances the following day. I was invited to both parties and was supposed to attend the baby shower without my husband, which I believed was a nice opportunity to bond with my Sil. However, my Sil contacted my husband one day before the gender reveal party and informed him that I was not invited to the baby shower. The reason she gave was that she did not want me to draw attention away from her during the event. My husband and I were plainly perplexed as to how I would be diverting attention from her. She explained that no one knows or has ever met me, so they would ask about me, and she did not want to spend time explaining who I am to her guests. Because we did not want to cause unnecessary drama, we agreed that I would only attend the gender reveal party with him. On the day of the gender reveal party, I went with my husband, but my Sil did not speak with me at all or even acknowledge my presence. I tried to make small talk to congratulate her, but she just blew me off each time. My Bill, on the other hand, was as friendly as ever, thankfully. When the party appeared to be coming to an end, I went out to the car to get the gift I had purchased. Since I would not be attending the baby shower the next day, I decided to give it to her that day. During that time, as guests began to leave, I handed her the gift and she screamed at me loudly. The first thing she said was, "Don't you have manners?" I was clearly taken aback and bewildered. She then accused me of attempting to assert dominance by flaunting my wealth and rubbing it in her face, as well as looking down on her. For those who are curious about the present I bought, it was a baby blanket and sleeping bag from Dior, which came in a Dior shopping bag. I felt humiliated after being screamed at, and my blood was boiling at that moment. In anger, I yelled back at her, asking what I had done wrong to deserve such disrespect. I told her that her insecurities were not my responsibility, and that if she despised me that much, she should not have invited me in the first place. She appeared stunned by my words and began crying. Both my husband and Bill rushed over to calm us down. My husband suggested that we leave since some guests had already begun to depart. This happened 3 days ago, and since then everything has been quiet. Nobody has said anything, and now I feel horrible for yelling at a pregnant woman. Update. It has been a month since my last post, and now I have the opportunity to provide an update, finally. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone who commented and supported me in my previous post, and I apologize for not being able to respond to each and every one of you. By the way, my husband and I have returned safely to our home. After a few days of silence following what happened at the gender reveal party, I eventually sat down with my husband to discuss it. We had an honest discussion in which I expressed how mean my Sil has been to me, and my husband ended up apologizing for not standing up for me while subconsciously knowing how my Sil has treated me. As I mentioned in my previous post, my husband comes from a household without a girl sibling, and for the past 12 years, Sil has been like a sister to him, leaving him torn between speaking out against her and sticking up for me. He said he didn't expect things to go so badly because we live in separate countries and won't see each other much. We resolved our conversation with him promising to have my back if something like this happened again. In the same week, my husband and I had the opportunity to speak with my Bill through a video call. I know not everyone would agree with my apology, but I did apologize to BIL for causing a scene by yelling at their gender reveal party. To my surprise, BL said it was fine and remarked she had it coming. Following that, BL apologized to me on behalf of Ciel as well as for turning a blind eye to what had been going on between me and CL. We discussed what might be the source of CL's hatred for me, and to my surprise, it appears to be tied to the fact that CL believes I am taking over the position of daughter-in-law in the family from her. She has been the only Sil for my husband's brothers, and she believes I am taking over the role. As I previously stated, my husband's younger brothers have been studying in my home country since early this year, and we have had many opportunities to spend time together. According to Bill, Sil believes the brothers have been pulling away from her and becoming closer to me. For information, the brothers are 22 and 16 years old. Adding to the unpredictable pregnant hormones, she believes I'm buying the brothers' love by spoiling them with materialistic items. Bill stated that she had mentioned her concern to him several times previously, but he did not expect her to take it seriously and always dismissed it. He apologized again and stated that he will discuss it with Sil after her feelings have been resolved. According to Bill, Asil has been acting as if nothing has happened, so he is also unsure when it is appropriate to bring the issue to the table. We ended the video chat on a positive note, and I promised Bill that I would speak with the brothers and perhaps encourage them to contact Sil to see how she is doing so she does not feel left out. And as for Sil, I haven't spoken to her yet, and to be honest, I'm not sure I ever will. My husband and I have decided to move on from this situation and focus on our own lives. I believe that's all the updates so far, and to be honest, I could use some suggestions on how to fix my relationship with my SIL. Should I reach out to her or something? This story was posted by a throwaway account in the Confessions subreddit. The post is titled, "I cheated, destroyed my life, and hurt the love of my life. I'm a horrible human being and I may have ruined my life. I have been with my girlfriend Michelle for 5 years. Early in our relationship, we bonded easily as we shared a similar background. We both are adult children of narcissistic parents and both have mental illness. On top of our similar backgrounds, we are both introverted and share the same hobbies and taste. I've never connected to anyone so deeply in my life. 2 years ago, I decided to adopt a kitten from a friend at work. Michelle was supportive of adding a third cat to our apartment. However, she asked me not to adopt this kitten in particular because the gender was unknown. Her main concern was that the kitten would turn out male and would fight with our eldest cat, who is male. I ignored her input and adopted the kitten anyway. I felt like I couldn't say no. The kitten was very cute, and I had already promised my friend I'd take it. Problems arose almost immediately. The eldest cat reacted aggressively and hissed whenever he saw the kitten. I separated the two cats and hoped they would get along in the future. The issues between the kitten and the eldest cat never improved. As the kitten matured into an adolescent, the eldest cat attacked him incessantly. All day and night, both cats would loudly fight, which really destroyed Michelle's sleep schedule. Michelle begged me to do something about the situation, but I was frozen with indecision. As time went on, the situation got worse and worse. Michelle became extremely unstable. She would go days without sleeping. Eventually, she couldn't hold down her job and plunged deep into depression. Michelle became scary to be around. She went from being a very sweet, loving girl to being downright verbally abusive. Every day I would come home from work and Michelle would tell me how I didn't care about her and how I was an asshole. After a while, I didn't even want to come home. To make matters worse, Michelle's grandfather was diagnosed with lung cancer during this time. Whenever I'd come home from work, Michelle would either be sobbing uncontrollably or screaming at me or the cats. Work became my safe space away from the craziness. As the months went on, I met a new girl at work named Justine. Justine became my trainee, and we spent a lot of time together. I would confide in Justine about my home life. Justine was extremely supportive and advised me to leave Michelle. Justine told me that Michelle was a horrible, abusive person and that I deserved better. I believed her. Justine and I connected deeper and deeper over the next 3 months. I would go home, Michelle would berate me, and Justine would keep me sane by texting me and comforting me. Michelle just kept spiraling lower and lower every day. Eventually, Michelle began hallucinating and having what I now know were panic attacks. It was at this point I felt the relationship was doomed. I sat in an ER waiting room on Michelle's birthday while the doctor treated her for her first panic attack. I knew at this point Justine wasn't going to wait around forever for me. I felt like I couldn't be alone and needed Justine. A week later, I dumped Michelle and moved in with Justine. Michelle was devastated by my cheating, and her brother came and got her from our apartment. After she settled into her brother's house, she still kept in contact with me. I don't think she had anyone else to talk to. I felt bad about what had happened, but I couldn't take the stress, so I mostly ignored her. My now ex begged me to come back almost daily, and at one point tried to commit by overdosing on pills. Her brother was not very supportive, and I suspect he verbally abused her during all of this. At this point, I'm with Justine, but Michelle convinced me to start meeting up with her to hook up. I figured I owed her the physical comfort, and I did still find her very attractive. So I started meeting up at hotels with Michelle, hooking up and heading home afterwards to Justine. It wasn't long before Justine caught wind. I got caught multiple times, but I kept seeing both Michelle and Justine for the next 6 months. During those 6 months, I always felt like something was missing between Justine and me. She never seemed to get me like Michelle did. At no time in the relationship did I feel that strong connection like Michelle and I had. Michelle always took such a huge interest in me and knew everything about me. Justine never really made that effort. I'd always fantasize about running away with Michelle and starting over far away. One day I had an epiphany and decided to follow my heart. I texted Michelle and told her I'd like to try again with her. Michelle agreed under the condition that I fix the issue with the cats and get therapy. I have now been back together with Michelle since July. I've tried to be the best partner I can be since my return. Any need or want Michelle has, I try to meet. I know I really screwed up and damaged her badly. I feel guilty and like a piece of shit every day. It amazes me how cold, evil, and calculated I was. It almost doesn't seem real, like it was just a bad dream. I'm really not sure how to even begin fixing this whole mess. Over the past few months, Michelle has gotten completely sober. She has been doing a lot of CBT lately. I feel like she has grown more and more distant. Last night, she told me I am a fair weather boyfriend, and she has accepted that I will never be there for her in difficult times. She is now planning to leave me, her main reason being that I haven't started therapy. Everything has just been so overwhelming, and I don't know how to start fixing this. Not to mention therapy is expensive, and I don't know if I can afford it. I don't know what to do anymore. The only person who has ever shown me true love and interest is about to walk out on me. It hurts really bad, but I know I only have myself to blame for this. I screwed up a once-in-a-lifetime love with someone who genuinely cared about me. I am so lost, scared, and disgusted with myself. I wish I had a time machine. I wish I could undo all of this. Can I fix this? User Yes Please said, honestly, she should leave you. You haven't done therapy, and you clearly don't care about the needs of others, despite what you profess. Deeds, not words. You come off as very selfish and don't take responsibility for the intentional distress you inflicted on 2 people. You intentionally hurt people, and all you can do is write about yourself. For example, I just skimmed and counted 90 first-person pronouns. You are focused more on your own pity party than on getting some therapy, which is the bare minimum you could do after domestically abusing 2 women through infidelity. You want this all to go away and not learn why you abused people. But it's like that Captain Spock line, what you want is irrelevant. What you have chosen is at hand. You better work. User Roughneck said, the solution sounds simple, get therapy or lose the love of your life. If you're in love with her, you will do what's needed to keep her. I suspect she took you back and then realized that that was a mistake. The need she felt for you was superficial and fleeting once that goal was accomplished. You're not the love of her life. Sorry, drop both and find someone new. Learn from your past mistakes and don't repeat them. Life sucks sometimes, but we rebound. Humans are resilient. This next post was made in the Off My Chest subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, I am battling cancer. I'm gay, but I realized I love my male best friend. I need to vent all my thoughts and am looking for advice on whether to tell him or not. This is going to be a long post because I'm emotionally flooded and a rambler. I need to get it off my chest. My dearest friend in the world is a man named James. I'd try to describe how great he is, but it's honestly easier just to tell you the story. James and I grew up in the same town, a conservative Christian town in Nowhere, USA. The first time I met him was on the playground at school. He saw me sitting alone under a tree and came over to ask if I wanted to play with him and his friends. I said no, but he noticed I was reading a book about space. So he sat down next to me and asked which planet I thought would be the coolest to visit. We ended up talking for the rest of recess about what we thought the other planets might be like. And when we went back to class, he introduced me to his friends as my new friend. We were inseparable from that point on. It was one of those things where the entire town, our parents included, had us married off by age 8 or something. We didn't understand at the time, of course, but I would go on family trips with his family, stay over at his place, and vice versa through most of elementary school. We would get in trouble for talking during class every day, though not really because the teachers all loved him. We were best friends. When we finally reached the awkward teenage years and dating became a thing, he asked me to the first school dance and I said yes. We sort of started dating by default. I don't think we ever talked about it explicitly, but I just started calling him my boyfriend to other people and we went with that. Very little changed about our relationship. We still basically just did all the same stuff we used to do before, except our parents got stricter about the sleepovers and there was more hand-holding and cuddling. Kissing and stuff was always difficult for me, and I didn't know why, but he never pushed me on it at all, not even once. The 2 times we tried, he was able to tell very quickly that I was uncomfortable and he just shut down the interaction by messing up my hair playfully, saying, "Enough of that. How about we just watch a movie?" I just assumed one day I would get it. Well, I didn't. Sometime around 15 years old, I started to realize the problem. I wasn't sexually attracted to men. This was a very trying time for me, given the kind of environment I grew up in. This was not acceptable. My parents were extremely religious and extremely anti-LGBT. After about 8 months of identity crisis over this, I decided to muster up the courage to tell James, before anyone else. I didn't know what to expect. I was terrified. I went over to his house trembling. He had done what he always did, made my favorite snacks and got the controllers and my favorite game ready to go. He opened the door and gave me a hug and I came in. I was so scared. We sat down and he looked at me for a second before putting his hand on mine and asking what was wrong. So I tried to tell him and I got halfway through the sentence struggling to actually say I'm gay. Before he just interrupted me and said, "You're gay. Yes, I know. Is there anything else?" Followed by that goofy smile I love so much. I just froze in place. I asked him if he was mad and he just laughed and told me he loved me the way I was and this was the way I was. I just started crying and jumped into his arms. It felt like at least 10 minutes that I cried before he finally interrupted me in characteristic fashion, remarking, "However, I will be mad if you let the pizza rolls I made get cold. So how about we stop crying and start eating?" We stayed best friends after that. We never actually had a breakup talk, but we did start to date other people. We talked and hung out almost every day until he graduated and went away to a big name college. The night before he left, he came and picked me up and we drove around town and hit all our favorite spots. He drove me back home at 3 a.m. or something in the rain, and I took his hand during the drive home and fell asleep on his shoulder. I remember wondering then for a moment if I should just marry him anyway, but he was going away to college and I'm not attracted to men, so it probably couldn't work no matter how I felt about him otherwise. He promised to stay in touch, but I didn't know if that would happen. Well, it did. Obviously, it wasn't like before, but he made sure to call me every week just to check up on me and see how things were going. I went to college close to home. We'd talk about how hard college was, whoever we were dating at the time, and whatever drama was going on. During his junior year, my parents found out that I was gay. They did not react well and basically kicked me out of my home to save me. My parents are good people, so this didn't last, and they have more than made it up to me since and worked hard to unlearn their bad programming. But that was an awful time. I did what I always do and called James. He talked to me for about an hour and then got his mom to drive up to get me so I could stay in his old room. Then he flew home the next day pretty much just to cheer me up and make sure I was alright. Vintage driving around in circles, singing like idiots, and 2 a.m. junk food runs did the trick. I later found out from my mom that he had also gone and confronted my parents and stood up for me, telling them they should be ashamed of themselves and that if they were willing to lose their daughter over this, they were unfit parents and not the second family I thought you were. My parents worship him, so this was effective, and my mom still tells this story to this day. Once again, I remember wondering at the time, will I ever know anyone else in my life who would do this for me? But he was heading off back to college and was still a man, so I didn't do anything. Years went by, he got married, I got a long-term girlfriend. We stayed close the entire time. We saw each other a lot less, but it was still great every time he visited, and we had frequent texts and calls. I looked forward to his visits all year, and then tragedy struck. His wife divorced him. I never liked her, but he did. I think she used him for a green card, and he was too sweet to notice, but that's neither here nor there. He came back home, so I saw him a lot more. Obviously, he was crushed, but we got through it together. And then I got the diagnosis at age 27, cancer. There's nothing I can say that describes the feeling, so I'm not even going to try. Decent chance of survival, but I had to start treatment right away. This experience has changed me and my outlook on life more than anything else that's ever happened to me combined. At first, everyone was there for me. I was getting visitors daily, friends, family, everyone. But as the weeks turned into months, it all stopped. Most people, even my friends, started coming once a week, then once a month, then many not at all. My girlfriend broke up with me, claiming she loved me, but she couldn't handle watching this. Almost 2 years in now, and there are only 5 people who are still here. My mom, my dad, my sister, my BFF Amanda, and James. I almost can't talk about it without crying, but James is here every single day, every day, for hours. He may have missed 20 days in almost 2 years due to work-related travel, and even then, he calls me. He comes in and asks how his Amumu is doing and listens. He brings my favorite snacks and treats when I can have them, board games we like to play, old video games on handheld so we can play. He sings to me and shows me pictures of places he's been that I'd like to go and talks about taking me once I'm better. He sits there and holds my hand in silence so I won't be alone until the doctors tell him it's time to go. Then he does it again the next day. I've never seen him cry or show any sadness. If I even casually say something like, if I get better, he'll immediately interject. When you get better. He just won't give up on me. The only other person who is there like this is my mom. Even my dad, sister, and Amanda, who have also shown up in big ways, are not this consistent. My mom is the #1 all-time James fangirl. A long time ago, she stopped that. But about 3 months ago, she made probably her first comment of that kind in around 7 years. I guess there are a few things she said. The first was, pay attention to the people who are still here now. They're the people who always will be. They're the people who love you and not just what you can do for them. This sort of set me off on a months-long train of thought that led to this post. Amanda and my sister also make a lot of comments about James. Both like him, and Amanda told me a few visits ago that she thinks I love him, and one reason none of my other relationships have worked out is that the other person can always tell they're #2 everywhere but the bedroom. Then about a month ago, my mom was a little more direct. After James left one evening, she told me, baby, in all my years on this earth, I've never seen anyone love anybody like that boy loves you. I know you don't like it when I talk about this, but trust me, if you let him go again, you're going to regret it forever. I don't know what has changed, but this time when she said that, I just knew she was right. Every relationship I've ever been in has had some problem or thing that needed to be worked on. Most of them have several issues. The only thing missing here is that I don't feel a strong urge to rip his clothes off like I have with some of the women I've been with. But even there, it's different. In general, I find the idea of being with a man disgusting, but I don't find it disgusting with him. I like being touched by him and being close to him. He's so gentle. Lately, I even find myself fixating on his lips and daydreaming about kissing him. I'm not that sexual of a person, and I think overall of the people I've known in my life, I would be happier with him than with anyone else. And it isn't close. Now, the big problem is the cancer. Honestly, I'm not really on the fence about this anymore. If I survive, I want to be with him. I am getting better, and the doctors are hopeful. But I am not sure if I should tell him now or not. I want to tell him so badly. I want him to know how much I love him. Lovers have come and gone for both of us, but every time I close my eyes and think about times I felt truly loved, understood, and accepted, it's always his smiling face I see. When I think about times I felt warm and safe, it's his arms I feel wrapping around me like a warm blanket just my size. His voice I hear saying, "Don't worry, Amumu, it'll be alright," or cracking some silly joke. I want him to know that I want him with me by my side forever. There's nowhere I'd rather be than wherever he is, doing absolutely anything. Cuddling up on the couch, making jokes about stupid movies, playing our favorite video games, talking about life until 2 a.m., driving around in circles while he sings boy band songs like a goofball. I don't care as long as he's there too. I want him to know that if I survive this, we will be together. That's what I want. That's all I want. He's all I want. But I'm scared to tell him because I don't know what's going to happen. If I don't make it, would it have been kinder to just keep this to myself? If you were him and in this position, would you want me to tell you how I feel? A few days later, OP gave us an update. If you want the original story, it has a similar title. Here is my update. So tonight I told James, I told him everything. Gosh, I just wish I could relive this night over and over again. I've never been so happy. He came into my room this evening like he always does and greeted me with, "Hello, how's my amumu doing today?" I told him I was doing well. He told me I looked beautiful, which is not true, but it still felt so sincere. Then he started unpacking the stuff he brought me today. I asked him to stop and just come sit with me because I wanted to talk to him. He nodded and came and sat down next to me. "What's up?" he asked. It took me a bit to gather myself. I kept getting distracted by his eyes. The way he looks at me sometimes, I don't know how to describe it. I told him I love you, and he just kind of laughed and touched my hand before casually responding, "Oh, I know that. I love you too." In retrospect, this wasn't the best way to start since we've said that enough times with a different understanding that he didn't get what was happening. He started to get up again to unpack the snacks, and I grabbed his arm and asked him to let me finish. He looked confused, but nodded and sat back down. And then I did it. I told him everything. I told him about all the times in the past I'd thought about just marrying him despite my sexuality. I shared my favorite memories of him and how they make me feel. I told him he'd always been my best friend and the person I trusted the most. I admitted that I made a mistake and should have chosen him. Then I basically devolved into reciting the last paragraph of my first post to him. He's the face I see when I think about feeling loved, the embrace I feel when I think about being safe. It doesn't matter what we do. If we're together, I'm happy, and he's the only thing I want for the rest of my life. He basically froze. He said nothing, just looked at me as I spilled everything. I'm not sure he even blinked. When I finished and looked up at him, he was sitting there like a statue with his mouth slightly open, as if he forgot to breathe. James always knows what to say, so this was a little unnerving for me. I started to ask him if everything was alright, but before I could finish, his expression broke. He exhaled into a weak but incredibly tender, quivering smile and reached out to pull me into a hug. I buried my head in his chest as his arms wrapped around me. I just melted into him. He was so gentle. It felt so easy. It felt so right. Then he started crying, and then I started crying. He's been coming here through 2 years of cancer treatment, and I'd never seen him cry until now. He held me for a while, but however long it wasn't long enough. He still hadn't actually said a single word since I'd finished talking, but I guess he didn't really need to. Then he finally answered my question with, "Now it is." When he finally pulled away, his face was red from crying, but he just looked so happy. He looked at me for a bit. It was kind of cute because he had a little trouble maintaining eye contact, which he usually doesn't do. He seemed like a little boy again. Then he finally looked right at me and said, "You are the only thing I've ever wanted." Then I started crying again, and he started crying again too. He pulled me close and held me again. I wish it never ended. A little bit later, once we exhausted our crying capacity, I showed him the post. He made a few jokes about wanting to meet this James guy and how he had better go thank my mom for her 20 years of wing womanship. After he finished reading it, he kissed me. It felt easy, not scary at all, and just right. He asked me if it lived up to my daydreams, and I chuckled and said yes. Then he said, "I'm not so sure myself, I think I need more data," and kissed me again. After that, we started talking, and I guess he told me everything too. He said he'd loved me since we were little kids. He told me he still has every drawing, letter, and craft I ever made for him in a safe that he took with him to college and has carried everywhere he's ever lived. We talked about the day I came out to him as gay and how he'd figured it out earlier, but he struggled to accept it for months in secret because he had lived his entire life up to that point, assuming we would be a family and wanting nothing else. He told me he thought about our last night before college all the time and kept hoping that entire night night I'd say something before he left because then he'd have transferred colleges to stay with me. He told me he actually took a very long way home just to prolong the time when we were holding hands and I was sleeping on his shoulder, and that it was to this day his favorite memory. Then he looked at me with those piercing green eyes and said, "For me, there has never been anyone else. He loved me once and then struggled through a bunch of rebounds. Even though he had learned to bury it and move on with life and was happy in our friendship, his heart had only ever belonged to me. Honestly, I guess I should have known this, but I was flustered. I joked that he should enter the Olympics as a torch carrier, and he said, they'd never have a chance. I'm the greatest there ever was. We sat and talked and reminisced some more, mostly about when we were kids. I found out some things I never knew because he avoided telling me how romantic some things were for him after I came out, but I also kind of realized, I think they felt romantic to me too. Then he sang me some of our songs. We had another embrace and another kiss. Both still felt divine. I can't wait to have my hair back again so he can pet it like he used to when we were kids. Then I brought up the question, and oh my god, it was the cutest thing ever. I barely got to say anything before he started tripping over himself like, look, I don't even care. I don't need that. If we need mistresses or something, we can do that. It doesn't bother me. I just want to wake up with you every day. Which was sweet, but then I told him that even though I didn't know how that would go, I wanted to try with him anyway when I got better. And oh my god, he turned tomato red and could barely look at me. He literally could not even manage to form a sentence in response, just mumbled incoherently before managing to get out, okay, if you're sure. This man has been married and had 6 girlfriends, but he completely falls all over himself at the thought. God, it was adorable. This is the only thing I'm still a little worried about, but I do want to try. I mean, I liked the kissing, which I thought was completely impossible. And I know that if it doesn't turn out well, it won't ruin anything. We'll still be together and just figure something else out for that one need. Then we talked about the cancer. He is so sure I'm going to make it. It's so touching. It took a little while to get him to take the other possibility seriously. When I finally did and told him that it's the reason I didn't tell him sooner, he held my hand and told me that if that happens, he'd be okay because he'll always know that he was one of the lucky ones because he was mine. Jesus Christ, I almost lost it. Then he said, if we don't have that much time left, we better make sure every minute counts. I said, that's pretty hard to do in a hospital, and he replied, what do you mean? We're both here, and that makes this the best place on earth. Dear God, what did I do to deserve this man? I teared up again, and he held me one last time. Then the doctors came in. He kissed me goodnight. We both said, I love you, but it felt so different. It's never felt so good to say or hear those words. Then he smiled at me and left. I was so excited that the first thing I did was call Mom, and she was just ecstatic. As soon as I told her what happened and that James and I are together, she just started crying and talking about what a good boy he is, how she just knew this would happen and that she can rest easy now because she knows I will always be loved and taken care of. Plenty of her destiny talk, which usually gets on my nerves, but honestly, I was so happy tonight. F it, I'm on board. Maybe it was destiny. I guess sometimes Mom really does know best. I feel like a teenager again. I never thought I'd feel this way again in my life. I never even imagined if I did, it would be for a man. God, I love him so much. Now I can't understand what I was ever worried about or why I didn't do this years ago. Thanks so much to everyone who read my story and helped give me the perspective and courage I needed to finally do what I should have done years ago. Now, as long as my health cooperates, I'll be one of the lucky ones too, because I am his. User Dr. Kumquat said, this was adorable, but it also hits super close to home. A couple of months after I asked my girlfriend to marry me, I got let go at work, and 2 weeks after that, my fiance found out that the shoulder pain she had been complaining about for months was lymphoma. I figured this was the trial run for the in sickness and in health part, so I took the next year off to care for her through her chemotherapy appointments. I never seriously entertained the notion that she might not get better, but if the worst came to pass, I didn't want to have wasted the rest of the time I could have spent with her stuck in an office. She made a full recovery, and we just celebrated our 6th anniversary. User Old Wishbone said, I hate you, OP, for making me cry at 8 in the morning. This was so sweet. I can't stop crying. I hope she gets better and that they live there happily ever after. If there are 2 people who are made for each other, it's them. This final post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named rwall. The post is titled, "Had a baby and lost her all in the same month. My girlfriend and I went through the journey of having a baby. This isn't our first rodeo, but this was our first baby together. Our relationship is perfect. Literally, I'm not just saying that to say it. We've been together for 2 years and we've never had a fight. I love this woman with every ounce of me. She loves me through and through. She appreciates me for the smallest and dumbest things, but it's so amazing to me. The house can be a mess, and if I do something simple like sweep the floor, she will boost me up and make me feel good for doing it, despite the rest of the house being chaotic. When we found out about the baby, everything was perfect. Every appointment brought amazing news. The baby was in the 80th percentile for size, and her BPP scores were all perfect. Then on the morning of November 7th, my girlfriend called me and said she hadn't felt the baby move since last night. She said she was going to the hospital. I was just about to board the train to work, but I stopped and walked back to my car. She picked me up and we went to the hospital where my girlfriend was monitored. Nothing improved, so they decided to do an emergency C-section. When the baby was born, she wasn't moving or breathing. She was gray. It took them maybe a minute or so to get her breathing, but she never cried. They took her to the NICU and I proceeded to go with her. I held her hand and she gave a light squeeze, but she was sleeping, so I didn't think anything of it. After about an hour, I went back to check on my girlfriend and we decided to have dinner. After dinner, we noticed that the camera watching the baby was off. The doctor answered and said a nurse had noticed she was having seizure-like activity and that they were watching her closely. They told us she had had 2 seizures and that they wanted to transfer her to a better hospital. She was monitored for 24 hours and later got an MRI. She was diagnosed with hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. Sadly, she passed away at 15 days old. It's been a difficult journey. I have a life insurance policy and am able to claim my dependents. She was my dependent. I'm getting about $20K from my daughter's death and I feel kind of bad about it. My career is just getting kicked off. This money will help me buy a ring to propose and assist my soon-to-be fiancé and me in buying our second home. But I hate the way we got it. Why do I feel this way? User Ordinary Meeting said, "My deepest condolences. I can't imagine your pain. Don't feel bad about accepting the money and using it to improve your life. That's why we pay into these plans to help us when we're down. Best wishes to you and your family." User The Dawn Treader said, "You feel this way because you're a dad whose baby died. You should be sad. It's completely normal to feel that way. Take your time to go through the grief and let it happen as it will. Be there for your girl. You'll get through it." User Overly Underfocused said, "I'm sorry for your loss. I would suggest keeping the money separate from your other savings and using it to buy a ring, if possible. If I were your girl, I would feel that buying a ring with money that came from that situation would complicate how I feel about it, even if the other money is spent on living expenses or medical bills. This way, you can afford to use your other savings." This story was posted by a user named Infertile Old Maid in the Relationship subreddit. The post is titled, "My husband is leaving me because I'm infertile. I'm an absolute wreck. Countless consultations, too many tests to count, 5 rounds of IVF, months of crying myself to sleep. And now the only source of happiness in my life is gone. The past year has been really difficult for me. Last July, my mother passed away, and it had been her dream to see me, her only daughter, ripe with children. I'm devastated that she didn't get to experience that. To add to that, in November, I was laid off, and now the consequences of that have been coming to a head because my husband and I can no longer afford another round of IVF. We can barely afford my appointments. My husband and I had been dreaming of the good life. 2 kids, a dog, and a pretty little house in the country. All of that came crashing down 2 days ago. He had just arrived home from work and I greeted him with a smile and came towards him with the expectation of a kiss, but he walked right past me. When I turned around and asked him what was wrong, he looked at me somberly and told me to sit down. As I sat, I could feel my heart sinking in my chest, although I didn't know why. He placed a couple of pieces of paper on the table and slid them towards me, then buried his head in his hands and let out what sounded like a quiet sob. I looked down, shaking, and saw that he was serving me divorce papers. Everything after that is a blur. I have memories of him telling me that he loved me and he was so sorry, but that he had been miserable, and if I wasn't able to have a child, he couldn't stay with me. He told me that he was the monster and that he couldn't shake his biological imperative anymore. We'd both agreed early on that if we couldn't have children, we wouldn't adopt because we wanted biological children. He used to hold me at night and tell me that he would never leave me no matter what. that being childless was okay and I was worth it. I now know that was all a lie. I can't blame him though, because it was me who was hindering the relationship. I am the broken one. His sister and best friend came over yesterday to help him pack up his things, and I just lay in my bed and sobbed the entire time. He has rented an apartment on the other side of town and has agreed to pay for our home for the next 4 months until I can find another job and we can sell the house. I'm devastated. I haven't left my bed since the night he left. I haven't eaten anything. I feel like I've already died. What do I do, Reddit? I haven't had the courage to tell any of my friends or family yet because I'm already shamed by them for being infertile. How could he do this to me? My life is over. Update. First off, I'd like to get a few things off my chest about the messages I received regarding my situation. Thank you so much to those who supported me and were kind and sympathetic throughout this. I received many very kind messages of encouragement and love from strangers. That being said, I also got a plethora of messages from people telling me that I deserved everything that happened to me because I refused to adopt. That I deserve a life of loneliness and that I should kill myself. That really sucked and made me want to actually die. I don't think I'm a bad person for not wanting to adopt. I don't think it's wrong to prefer biological children over an adopted child. 95% of the world feels the same way, obviously, because the vast majority of people do not adopt. I believe it takes a brave and very loving person to take on a child that isn't theirs. I am not one of those people, and I'm sorry if that offends you. Now onto the update. The day after my post, I spoke to a lawyer who agreed to take me on as a client. On Thursday, my lawyer and I met up to discuss what I expected out of the divorce. I also spoke to a therapist on Friday. She told me that the best course of action at this point was to take some time for myself and not contact my husband. Over the past few days, I had been thinking about his leaving and the entirety of our situation. I decided that even though I was furious about how he handled it, I could understand his desire to leave. If I cannot provide a child for him, and that is truly what he wants, then he needed to leave. By Friday, I was in a calmer state of mind, although everything was still numb. I couldn't stop replaying in my mind him sliding the papers toward me and then telling me that he loved me but couldn't be with me. It still doesn't feel real. On Saturday afternoon, everything came crashing down again. I was trying to block everything out of my mind by binge watching Netflix when the doorbell rang. My heart tightened as I walked toward the door and opened it to find my husband standing there. He looked terrible, almost worse than I did. Without looking me in the eye, he asked if he could come in, and I couldn't even speak. I moved my body to the side of the doorway and motioned for him to enter. In that moment, it took everything I had not to kiss him and punch him all at the same time. We sat down on the couch together in silence for what seemed like 10 minutes. He finally spoke, and all he said was, "Infertile old maid, I'm so sorry." I remained silent. We sat for about 2 more minutes before I finally had the courage to ask, "Is that all you wanted to say?" He shook his head and began to tear up, which of course caused me to tear up as well. He buried his head in his hands and sighed. He told me that he'd been feeling like he was missing out on fatherhood. I told him through tears that I understood and didn't blame him for wanting children, but he cut me off. He told me that wasn't it at all. He revealed that he'd been seeing a young woman at his work for the past 6 months and that he couldn't keep lying to me any longer. They were having both an emotional and physical relationship, and she had been pressuring him to leave me for a few months. He claimed his insecurities about his lack of a family were pushing him to feel that he needed change and that she was a huge mistake. At this point, I couldn't take it anymore. I told him to get the fuck out of my house. He looked at me like a scared puppy and panicked, telling me that he wanted another chance and that he'd just broken off things with his coworker and was willing to forego kids to be with me. I didn't know what to do, so I just started to scream, yelling at him to get out and that I was completely done. He just began to sob and started pleading for me to calm down. It was clear that he wasn't going to leave, so I did. I grabbed my keys and ran out of the house. I drove for 30 minutes out of town, parked on the side of an empty road, and cried for an hour. Driving back into town, I looked at my phone and saw that my husband had called over 20 times and texted me things like how he was so sorry and that she was nothing. I didn't delete any of these messages because I knew how important they were for my lawyer to see. When I arrived back at my house, he was no longer there. I walked inside and all was the same. He took nothing and broke nothing, which was relieving. I regained my composure and sense of reality and called my lawyer, leaving him a very long message about what had just happened. Today, my lawyer got back to me and told me to come in first thing on Tuesday morning. My husband has not tried to contact me since one last text on Sunday that read, "I love you, infertile old maid. I fucked up and I'm sorry for hurting you. If you ever need me, I'll be here for you." My mind is again in turmoil and I feel like I am dying. I have yet to tell any of my friends and family what has happened and I'm not sure that I will be able to. User Hyman Tolifus said, "This phrasing really turned my stomach. The way OP describes herself as broken and as an old maid is truly upsetting. She is far more than an incubator, yet it seems everyone around her has convinced her that her only value comes from her ability to reproduce." To this, user Melon of Fury said, "Reading that phrase, I really had to wonder how much of this is conditioning by those around her. She never really spoke about how she felt regarding children, more about how it affected those around her. I hope she gets a chance to speak with someone and really untangle her own feelings on the issue, because ripe with children just comes off as culty." A deleted user said, "That husband is a piece of shit. I don't understand what is up with some guys and their need to spread their seed, but he's been messing up this whole time. I hope that stays single and without children. Good on OP for moving forward, but I feel so sorry for all the shit she went through leading up to this." User Buttercup Cake said, "This jerk is beyond awful. Not only did he cheat on her, but he also made her feel like she deserved it for being infertile, all because he was too much of a cowardly piece of shit. I hope he trips and falls into a volcano." This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Hot Wolverine. The post is titled AITAH for kicking my son and his GF out. This situation has left me a bit confused, so one of my neighbors suggested I post it here. I'm a 55-year-old female with 2 children, George, 31, and Gabrielle, 29. Gabrielle recently got engaged, and I'm helping her plan the wedding in my spare time, which the entire family is very excited about, except for George. George recently divorced his wife of 7 years, Susanna, 28, after he said the spark had gone out. They have a set of twins together, Amy and Alice, who are 6 years old, and they are trying to establish a healthy co-parenting relationship. Susanna is a great mother to my grandkids, and I was disappointed in George for giving up so quickly on their relationship without even trying couples counseling. However, it wasn't my business or place to say anything. The drama started when George brought his new girlfriend to dinner at my house. He met Bethany, 25, through a work colleague, and they have been dating for 4 months. During dinner, Gabrielle and I were discussing flower arrangements when Bethany felt the need to ask George if he'd ever marry again. George coughed before replying that he'd have to think about it, which seemed to deflate Bethany. This caused Alice to cry about how she wants mommy and daddy to love each other again. George and Bethany just sat there while my granddaughter screamed. After I comforted Alice, I pulled George aside and asked if he was sure about Bethany. He told me that was none of my business. I replied that it was my business who he invited into my home and my grandchildren's lives, since I've been caring for them in my spare time while he works. George got angry and said it was Gabrielle's fault for mentioning weddings in the first place. I told him to stop acting like a child and to be happy for his sister. Then Bethany felt the need to insert herself into the conversation and told me that she and George were together no matter how much I liked his ex-wife. After that, I was done with the conversation and asked them both to leave. George and Bethany stormed off, flipped me the bird, and left my grandchildren at my house at 7 p.m. I had to call Susanna to collect the children since they had school in the morning, and I was attending a cake tasting with Gabrielle the next day. I feel like I shouldn't have to tell my 31-year-old son to be happy for his sister or argue with a random woman whom I've never met before in my own home. Am I the jerk? Update. I didn't expect this post to gain so much attention, and I want to thank everyone who gave their honest opinions and helpful suggestions. This situation happened a few hours ago, and I thought it was right to provide an update. Bethany came to my house to apologize for how she acted at dinner last week. She told me that she is 2 months pregnant and that George had broken up with her after she told him. He said he has too much responsibility and didn't want to be in the baby's life. I then spent the better part of 3 hours talking with Bethany about the baby and what she wants. She says she wants to keep the baby even if George refuses to be involved, and I told her that I would help with childcare if she needs it since she doesn't have any family living nearby. Before I got angry with with George, I thought I would call him and give him a chance to explain. George was angry that Bethany had shown up at my house and insisted that it wasn't his baby. I told him that he should get a paternity test, and he asked me for $500 to cover it since he's struggling. I told George that he needs to figure it out himself since he's about to be a father of 3 and that he better step up and do right by his kids. George then hung up. Well, 2 hours later, I got a call from Susanna saying that George hadn't picked up the kids as he'd previously agreed to, and could she drop them at my place because she had work. I agreed for her to drop off Amy and Alice and tried to call George again. I called 12 times, but they all went to voicemail. I don't know where George is and have called his place of employment to try to find out. However, they refused to tell me anything. I've agreed to watch Amy and Alice until Wednesday, and Susanna has reported this incident to CPS. I assume she plans to file for full custody, and I can't blame her. Right now, I'm worried that George has run off somewhere or done something irresponsible. I am disgusted and will not be doing him any favors in the future unless he has a very good explanation and accepts some responsibility. This was hard to write, but felt good to get off my chest. Thank you everyone for responding to my first post. User Ansult Goes said, Bethany should not have started that conversation as a dinner guest in your home. It was tactless and impolite of her to put George on the spot in front of everyone else. George is also wrong to blame his sister for Bethany's behavior. More than anything, he is wrong not to be more supportive and loving toward his children who have been through a lot. NTA. I would have told my son to never bring that woman back to my home, never show me his face again, and most of all, to act like his children are his priority. I'm disappointed because your behavior is unmanly. User Tracy Olivia said, you have a bigger issue at hand because Alice will likely hate every new partner, believing in her mind that they kept mommy and daddy from loving each other. Your main focus should be to explain to Alice that grown-ups fall out of love, and it has nothing to do with the love they have for her. It won't be healthy co-parenting if Alice already hates every woman who tries to replace her mom. She needs more attention and perhaps counseling. She had a strong reaction. 2 months later, OP gave us another update. Okay, so I made the original post about 2 months ago, and since then, things have been a bit crazy. I just wanted to update everyone as I had people asking if George was okay. In my first post, people suggested I give George some space and time to figure things out as a recently divorced father. However, after he ran off about 2 months ago, I ended up filing a missing persons report. I talked to George's workplace the day after I filed the report, and they told me he had given his 2 weeks notice about a month ago. I then tried calling George again, and he finally picked up. He told me he was okay, but that he had moved to another state and no longer wanted any contact with his children because it was all too much responsibility for him. I snapped at George and told him he couldn't just decide that he didn't want to be a father anymore. Then George told me he never wanted kids in the first place and that those kids don't look anything like me anyway. He then told me to off and hung up the call. After that, I informed the police department about what had happened so they would know George wasn't in any danger and that we knew his whereabouts. After that conversation, I just cried because I couldn't believe I had raised such a selfish person. Susanna has filed for full custody, and as far as I know, George is refusing to pay child support and will probably end up in jail at some point. Bethany is now 4 months pregnant and is having a boy. George is the father. Somehow, he managed to come up with the $500 for the paternity test, so he will have to pay child support since he doesn't plan on being in the baby's life. Bethany moved into my home in November since she's had trouble doing things herself, and her doctor says she's at risk of preeclampsia if she becomes too stressed during the pregnancy. During this time, we have gotten closer, and despite how our first meeting went, I have actually come to like Bethany. Sorry, this isn't the happy ending some of you were expecting. I have been following the advice I received from my first post and have not contacted George. He has not tried to contact me either. I can only hope that with time, he pulls himself together and manages to step up as a father. Again, thank you to everyone who gave helpful advice. I'm not sure if I will be updating further, however. Update 2. It's been over 6 months since my last update, and I completely forgot about this account. Much has happened in that time, so as requested, here is the update. First of all, Gabrielle is now married to her amazing fiancé, and I couldn't be more proud. The wedding was a small family affair at his parents' farm. George did not attend the wedding, but it was a beautiful ceremony all the same. Bethany has given birth to a healthy baby boy and has found an apartment and a new job. I am so proud of her for how well she is coping with everything. As suggested in my last post, we did get the twins therapy, and it has helped them heal throughout this whole process. After George took off and abandoned his children, our whole family needed time to heal and recover from the hurt and trauma. As for George, that's a messy situation. Roughly 4 months ago, George was found to be in possession of illegal substances and was arrested. When George first called me from the county jail, I thought he was trying to get money out of my husband and me. However, it just got worse and worse. He asked me to pay for a lawyer, and I explained that because of his actions, I couldn't afford to help him and that I couldn't trust him. George just sobbed and started apologizing for all he had done. I told him it was his kids he should be apologizing to. He kept sobbing and then told me there was another woman pregnant with his child. At first I didn't believe him, but then he gave details and I looked her up on Facebook. There was a picture of them as the profile picture. I hung up on him, disgusted yet still feeling somewhat responsible for what he has become. A few days later, we heard from George again and he told us his trial was in 2 months. He sounded so scared, but part of me thought this was what he needed to learn consequences, though I felt disgusted by my thoughts since he's still my son who I raised. My husband and I decided to attend the trial even though it was in the next state. We felt we had to for our son's sake and our peace of mind. I told Susanna and Bethany about our decision and they were bewildered, declining to attend. At the trial, George was found guilty of all counts, including criminal damage, robbery, and failure to pay child support. The judge sentenced him to 6 years with no plea deal due to the evidence. I didn't know how to feel. My grandkids won't see their dad for 6 years. It's been 4 months since then, and I'm still confused. George calls daily, crying, apologizing, begging us to get him out and to speak to his kids, which I've declined since Susanna hasn't given permission. Bethany decided on no contact with him or her son. I haven't reached out to his other girlfriend either. I'm unsure how to feel about that. This has been depressing, but I'm glad I updated. Thank you for reading. This is probably my last post. I hope we can recover and heal from this. This final post was made in the pro-revenge subreddit by a user named Forest Cabin. The post is titled, "Karen ends up looking like a pauper at her own wedding. I have known Pat for decades. As far as I can remember, she was fixated on having 5 children and a picket fence dream life. I slowly cut ties with her in college because she was an opportunist and I didn't trust her. She is both manipulative and forceful. Her idea of cute rubs me the wrong way. Pat likes to walk like a penguin when she wants to elicit pity, and she usually does this when she wants to evoke the underdog narrative. I've never seen someone act so despicably and ridiculously at the same time. I moved on with my life and happily got rid of her for years. Pat eventually found me on Facebook and I accepted her friend request out of politeness. Pat has become the epitome of a permissive mother. Her 5 kids do as they please and she never calls them out. She tried to force a relationship between me and her daughters, making them call me auntie. Pat even attempted to drop them at my house uninvited. Her phone calls were insistent. She tried to monopolize my time and began showing up at my job. I created some boundaries, so she tried to find loopholes. It was a nightmare. My husband and I hosted a party for the community center's new members. The community center is actually a very informal initiative, and my husband and I mainly serve the homeless population. We prefer to help strangers instead of catering to potentially narcissistic acquaintances. We don't mind lending a hand, but we have encountered truly dishonest choosing beggars. There are other services available, such as one member who helps women get their wedding and prom dresses for free. The community center's headquarters is actually a farm owned by an elderly couple. There is a barn, a venue, and a very nice green field with an artificial lake and some fowl. They charge for the use of their facilities, but not for community-oriented events. Pat had always been salty at her husband for demanding that she go back to work after baby number 3 while he worked 3 jobs. She demanded he get her pregnant to fulfill her dream of having 5 kids. He didn't agree because he was already nearly 45 and felt like he might never be able to retire. She got away with bringing new babies into this world anyway. Her fascination with being pregnant comes from all the attention she gets. She had at least 1 miscarriage between each child. Pat latched onto our group and never missed any of our activities. I hated having her in my house, but it was an open invitation that included virtually everyone, and she was very active as an event organizer. I didn't like the way her kids behaved. We have a designated area for parties and entertainment, but her kids ended up inside my bedroom. We ended up having to keep watch over them and enjoyed none of our own party. I called her days later to express my concerns about their overall behavior, but she completely cut me off and began talking about herself. She said her kids wanted to come visit again and use our pool, which I never answered because I didn't want to say, "No, I will not have your brats over." She also called me as summer was approaching specifically to let me know her middle daughter was bored and wanted to spend a week at our home. I politely declined, citing that my husband and I had to work and could not entertain guests. Pat paid no heed. Her child called me on the weekend, calling me auntie and attempting to coax me by saying, "Mom says you invited me to spend summer with you." I quickly clarified and offered an explanation to avoid hurting the child's self-esteem. Never mind, her daughter just hung up on me. Pat's Facebook also showed some red flags. Some cryptic rants here and there were visible, along with friends' comments and complaints about how she asked a particular person to watch her kids for only a couple of hours but ended up leaving them all day. Another friend criticized her girls' night out because Pat had just asked them to be patient and wait until she could pay back some money she owed them, yet she had money to spend on Friday night outings. I thought those very public comments on private matters were more like a cry of lost patience. Unpleasant things began to happen, like the time she volunteered to wrap Christmas presents for underprivileged kids. We all wanted to create a mix of less costly gifts with really nice ones. Surprisingly, some nice and eye-catching toys and games went missing but turned up under her Christmas tree. No one could prove anything, but it was infuriating. Or the time my daughter called me in tears to pick her up after attending Pat's daughter Casey's birthday party. My daughter had been ignored all night because she didn't gift Casey the expensive gaming stuff that Casey practically demanded. My daughter did ask, but I said no. We would buy her a very nice and thoughtful present according to her taste. So when I went to pick her up, my daughter was sitting alone in the living room while Casey and her friends stayed outside. Stories about Pat and her family multiplied. The owners of the farm decided to keep their gates locked unless they had guests or events because Pat got into the habit of driving in whenever she pleased. It was either her kids screaming and disturbing ongoing weddings, throwing rocks at the koi in the lake, or harassing the geese in the yard. There was also the incident where she stiffed another soccer mom with the lunch bill and then played the financially struggling card. Other parents began to dislike her because she created unnecessary hostile competition. When my daughter turned 13, I allowed her to wear my grandma's ring. It's not an expensive piece of jewelry, but it's vintage, and girls nowadays want to look boho. My granny gave it to me when I became a teenager, so I passed it on to my daughter so she could wear it during her birthday week. It was strange that she became quiet and distracted after that. She also didn't want to go to school, which made my husband and me suspicious. She never opened up, and my other kids had no clue. We went to her school, but her teachers assured us that nothing had changed in her environment. My husband and I suspected she was being bullied, but our daughter gave us no tools to support her. She is very sunny and compassionate. She has never had any problems with other kids. I called her best friend's mom for more information. Natalie, my kid's BFF, told us what was going on. Casey and my daughter had become close. I knew this and wasn't too thrilled. I found the age gap not exactly inappropriate, but I'd rather see my daughter spend time with friends in the same age range. Casey is very beautiful and a gifted student, but she is also very conceited. To make a long story short, Casey asked my daughter if she could try on the ring and then refused to give it back. She later claimed that she lost it but would look for it, which left my daughter distraught. My daughter kept asking for her ring, and as a result, Casey shunned her and spread the word that my kid was trying to steal her ring. Some kids at school took Casey's side, so now Casey wore my daughter's jewelry to school as if nothing happened. If that doesn't qualify as taunting, I don't know what does. My guilt comes from not being able to get my daughter to open up and feel safe telling me the truth. When I talked to her, she burst into tears. I felt both pained as a mother and furious that some teenage brat was doing this under our noses. I went straight to Pat's car after school. I asked to talk as Casey was about to go in. I grabbed Casey's hand and asked to see her jewelry. Casey froze and tried to make a fist, so I became relentless. Casey yelled, "Mom," and Pat struggled to get out of the car. I slid the ring off. At first, Pat yelled at me. After I confronted her with the engraving on the band, she argued that it had been loaned to her daughter by my kid. Then she claimed she bought it. I paid no heed. I warned them that I knew Casey had become an abusive friend to my daughter. Pat called me to tell me off. She said she was trying to raise an assertive young woman and that I had just messed that up by being overbearing. She never apologized for her thieving child. Pat's husband, Hank, is what can be described as a doormat. Pat wore him down to a nub. He had no choice but to obey her to keep the peace. She was a bully who actively withdrew affection when he didn't follow her wishes, even in public. As a result, she managed to have kids 4 and 5 after a relentless campaign that included leaving him for 2 months. Her pregnancies were a nuisance because she expected to be treated like the only woman who has ever been pregnant. She strolled around in a wheelchair almost immediately after getting pregnant and would get very sick on weekends. So her kids were often sent to friends and family so that she could rest. Pat systematically bullied Hank. She would leave town and take the kids with her. Poor Hank would look distraught, drinking on his porch, or just appearing really lonely. This is how she got off the hook and was able to leave her job. Hank had virtually no voice, so he struggled to keep the marriage together. Everyone liked him, but hated her equally. Hank loved talking to other people, but seemed concerned that Pat would be upset. Over time, according to my husband, Hank began to show signs of depression and mental distress. Our friend Lena runs the Wedding Prom Dress Initiative. It's not complicated. Dresses are sourced from donations, eBay, trunk shows, etc. Unusually beautiful dresses are retained so that more than one bride gets to wear them. In some cases, a bride will pay $50, but most of the time, the dresses are donated. Pat was involved in this initiative. Lena kept her on because they never had any issues and her task was limited to just shipping the dresses out. However, when Pat decided to renew her vows, her bridezilla attitude became the icing on the cake. For starters, she bullied another couple into giving up their wedding date at the farm because she needed her renewal to match her exact wedding date. They were not impressed with her harassment and booked another venue instead. As a result, the farm owners were angry because Pat was already costing them money after she had successfully negotiated a cut in their rate because she couldn't afford it but would repay them by doing maintenance work around the venue. Pat became attached to a particular dress that was already assigned to another bride. Lena made it clear that Pat would need to pay for her own dress, so Pat played it cool and shipped the wrong gown instead. She was adamant that it was the right dress despite all the notes on Lena's agenda. The other bride was truly gracious about it. She was obviously disappointed but never made a scene. What bothered me most is that I picked that dress and bought it for $40 at a garage sale. It was a vintage dress, ankle length, white with lots of lace, and a huge bargain. Again, when confronted, Pat did a Casey and used the "this is mine" strategy. We felt so bad for the other bride that we did our best to get her something nice to wear. The other bride was a true fighter. She had pulled herself out of welfare, earned her high school diploma, and was working to get on her feet by trying to earn a certificate as an acrylic nail technician. So her reward was to have some Karen steal her dress. Pat never admitted to messing up, but just by the fact that she claimed it was her dress, we knew. Lena never allowed Pat in her warehouse again. Their last phone fight ended with Pat bringing up the other bride's past and saying, "This conversation is over, it's my dress and you are mistaken." That was weeks before the other bride's wedding. Pat went all out on her wedding decor. She spent way too much. She hired a caterer for some food, but the wedding invitation included a request for specific dishes for her Sunday brunch wedding. Either she ran out of banquet money or was in complete moocher mode. I picture the penguin walking around practically asking everyone to supply her wedding reception grub, and I cringe. There is nothing wrong with potluck weddings. In fact, they can be a nice addition to a cozy, family-oriented wedding reception. But don't you need to at least be close to your guests in order to ask for such a thing? Even I got an invitation. I told everyone I wasn't going because I was very uncomfortable being told what to bring and was probably expected to give them a cash gift on top of that. Some of the older ladies in our group agreed. Others said they wouldn't decline in advance because she is a bully and they didn't want a confrontation. Lena called me the night before Pat's re-wedding. Lena was there to close the Saturday night bingo and Pat was awfully friendly, but that's what she does whenever things are going her way. Lena peeked into the garment bag and saw the exact same dress while Pat was caught up supervising the wedding decorations. The thing with Karens is that they expect everyone to suck it up or make their dreams come true, or they simply underestimate everyone and think we are all fools. Lena is a very straightforward person with a "so sue me" attitude. She told me she would just ruin the dress. After all, it was hers, so she could do whatever she wanted. If Pat wanted to take legal action and if things got ugly, she would need to prove ownership. However, the dress was the same. The marks inside the hem and the tags were identical. Even the tag numbers that were punched to identify each dress for logistics purposes matched. Pat had the dress altered, adding some extra beading and dyeing it to a deep cream color, but it was obviously the same garment. Lena and I snuck in before the venue closed for the night. All brides are allowed to stay in a small bedroom for a small charge so they don't have to drive in on their wedding day. Honestly, the makeshift chapel was gorgeous. I don't know how she paid for it, but it was full of flowers and presumptuous details. I naively brought in some ink to spill on the dress, but Lena said she wanted something more awful, like a nasty surprise. Ink would be too obvious, and if Pat saw it ahead of time, she might be able to snag another gown from somewhere. No, the ideal thing was to have her trust that the dress was fine. So Lena locked herself in a bathroom stall and completely cut out the back panel. She patiently put it back on its hanger and zipped up the bag. We left through the emergency door with the back of the dress stuffed inside Lena's purse. I absolutely hate people who target and steal from anyone they calculate to be in a weaker position. The wedding was scheduled for 9 a.m. Pat called me at 7 a.m., but I ignored her calls. I picked up by 8 a.m., both curious and wondering if she suspected anything. Pat was frantic. She was crying that her dress was missing by half. I purposely made her explain, being annoyingly dense and continually interrupting her like she does, stalling the conversation. She asked me if I could lend her my wedding dress. I said no, sorry. Then she asked if I would help her get a dress. I was satisfied to remind her that the town's bridal shops were closed on Sunday and that the others that would open were almost an hour away. The farm is already nearly an hour away from our town. If Pat could get a shop to rent a dress, she would need to try it on and get it steamed. Even if the dress was ready to wear, it would easily take more than 2 hours. She tried to ask me to go pick a dress for her. Even if a shop were open and brought her a dress, it would add to the cost. Also, these shops open at 10 or 9:30 at the earliest. By the time they got to her, it would be time to wrap up the wedding because she needed to clear the venue by 12 o'clock for the next event. She broke down and mumbled some incoherent stuff I didn't understand. Pat then hung up on me and called Lena instead. She asked Lena to bring her anything she had available. Lena and I ended up delivering the most outdated, moss-smelling, oversized dress. Pat's disappointment was a mix of anger and emotion. She also tried to wear her knee-length silk bridal slip as a wedding dress, but it looked too obvious and really cheap. She attempted to get her daughter to give her own dress to wear, which had an open back zipper due to fitting issues, but Casey refused, asking if she was supposed to attend the wedding naked. The dress needed a petticoat to plump up the skirt, which wasn't available, so it dragged all over the floor, and Pat had to keep pulling it up. She walked down the aisle with one hand on her bouquet and the other grabbing her dress. The dress looked limp and awkward with the arrangements of pins that caused the sleeves and neckline to pucker into messy rims. She spent the ceremony looking uncomfortable and out of place. Very few people attended, but that wasn't part of any revenge. It was just how people reacted to her entitled attitude. The dress looked awful. The reception portion of the wedding had all this princely decoration, a very nice cake, and a bridezilla in a dress from hell. I didn't stay, but I was told that she was so disappointed she spent her wedding sulking. There was no dance and no actual speech. She had to change into a shirt and leggings because the dress was too uncomfortable. Everyone talked about how Pat put on her flip-flops and walked around aimlessly until she ordered the ushers to start folding up the chairs within 1 hour of the reception. So she practically kicked everyone out, and the cake was never cut. Pat wasn't the same after this. She became quieter and avoided everyone. I think she was disappointed that nobody ran to her rescue, not even her family who came from out of town. Her husband finally cracked under all the pressure and sought some help. He was slaving away and coming home to clean the house while Pat used her kids as an excuse to spend like crazy. Hank also had to help with the kids' homework because Pat never had the time or patience. She also refused to get a part-time job so her kids could attend after-school programs and get help with their schoolwork. Therapy seemed to help Hank because the last time Pat left with her kids, he didn't seem distraught. He was riding his bicycle and appeared more relaxed while mowing his lawn. Hank told my husband that he had contemplated suicide after their third child. When Pat returned, he maintained the routine, but became interested in going out by himself and doing things for himself. We began to see Pat alone all the time. Hank was seen less and less in the same car and eventually moved in with his parents. He filed for divorce on the grounds of emotional cruelty, but I don't think he won. Instead, there was some sort of settlement or agreement that she would not get close to or interact with him unless it had to do with the kids. I also don't know if Pat even suspected who or what happened to her dress. She slowly pulled away from the community center and became less active in social gatherings. Pat also removed me from her Facebook as well as most everyone else from school and the center. User BLTLC said, I hate to see men like Hank taken advantage of. You can see the dimming in their eyes as time slowly erodes the excuses they've created for why their partner's wants come before their own needs and well-being. I'm glad Hank got out. If left to a parasite like Pat, she would have pushed him to his breaking point and played his death for pity from the community, as if she had no idea how he fell into overwhelming misery, until she realized her unreasonable standard of living would have died with him. Only then do I believe she would understand the true loss of a man like Hank. OP, I feel that you and Lena may have had a hand in saving Hank's life since your actions precipitated a reality check that notably pulled Pat's impositions back, perhaps even enough for Hank to consider an option other than death to escape her abuse. I'm not trying to conflate revenge with heroism, but I don't believe Pat would have stopped her course of action without this rare public disappointment in her life in which she ran out of people, except her own self, to whom she could point blame and bully. Maybe on that day, mocking his first commitment to Pat, Hank saw that her happiness was not rooted enough in him for her to even stop sulking because she didn't get the pretty dress she felt she deserved. This shows that the occasion was not enough about their relationship. Perhaps on that day, Hank realized how not even family sacrificed more than they reasonably should, and how few people even voluntarily wanted to gather for her. Maybe on that day, Hank started noticing others expressing feelings he had not previously allowed himself to entertain. Dutiful men often deny themselves the thought of dissent, for better or worse. In the end, I'm happier for Hank's improvement than for any schadenfreude concerning Pat. I know neither of them, and I recognize I've made enormous assumptions in my post, but this is the moral I've decided to take from your story. Abusers hurt more people than we realize, and we can't just leave abuse to its own devices. Thank you for sharing, OP. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, I ran into my ex-wife's sister at the store. After catching up, she asked me on a date. I have mixed feelings. Quick background. My ex-wife is the same age as me, and I have not seen her since we divorced 3 years ago. There was nothing juicy about the divorce, just 2 kids who got married too young, too soon, and realized it too late. We divorced pretty amicably, and she ended up moving away. I did as well for a time, but I came back home last year. I had no idea what my ex was doing and didn't really care. I got along with her family until the end, although I did not know her sister that well since either we were in college or she was in college. However, I had met her several times and had a cordial relationship with her. I never felt any weird vibes while married to her sister. My ex was not really close with her sister, but they also did not have any ill will toward each other. Anyway, Riley told me that my ex is engaged and happy, which I was actually glad to hear. She said her parents are doing well and even asked her a little while ago if she knew what I was doing, which she didn't because I don't keep in contact with anyone from her family. We do have some mutual friends, but I don't think Riley really knows them that well. It was a nice conversation. Before we finished talking, Riley asked me if I would like to have a drink with her sometime. I thought maybe she just wanted to catch up in a better setting, but then she said, but I understand if you don't want to go on a date with your ex-wife's sister, so it's a date. I ended up exchanging numbers with her and lightly asked how her parents would feel about it. She replied, they would probably be happy that I found someone they liked. I figured I'd rather have the number and not use it than wonder if I should have gotten it. I guess I was also just happy that an attractive woman asked me for my number. She did mention in our conversation before she asked me out that she was always surprised that her sister let such a good guy go, which I corrected by saying it was definitely mutual, not all on my ex. Riley is very pretty and I enjoyed talking to her. I like her family. If I had just run into her as a stranger without any history, it would have made my day to have been asked out like that. But I keep thinking that it's weird. She's obviously a grown woman now, but she was a teenager when I started dating my ex-wife. I would feel strange going to her parents and saying, hey, I've decided to give your other daughter a try. Then there's the question of how my ex would feel about it. Would it ruin her relationship with her sister? If we got serious, I'd have to see my ex at functions, which doesn't bother me that much but is still odd, you know? Then I get these intrusive thoughts like, is this my unconscious trying to make my failed marriage seem like a success? What if Riley has the same tendencies that made my ex and me incompatible? But then again, I'm also not being fair to Riley. Riley has a great family. She seems to have her life together and was enjoyable to talk to. I feel like I'm allowing my past to throw away a potentially great partner. I don't know, I'm really confused. Edit 1, I can't post an official update yet, so here's the best I can do. I have read through your comments, taken my lashings from some, and received some weird, creepy personal messages from others who, as one person put it, understood why I wanted to knock boots with my ex's sister. In fact, it was the creepy pro messages that actually changed my mind more than the people telling me not to go on the date. I texted Riley and told her that I don't think it is appropriate for us to go on a date. I said that I enjoyed talking to her and catching up, but that we should only be cordial if we see each other out. Nothing more. Maybe I shouldn't have said this, but I also told her that it was nothing personal against her. She seems like a really great person, but given my history with her sister, it just isn't appropriate. She replied that she understood and respected my decision, but also said that she didn't think my ex-wife would have a problem with it. However, I was steadfast and reiterated that I still don't think it's appropriate. I also learned a lot about myself here. If you read some of my comments, you might have seen this, but I'll try to summarize. I miss being a husband. I miss being in a loving marriage. I don't miss my ex-wife, but I miss what we once had and want that again. I didn't know I felt that way, at least consciously, until I spoke to Riley. I think her being my ex-wife's sister brought out some feelings in me that were never unlocked by the women I dated in the interim because they were detached enough from my previous marriage that I could still repress those feelings. I didn't realize how lonely I was and how much I craved having a woman to come home to, not just to receive love, but to give it. I think I focused so much on my career and other things in my life that I buried those feelings after my divorce. Finally, call me dumb, naive, oblivious, emotionally unintelligent, etc. But I'm not a bad person and I never intended to destroy anyone's relationships. I also wasn't thinking about sex. If you see some of my replies, I didn't even consider some of the conundrums involved. I was thinking with a heart that confused scar tissue with being healed. As for Riley, I don't know what her intentions were, and at this point I don't care. I'm not going on that date with her. I'm going to talk to a professional about my unresolved love issues. Thank you to everyone here for opening my eyes, even if you were a jerk, except for the person who basically accused me of being a PDO, you can screw off. Edit 2, I'm going to bed. I've been up way too late with this. I've tried to respond as best as I can. For those who didn't even read the whole thing, I don't care about your opinion. For those who did and offered constructive feedback, even if I didn't like it, thanks for your input. This has blown up so much. I'll give you all an update if anything else of note transpires. User Atomic Poetry said, many moons ago, during my high school days, my older sister dated a guy who enjoyed the same video game as I did. We would chat about it for hours whenever I saw him, but our relationship was purely platonic. They broke up after a while. 5 years later, I met him again at a convention. He asked me out, but I declined. When I told my sister, her response was, I knew he broke up with me because he was in love with you. That was over 25 years ago, and she still mentions it at Christmas, calling me a boyfriend stealer. Today, she's happily married and has kids. OP, don't do it. User the Dissolutionist said, politely decline because this is a chaotic mess in the making. Don't think with your dick, chief. User Linzava said, you know how when you're watching one of those movies where the main character keeps making decisions that lead to unnecessary drama, despite little motivation pushing them toward those choices, you're screaming at the TV screen not to do it? That's exactly what you're doing here. You even stated that you barely know her. Why? Just leave it alone unless you enjoy stirring up trouble for fun. She doesn't know you that well either, so she's either up to something or she loves drama. If you say yes, that means you love drama too. Update. Okay, wow, good God, this became a whole mess. I really believed I was being optimistic thinking my previous post might get 50 comments. It's like 2,000 now or something. I think it was #1 on the page for an entire day. I saw the damn thing on YouTube, for God's sake. And the worst part is that some internet Reddit tabloid covered it in detail. I didn't even know that was a thing. I have never felt so out of touch and dumb. I'm in a much better headspace now. If I had written this last week, it would have been pretty dark. A lot has transpired in such a short period of time, so I will do my best to keep it chronological, but if I jump ahead or lose track, forgive me. I'm not going to recap anything from my last post. Go back and read it if you want. Also, I'm sure you all assumed this, but all of these names are fake. The post wasn't, but boy, I wish it were. Just to be clear, I'm going to use a lot of quotes. These are to the best of my recollection. I didn't have a stenographer. I also sent this to everyone and got permission from all to post it. I want to give a shout out to all the commenters and the people who DM'd me. I did not respond to any of you. I don't know, I wanted to keep some distance from this getting more personal than it already is, but I read them and appreciated them. I especially appreciated those of you who also miss being a wife or husband. You were seen and heard, and it made me feel less alone there. Thank you. Finally, I may be dumb, but good lord, some of you are just depraved. I may have some work to do, but some of you are the worst. After the post got swamped, I went out and bought some beer because I was kind of freaking out. I drank almost an entire 12-pack, and I'm not a drinker, so that does a number on me. 2 beers get me pretty buzzed. I think I was up until 1 in the morning or something. I ended up calling off work because I was very tired and hungover. I also read some of my comments and realized that I was kind of a jerk in some of them. I was drunk. I'm not a mean drunk, but I guess I was feeling pretty exhausted and thought F it. I owe some of those people an apology. The next day, I got a text from Riley with a link to the post. Now I know what it's like to have a bowling ball dropped on your stomach. My divorce was such a slow burn that I never experienced that gut-punching feeling, at least not to this level. Maybe gut-punching is too mild. I should have said cannonball to the face. I'll spare you the entire text conversation, not for your sake, but for mine. Apparently, Riley is no stranger to Reddit, and she was gobsmacked when she read my post and immediately knew it was me. I finally called her, and the first couple of minutes involved crying and tongue lashings, although not as bad as I was anticipating. I tried to explain to Riley that I did not think the post would blow up like that, and that I was genuinely confused about the situation. It felt like there was no one to talk to about it. I apologized profusely, and thankfully she calmed down a bit so we could have a civil conversation. Riley told me that she wasn't overly upset with me and she understood why I made the post. She admitted that asking me out was a stupid thing to do. What really hurt her was how many people thought she was trying to undermine or cause pain for her sister, which she assured me and asked me to assure everyone was absolutely not the case. However, she acknowledged that looking back on it, she understood why people might have felt that way. It really hurt her to see people say such nasty things about her, and I have to admit that it hurt me too. However, I also have to acknowledge that so many people said it that it caused some doubt in me. I'm now kind of ashamed of that. Riley is not a bad person, and I'll provide more on this in a bit. Riley called me after she had spoken with her sister, my ex-wife Julia, to do some damage control. She basically begged and pleaded with Julia not to be mad at her. Julia, to her credit, handled it very well. A lot of these conversations are pretty redundant, so I'm trying to condense them as best I can. A quick aside, what a lot of you don't understand is that we are all human beings here. I think many people take the worst example of someone they've heard about in different posts and project that person's motives or demeanor onto someone like Riley. What some of you also don't understand is that my ex-wife Riley, her family, and I have a lot of history, 99% of which you do not know about, nor do you have any idea what the dynamics are. You oversimplify these situations without nuance. I get it. You were working with what I gave you, but maybe try not to completely criticize someone you don't know or assign nefarious motives to them because you read a horror story about a different person in another post. I will explain this in more detail, and hopefully some of you will understand that Riley is not a bad person. She was not trying to compete or get one over on her sister. In fact, the person who advocated against these ideas the most was her sister, my ex-wife. Riley and I eventually had a good conversation. I told her that I understand if she's angry with me and never wants to see or hear from me again, but to my surprise, she said that she had mostly forgiven me. Despite how hurtful many of your comments were, it did sink in that what she did was a little messed up. We had a moment of commiseration when she mentioned that when people brought up things about the two of us that were explicitly sexual, she hadn't gotten that far in her mind either, and reading those comments was as jarring for her as it was for me. We both laughed about how naive we were not to even consider that aspect of a potential relationship. No offense, she said to me, but the more I think about it, the grosser I realize it is. I'll get into this more in the next conversation, which involved Riley telling me that Julia wanted to call and talk to me. In my mind, I gulped, but figured I deserved it from both barrels, so I told her that I was okay with that. After we hung up, maybe 5 minutes later, I received a text from an unknown number. However, it was made clear in the message that it was my ex-wife. She said she wanted to talk to me face to face, but since she lived 2 hours away, she couldn't just drive up here. She suggested Skype or Zoom, and I agreed to that. The only condition on her end was that her fiancé, Tom, would be listening in on the entire conversation, but she assured me that Tom mostly wanted to stay out of it. She explained that the only reason for this was that she was not comfortable having a conversation with her ex-husband behind her fiancé's back, which I understood. A couple of hours later, I fired up the laptop and got on Skype. There on the call was my ex-wife. She hadn't changed much at all, though her hair was lighter than I remembered. I had not seen or spoken to this woman in 3 years. Looking back, and to my delight, while it was a bit surreal to be talking with her, I did not experience any flood of feelings when I saw her. I didn't have any "oh my god, I still love her" revelations. Thank God, because after everything that had transpired, I was no longer sure of myself about anything. But there she was in the screen flesh. I wasn't sure I would ever see her again after our divorce. When she saw me, she smiled and waved. I think there was a hi or something like that. Then she leaned into the screen. "You're an idiot." I put my hand over my eyes and groaned. Thankfully, I could hear her giggling. I finished my game of peekaboo to see her smiling and shaking her head. She called her fiancé over and introduced me to him. Tom seemed in good spirits. He was a handsome guy. I apologized to him and assured him that I wasn't here for anything underhanded. He put up his arms and said, "The less I'm involved, the better." I almost left this part out because I'm already chapped enough that some people think this is fake, and it seems like a creative writing comment, but screw it, I don't care. Tom, with a sly grin, said, "I asked Julia if I should thank you for divorcing her, but she didn't think that was funny." She slapped his shoulder and replied, "Do you want to sit on the couch now or sleep on it later?" Tom leaned in and said, "Nice meeting you," before scurrying off. Julia told me that he didn't want to be a part of this and that it was actually her insistence he listen in. What followed next was a bit of a whirlwind. I'm going to do my best here to summarize. Full disclosure, there are going to be some things relating to why we divorced that I am not going to include here because it isn't for any of you. But I can say that regarding those conversations, I never realized how much I would value the closure I got from them. First, regarding Riley, not only was Julia not angry with Riley, but she also said she wasn't even surprised. I was taken aback by this. It's not that Julia didn't blow her top. That isn't very surprising since Julia is pretty good at regulating her emotions, but to say she almost expected it was something I wasn't anticipating. I started to wonder if Riley hadn't been honest with me, if some of you were correct that there was some weird sibling rivalry thing going on here, and I almost wish there were because the truth was even more difficult for me to process. Julia said that had Riley done this immediately after our divorce, she would have slapped her silly, but having a few years away from the divorce allowed her to process what was going on. In the end, I discovered things about both Julia and Riley that I never knew. I feel like it will make more sense if I start with Julia. She had read the Reddit post, including all of my comments. She said I might be surprised to learn that she had already gone through the same emotions I was experiencing, and this was not a small part of the reason she wanted to talk to me. Despite everything, she cared enough about me to want me to find happiness, and I know I expressed the same about her in my last post. She mentioned that a couple of months after our divorce was finalized, she went through a brief period where she thought she had made a terrible mistake. She had moved away, didn't have as many people to talk to, and became very depressed and lonely. She said that one time was so bad that she had a panic attack while discussing it with one of her friends, and if not for the old paper bag breathing technique, she would have hyperventilated. She also nearly reached out to me to ask if I would take her back. Her friend insisted that she get into therapy, which she did, and she discovered that it was not me she missed. It was having a companion. She encouraged me to seek therapy as well because she said it enabled her to move on. After reading what I had written, she felt it was deja vu and wanted me to know that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. She had obviously told Tom all of this well before we had that conversation. I'm also only typing the next part because I can already hear "Run, Tom, run" in the comments. Julia asked Tom if he was okay with her sharing this with me, and if not, we would stick to discussing Riley. But Tom said that she might as well get it all out there. After reading my post, he felt bad for me. We talked about our divorce. As I mentioned, a lot of what we discussed I'm not going to share. However, I noted in my last post that sometimes Julia would be okay with something even when she wasn't. She admitted that she had a problem doing this and has worked on it since. She and Tom communicate much better now, and our problems were not entirely my fault. She said that she could be a bit jaded and cynical, but also acknowledged that for my part, I was entirely too naive and optimistic about everything. She said she loved how positive my outlook was and how I always saw the best in everything and everyone when we were first together. But eventually, as she put it, when we got out of college and life happened, there were moments where she felt I was almost dismissive of her feelings because I held on to the mantra of everything will work out in the end. If she had an issue with someone, she felt my optimism made it seem like I was taking that person's side. Are you sure they meant it that way? She said that sometimes she just wanted her husband to be mad with her and not try to play peacekeeper. She also pointed out that I was, and I'll own this, many of you saw it firsthand, awful at picking up cues. I won't forget this line. My parents' dog could tell I was upset and you couldn't. Do you understand how frustrating it is when you have to spell everything out for your husband? Do you know how exhausting that is? She explained that even when she did try to communicate clearly, I was too caught up in trying to find every little silver lining that I became tone deaf to her feelings. Finally, regarding this, she accepted some responsibility. My biggest mistake was never spelling that out to you. I tried to spare your feelings too many times, and in doing so, I was putting a band-aid on an amputation. She said that part of what prevented her from doing that was her feeling that I was such a pure soul that conveying her true feelings would somehow corrupt me, that I would become jaded and cynical like her. That was really hard to hear, but I needed to hear it. Some of you suspected that I was almost childishly oblivious, and you weren't entirely wrong. In fact, I think I was pretty curt with someone over that, and to some extent, I probably owe them an apology, although I still don't think their particular critique was entirely in good faith. If I'm wrong about both of those things, then I'm sorry, and believe me, I apologize to her as well. On to Riley. Julia said that Riley and I were actually a lot alike in that respect. Riley, in her opinion, was also naive and trusting to a fault. I learned some things here as well. Apparently, Riley looked up to me as a husband way more than I ever realized. Julia said she always knew Riley had a little crush on me. Not in the sense, according to Julia, that she wanted me for herself, but she always enjoyed being around me. Julia suspects that because we share some similarities in our personality traits, Riley pictured someone like me as the ideal husband. When Julia and I were around people, we really were the perfect couple. People were very surprised to hear about our divorce because all of our problems were internal. We did not fight in public or around anyone else. Also, since Riley did not see us all the time, she was getting a very truncated version of our marriage, which always looked great. Julia said that Riley would talk about how nice and funny I was, how well I treated her, and how she knew Julia could trust me. Even in our rocky stages, Julia never had the heart to tell Riley that it eventually became a facade. Julia admitted this was also a mistake. She wanted Riley to view me in that way with the hope that she would find a nice guy herself. If Riley learned about my flaws, she might feel like her picture of a good man would be shattered and end up with someone who treated her poorly. Julia told me that while a guy like me turned out not to be right for her, he would probably be great for her little sister because her sister was always bubbly and optimistic like me. She even gave me an anecdote. Riley was dating a guy in college who did something pretty shady, and Riley asked her, would OP do something like that? Julia told her that I wouldn't. The next week, when Julia spoke with Riley again, she found out Riley had dumped him. I asked her if she really thought that had something to do with it. Julia laughed and said, "You still don't get it." I guess I can see what she was saying. Someone in the last post kind of called all of this. Julia said that Riley has since had some extremely toxic relationships because, as she said, Riley was easy to take advantage of. She always tried to make the best of everything, which at times made her a bit of a doormat. Julia warned me that I was susceptible to this as well and that I was lucky to have avoided it. Her guess was that Riley saw me, and between her picture of me as this perfect husband and her string of bad relationships, she felt that dating me would ensure she finally had the good husband she always wanted. Julia felt that Riley was so excited to find Mr. Right that she did not even think about what dating her ex-brother-in-law might entail. She chalked it up to Riley having tunnel vision or horse blinders. Julia laughed while telling me that during her conversation with Riley, she was somewhat shocked at how little her sister had thought it through. She said that even I, in my post, had considered things that had not sunk in for Riley. She also chastised me a bit. She hated the line in my post, "My ex-wife and her sister were not that close." Julia said this was another glaring example of how oblivious I was since she felt that she and Riley were always very close sisters. She said it was even out of character for me to believe that, as my default would be to think everyone was best friends. I told her that I knew they texted but didn't hang out a lot, to which, my god, what an idiot I am, she replied, "She was going to college a few states away, you dumbass. When were we supposed to hang out?" She pointed out that I even mentioned that in my own damn post. I really am a man baby. Haha. No wonder she divorced me. So maybe Riley and I should date after all, right? No chance. Haha. Julia said that while if she really thought it would be best for Riley, she could accept it. She wouldn't like it, but she could accept it. Julia said I badly needed therapy, so did Riley for that matter, and I guess that's underway. But Julia felt like we would just enable each other's naivete. While this is harsh, she said our relationship as is would become so juvenile that eventually when either of us needed the other to be the adult in the room, we would not be capable of providing that for one another and we both would probably become bitter and resentful. She felt that while Julia and I were incompatible because we weren't alike enough, Riley and I would never work because we were too alike. She said that she and Tom were alike enough to share many of the same interests and understand each other's needs, but they had enough differences to complement one another and introduce new or different dynamics to the relationship to help it mature and grow. She felt like Riley and I would experience a honeymoon phase followed by a crash and burn, not a slow burn like Julia and me, but a ticking time bomb. She believed it would quickly stagnate. She also said that selfishly, on her end, she feared if things between me and Riley didn't work out, Riley might resent her. I asked about my mill and Phil, I'm not going to say X because that's just tedious and what they would think. Julia said she felt if she gave an enthusiastic blessing, they would probably be happy for us. However, she was not capable of doing that. Therefore, Emile and Phil would likewise not be happy with the relationship because they would hate the tension it could cause between their two daughters. She said one thing I wasn't wrong about was that her father and mother thought very highly of me. However, she told me once again that I was only focusing on the best case scenario and seemed oblivious or aloof to the harmony they would obviously want regarding their two daughters' relationship with one another. In my last post, I did come to that realization, though I can't say I did it alone. I was also told by Julia to put this in the post. I know my sister better than you do, and I know that while what she did was ill-conceived, she didn't mean me any harm. If you want to continue to believe that she did, knock yourself out. Julia also wanted me to mention that she does not believe I groomed Riley in any way, and she knows I never cheated on her physically or emotionally. She even joked, if some woman ever wanted you to cheat, you probably wouldn't even pick up on it. I mentioned this in the last post, but if you all understood the logistics, I wouldn't have even had the opportunity. Finally, she basically told me to go to therapy, not to date for a few months while going, and to focus on healing myself. She assured me, with Tom in the room, that overall I was a wonderful man who would make someone very happy because I had more positive traits than negative ones. However, she said that I had some growing up to do before that time, so I wouldn't repeat the same mistakes I made with her. Though she reiterated that our divorce was a two-way street, she also acknowledged that she had a lot of growing up to do at that time. Last weekend, to cap it off, we had an ex-family meeting. This was done in person at MIL and Phil's house. It was really nice to see them, and they were very welcoming, although Phil pulled me aside, shook his head, and said, "Why in the hell did you think it was a good idea to get the opinions of a bunch of idiots on the internet?" While I understood his point, I'll defend you guys. You all were very helpful. It was me, Julia, Tom, Riley, and Mill, and FIL. I'll save some time and space partially because I'm sick of typing, but also because most of what we talked about I already covered. The biggest revelation here is that Mill confessed that part of this might have been her fault. She said that she loved Tom and was excited for him to be in the family, but in the interim between our divorce and Julia and Tom getting serious, Mill would sometimes bring up to Riley that it was a shame OP and Julia couldn't work it out, and say things like, "He was such a nice man, I hope he is doing okay." She said that while she never told Riley to try to date me or even hinted at it, looking back, she might have signaled to Riley that she and FIL would love to have OP back in the family. She said she never meant any harm by it, but she probably should have let me go instead of bringing me up in those contexts, no matter how well-meaning they were. Phil then said that he remembered telling Riley years ago as a joke that he was sad he was going to lose his fishing buddy, and he said maybe he should have done the same and not said anything. Riley, for her part, said that she did feel that Mill and Phil would be excited for her to date me, but she apologized to Julia because she felt that she was only thinking about herself and her parents. She admitted it was inexcusable how little she considered her sister. She said that she foolishly thought Julia would be over it, and how insensitive and dismissive that feeling was. I opened up to all of them and said that I was guilty of the same. I should have been much more in tune with the potential blowback than I was. I should have known what a bad idea it was from the start, but I had a bunch of baggage I wasn't even aware of. I also apologized for the Reddit post and said that had I just gone to therapy to share it there, I could have saved all of us a lot of pain. By the end, we all hugged. I even hugged Tom, poor Tom. Phil, in his jolly old way, said, "Well, I have 2 daughters I couldn't be more proud of. I'm excited to welcome a wonderful son-in-law to the family, and OP, you're going to make someone a great husband someday." Julia even pulled me aside later and said, "If you ever want to go fishing with my dad, I'm okay with that. He could really use his fishing buddy back." I know it's a corny ending, but damn it, that almost brought a tear to my eye. I didn't ask him there, but I am going to keep it on the back burner. This is going to be it. I'm so done with this. I learned a lot about myself and I need a lot of therapy. Riley and I will be friendly if we see each other, but we won't be dating. I might go fishing with Phil sometime, but I'm going to wait until this all dies down. I wish Julia and Tom the best. While I have no pretenses about being invited to their wedding, we ended on good terms and I got a lot of closure. I really do hope they have a happy and healthy life. I also know that one day I'll find the right person too. It just won't be from that family. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "The guy that I am dating is learning ASL for my brother, but my friends think it's creepy. I met John in a college class last semester. He's an overall great guy, very respectful and kind. He also has a great sense of humor and we have lots of similar interests. We've been friends since then and started dating this July. He's the first person I've ever dated in my life. Last September, he met my family when I visited home for my brother's birthday. My brother has been deaf since birth, so my whole family communicates with him either through sign language, Trev's lip reading, or through text. During our small celebration at home, it was clear that my parents liked John. He was very charming, funny, and respectful. He even tried to connect with Trev by typing some of his jokes for Trev to read. Whenever John would tell a story, either I or my parents would sign for Trev. My parents said they were happy that I found a sweet and caring guy in John. Of course, I'm glad to hear this. Before we went back, John and Trev had a quick Call of Duty gaming session. For someone with Trev's condition, he is a really talkative guy. He's very expressive and likes to communicate a lot, especially when gaming. Of course, he couldn't outright trash talk, but he does the closest thing with his hands. So there we were in Trev's room with John and Trev playing while I was translating for them. I was laughing way too hard because Trev was trying his best to trash talk John by saying he's weak and trying to say all these expletives while I was trying my best to tone it down for John. Meanwhile, I was also translating John's instructions and strategies for Trev. Also, because this was the first time John met my family, he was saying all these praises to Trev like, "Good job," or "We can do it better next time." Although I know that deep down, he also wanted to trash talk my brother. The two of them got along pretty well, and they've been having some online gaming sessions since then. 2 weeks ago, John visited home with me again for my mom's birthday. There, he surprised everyone by communicating with Trev through ASL. John was still at the alphabet stage along with some basic words and some rehearsed phrases, but we were all delighted that he even made the effort. Trev's face lit up, and I've never seen him happier having a new long-term friend with low communication barriers. Apparently, John had been watching some YouTube tutorials and got a free subscription to Skillshare to learn ASL. The two of them had another gaming session again, and this time, John and Trev could communicate more directly. Of course, it was still kind of slow and I still had to do some translating, but I could tell Trev was having a great time. They also got more comfortable with each other with more explicit trash talking, which I didn't tone down this time. John has been religiously learning ASL since then, and he's making a lot of progress. I was so happy about this that I told my close friend group from high school. However, most of my friends, especially my closest guy friend, told me that what John was doing was a red flag, because it could be a form of obsession and emotional manipulation. He also said it was creepy because John is becoming too attached to my family when we've only been dating for about 5 months. He suggested that John might only be doing it so he could get laid or something. I know there's some validity to what my friend said, but I'm not really convinced. John has been a wonderful and sincere guy the entire time. And I know it's naive to say this because he's my first ever relationship, but I can see this becoming long term. Yes, we haven't hooked up yet because I told him I wasn't ready and he has never pressured me to do it. However, is his behavior something I should really be concerned about? Again, I don't have any experience with dating and relationships, so I don't know if this is something that's truly concerning. My friends are pushing for me to break up with John, but I'm not sure. How do I proceed with this? User Crystal Queen said, "Your friends are thieves of joy. A guy who likes you is going out of his way to learn how to communicate with your brother. That's adorable. Don't let your friends shit on it." User Janet in Spain said, "You need better friends. Your friends are the ones who are creepy, reading so much dark intent into what is actually a very kind, thoughtful, and respectful gesture on your boyfriend's part. How do you proceed? Dump the loser friends." After reading a lot of the responses here, I'm now reevaluating my relationship with my friends. This isn't the first time they've given negative feedback on a guy I liked. User Craig Hack said, "Your friends are wrong. He did this as a surprise for you and your family, which was a wonderful gesture. If anything, I would be more concerned about your so-called friends who think like this because it says more about them than about John. They are either jealous of your relationship or bad people themselves since they automatically assume he is doing it to manipulate you or for some other negative reason. So no, this is not a bad sign. It is a sign that your boyfriend is more mature than his age would suggest. Keep him around and let the relationship grow at a pace that you feel comfortable with. And if you feel like it, give him an extra hug from an internet stranger tonight for what he did." This story was posted by a user named Godzilla Moon in the Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, "My stepdaughter wants her real dad to give her away. My stepdaughter will be getting married on August 3rd. The wedding planning has consumed most of her and her mother's life for the past 6 months. My stepdaughter graduated last December from university. I paid for her to go to college. Although it was a state school, it still cost $40K. She does not have a job and has been living with us for the duration of her college career and since her graduation. I also bought her a car to get back and forth from school when she finished high school. From time to time, her deadbeat father would pop into her life and she would fawn all over him. Although he has not contributed a cent to her education or paid any child support, she still loves him and wants him in her life. He stays long enough to break her heart by skipping town and breaking some promise he made her. The wedding venue holds a maximum of 250 people. I gave them a list of 20 people that I wanted invited since I was paying for everything. They told me that was no problem and they'd take care of it. So I let these people know they'd be getting an invite and should save the date. On Saturday, I saw one of my friends on this list at the golf course and asked if he was coming. He told me that he wasn't invited. He mentioned that he received an announcement but not an invitation. He had it in his back seat and showed it to me. Sure enough, it was just an announcement and my name was nowhere on it. It had her dad's name and her mom's name, but not mine. This led to a pretty big fight with my girlfriend, as I found out that none of my list of 20 made the cut for the final guest list because 250 people is very tight. I was pissed, but there wasn't much I could do because the important people in my life had already been offended. My girlfriend said if some people didn't RSVP yes, I might be able to get a couple more people in, but that felt like an ultimate slap in the face in my opinion. So I was boiling on Saturday. Yesterday, we had a Sunday dinner with the future in-laws family and us, along with a surprise guest, the real dad. At this little dinner, my stepdaughter announced that her real dad was going to be able to make it to her wedding and that now he'd be able to give her away. This was greeted with a chorus of "Oh, how great" and "How wonderful." I don't think I've ever felt so angry and disrespected. I was shaking. I took a few seconds to gather my composure because I honestly wasn't sure if I would cry or start throwing punches or both. Once I was sure I'd be able to speak, I got up from my chair and said I'd like to make a toast. I can't remember exactly what I said, but the gist of it was this. I'd like to make a toast. The sound of spoons against glasses rings in my ears. It has been my great pleasure to be a part of this family for the past 10 years. Ah, how sweet. At this point in my life, I feel I owe a debt of gratitude to the bride and groom because they have opened my eyes to something very important. Confident smiles are exchanged. They have shown me that my position in this family is not what I once thought it was. Now a glimmer of confusion and shock begins to spread across the faces in the room. Though I once thought of myself as the patriarch or godfather of the family, commanding great respect and being sought out for help in times of need, it seems instead that I hold the position of an ATM, good for a stream of money but not much else. As I've been replaced as host both on the invitations and in the ceremony, I am resigning my financial duties as host to my successor, Real Dad. So cheers to the happy couple and the path they have chosen. I finished my drink. You all can let yourselves out. Is this selfish? Am I supposed to shell out $40K to $50K for a wedding that I can't invite anyone to, that I am not a part of? I'm so done with this crap. I'm done with my stepdaughter. I'm done with my girlfriend. I transferred the money out of our joint account last night. This morning, I called all the vendors to whom I had written checks for deposits to refund my money. At present, it looks like I'll lose around $5K for the venue, but the other vendors have been great about refunding update 1. The immediate aftermath was filled with tantrums and people sitting there mumbling while not actually saying anything to me but to each other. After much yelling with my girlfriend about me being selfish, I spent the night in my home office and no one knocked on my door, not once. Today's aftermath is kind of depressing for me. My girlfriend brought me the bride's wedding planner to show me how much work I was ruining. I thumbed through it and found a page in the music section for father-daughter dances. All of the songs were catered to Real Dad's taste. I thought they were just being disrespectful, but now I'm feeling like they never really cared at all, especially since the menu included 2 ingredients I'm allergic to, which actually made me laugh. Either way, I'm glad to be done. I returned the planner and asked her when she and the bride could move out. Also, I never promised to pay for the wedding. I offered them the use of my home when they were sure it was going to be small. But other than that, all I've heard is how it's the bride's family that should pay. So let it be the bride's family then, aka not me. Final update. My girlfriend and the bride have now moved out. They are moving in with the groom. It was very hard not to be petty about some of the belongings they took with them, but it's done and I switched out the locks. Now it's time for a brew. I can't believe how popular this story got, but I feel good to have received support from so many people. If I find out what happens with the wedding, I will let you know, but I can't guarantee that I will put in the effort to find out. From what I've heard, they are trying to scale things back and get his parents to help out. My girlfriend burned bridges when I found out she tried to write herself a check on our joint account the day after the unpleasantness. By then, I had already moved the money, so I guess I'm a bigger ass than she is, but I could feel it coming. That's all. Thanks. User CrossMad's Heart said, "Don't bite the hand that feeds you or funds your wedding. While I feel for OP and how devastating that must be, something tells me there's more to the story than what's being said. The main issue is that the daughter didn't communicate. Is she an entitled brat, or was OP not a good father figure? I also know that not everyone wants to get married, but why would anyone be so financially invested in a relationship and not put a ring on it? The dynamics here are whack." User Striking Ad said, "I agree that OP was taken advantage of, but I'm thrown off by the part where he expects to be her father and walk her down the aisle. It sounds like she was in her early to mid-teens when they got together." This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Efficient Wedding. The post is titled AITAH for not telling my dad I got rejected by college on the day the result came out. My mom passed away when I was a very young kid, so it's been just me and my dad ever since. We're not originally from the States. My dad came here to do his PhD and I was born right after he finished. So it's really only me and dad. We don't have family here. I don't have any memories of my mom, and my dad has been busting his butt for me ever since. My dad's super brainy, and he kind of expected me to be just as brainy as he is. At school, I skipped 3rd grade, and they wanted me to skip 4th too, but my dad wasn't down for the double skip. They stuck me in the gifted program. You can imagine my dad had these crazy high hopes for me, but I'm just a regular kid who hit some milestones early. I'm graduating high school this year and applying to colleges. My stats are decent, and I've been grinding, but they're not as stellar as my dad would have hoped. I've tried talking to him multiple times about not being Ivy League material or a candidate for other top schools, but he's not having it, especially since he went to the top school for his PhD. Anyway, 2 results from my applications are out, and I didn't get into either. My dad's beyond disappointed. There are still 6 more colleges I've applied to. Now he's listing off the names of my friends and his friends' kids, checking where they're studying or planning to study, and he keeps comparing me to them. He's said so many times that he can't wrap his head around why I, with all this supposed potential, haven't gotten into anywhere yet, like I must be lazy or something. I'm crushed about letting my dad down. He's the person I love the most in the world, and I feel like our relationship will never be the same again. Update. I am a senior in high school and applying to colleges. I applied to 8 colleges and received 3 rejections, 2 of which I thought I would get into. The other 5 are much harder, and I already know it's pretty much certain I'll be rejected from 2 of them. My dad is really disappointed with my results. He's so disappointed that he went to school to talk to my counselor and called me lazy in front of him. My friends are getting into good colleges, which makes my dad even madder at me. I thought my stats were enough to get into college. I'm ranked 3rd in my class, scored 1580 on the SAT, took 4 AP exams and got 5s on all of them, am captain of the sports team I play for, founded a volunteer project that raised $30K, and have done other stuff too. Since I know my dad is really mad at me, this week the result of another college I thought I'd get into came out, and I got rejected. I didn't tell my dad right away because I didn't have the courage. I didn't want to see him even sadder about me. I waited for the best time to tell him, but when I did, he didn't find out from someone else. He wasn't too happy that I took so long to tell him. Also, this week, my best friend since I was 8 got a likely letter from Harvard, meaning he'll probably get in. We're both only children. He's like a brother to me, and I can't imagine my life without our friendship. I was so happy for him, and we were supposed to spend today together to celebrate, but my dad banned me from leaving the house and using the car. He said it's because of my behavior in not trusting him by not immediately telling him about the application results, and that I need to reflect on what I've done throughout all the years in school and getting these results. So on the happiest day of my best friend's life, who grew up with me, who's like a brother, whose parents always took care of me as if I were their son, my dad is prohibiting me from being with him. Was I such an asshole for not telling him immediately? I think my dad overreacted. Edit, my dad is a high achiever, he has a PhD from a top school and is very smart. My mom died when I was 3 years old, so my dad raised me alone. Final update. First of all, I want to thank you all for the support I received from you. You guys were really cool and made me feel calmer at a time when I was very sad. Yesterday, my dad came into my room and for the first time in my life, he apologized to me. He said he loves me very much, regardless of any outcome, and that his behavior in recent times has not been right. He hugged me and said that I was the most important thing in the world to him. I think my dad did this also because today the MIT results were coming out, which is one of the colleges I applied to as a reach. And I got in. I got into MIT. I opened the result and it was just me and my dad here in front of the laptop. It was the most exciting feeling of my life. We hugged and cried. I'm going to study at MIT. User the comment said, the hardest kind of abusive parents are the ones that actually try. You can tell they love you and that they're trying, but it's never enough to mitigate the pain they put you through. To this user, Yskander said, God, this is so true. You know their intentions are good and they're not trying to be cruel, but they end up causing so much damage because they refuse to learn or think they know best. User Abstruse said, I really hope this kid gets into therapy. His father is an abusive, controlling jerk, and he has no other frame of reference to realize this. He's going to hit MIT like he's running into a brick wall because of gifted kid burnout. This next post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, My aunt is taking me to court after my mother's died. She's accusing me of killing my mother. A few months ago, my mother killed herself. I am her only son. My parents are divorced and I had not seen my mother for a long time because I was living in Asia teaching English. I promised my mother that I would visit her when I returned home. But about half a month before I came home, my grandfather on my dad's side became very ill and wouldn't live much longer. My mother told me I should visit my father first because of this. I should also add that during this time and for the past few years, I was very, very depressed and had some mental and physical health problems that would not improve. I really wanted to be at my dad's house where I felt comfortable and recover for some time. When I got home, my grandfather passed away on the day I arrived and I was not feeling well enough to travel at all, so I stayed with my father for a few weeks. Later, my mother told me she would visit her parents in a few weeks. I debated visiting her at that time, but I wasn't sure I would be feeling well enough to travel again. My grandmother called me and asked me to come at that time, but I told her I would have to think about whether I could come then. Eventually, I decided that I would visit them at the same time as my mother. The night I arrived at my grandparents' house was one night before my mother and aunt would arrive. That night, my aunt called us and told us that my mother had just killed herself and they found her body at her apartment in the afternoon. I was driving home from the airport at that time. I remember that night so vividly. I could not sleep and was crying so hard that my body hurt. My aunt arrived a few days later and we stayed together for some time. I noticed my grandmother's behavior was quite unusual at this time, and my mother had mentioned previously that she was beginning to show some symptoms of dementia. However, both my aunt and grandmother were not hostile to me during this time. They seemed like they wanted to stick together and get through it as a family. After about a week, I returned to my father's home and stayed there. I was an emotional mess for the following month. I had a lot of trouble remembering simple things and felt exhausted all the time. Eventually, I began to feel better and started to move things forward with my mother's probate and planning my own life when my grandmother and aunt called me to tell me that this is my fault and you killed your mother. I was absolutely shocked to hear them say this. They accused me of not calling her enough, not wanting to visit her, and only caring about her money, etc. They even insulted my father. Relatives from my father's side called me to help me through this, but I have not spoken to my aunt or grandmother since this incident. I know both my grandmother and aunt feel immense guilt for my mother's death, especially my aunt, since it was she who suggested my mother come to live near her, and my mother hated living in that area. Today, I received an email from my aunt that told me I would have to go to court. It simply stated that I should call this lawyer. I am so hurt that this is how they decided to handle a tragedy like this. It's so difficult for me to think clearly, and I can't believe that this is how they chose to behave. Any advice would be appreciated. I feel like I missed a lot of details, so feel free to ask me questions if need be. Edit. I should clarify that I don't know the actual legal accusation. She accused me of those horrible things while on the phone. Edit 2, one comment mentioned it, but I just want to say that I don't believe they are after money. They genuinely believe I am a horrible person and a horrible son, so they wish to hurt me. Edit 3, thank you for all the responses. I have read all of them and they gave me a lot of confidence to keep moving forward. I did take the advice to post on Legal Advice subreddit, so I'll update everyone on how this situation unfolds. Thanks again. User over Easy NPC said, if your aunt is taking you to court, please don't call the lawyer she suggested. Don't respond to the email and don't talk to her. She's not on your side in this. Consult with your father and your father's side of the family. I'm not sure what they could take you to court for. User Beef Squatch Jean said, your grandmother and aunt are trying to get any money they can out of your mother's death. They see you as an obstacle to that. Do not respond to anything other than a court summons, and if you do receive one, contact a lawyer. Other than that, proceed with your responsibilities via probate court to handle your mother's estate in accordance with the law and her wishes. If your mother indicated that any of her assets should be dispersed to anyone other than those legally entitled, she would have made it known. Do not talk to these horrific people. They've shown you exactly who they are. This story was posted by a user in the Relationship Advice subreddit. The post is titled, I cheated on my wife. She left without telling me anything. How can I get her back? Life has been a whirlwind. We were together for 10 years, 2 years of dating and 8 years of marriage. But I made a huge mistake and cheated on her. It was just once, just one damn time. Somehow, she found out. I never knew how because I haven't been able to talk to her since then. I guess she discovered something on my phone. I came home that afternoon as usual, but everything felt weird. The house felt emptier, and I quickly realized that her things were gone. I panicked and started calling her over and over, but her phone didn't even ring. Suddenly, I saw some papers on the table. She was divorcing me. Under the divorce papers, there was a note that said, "This is what you do with cheaters." That was the last thing I received from her 2 years ago now. Of course, I called the contact information for her lawyer, who has been the only bridge between us. However, he just told me that he was her legal representative and that she didn't want to see me. I fought. I got angry. In the end, her lawyer advised me that it would be better if I got my own lawyer. I didn't want to. I absolutely refused to accept that 10 years of our relationship would end like this. I know I have failed, but I always wanted to fix it. If she gave me the chance, I believe I could make that sweet and special girl I met more than 10 years ago fall in love with me again. Many couples go through similar situations and get over them. Why can't we be just another couple in that statistic? Why, after 8 years of marriage, am I thrown away like garbage for a mistake? I don't deserve such indifference. I haven't been able to see her or even hear her voice in 2 years. 2 years of not being able to see or talk to the person you love the most is too much of a punishment. This situation has destroyed me emotionally, mentally, and even physically. I ended up consuming an unhealthy amount of alcohol, going weeks without eating or sleeping. I was a zombie for months, functioning on autopilot. I wanted to die, but I couldn't let myself die because I always held on to hope that she would come back. My therapist says it's really hard when you can't get closure from a relationship because your mind can't process that it's over. You're always thinking that person will knock on the door or that you'll wake up from sleep and they'll be there by your side. The divorce was finalized over a year ago. To be honest, I didn't make it easy. I didn't want to get divorced, and I still don't understand how we can be divorced. I asked for a couples therapy, but she refused. From what my lawyer tells me, her lawyer advised her to go at least once or twice, but she declined. It took quite a while, but finally the divorce happened. I can't even describe the feeling. It's as if a piece of me had been cut out. I know I hurt her, I know I failed, but I believe we all deserve a second chance. When I couldn't take the pain anymore, I decided to start therapy. My therapist doesn't give me advice to get her back. He only focuses on me moving on with my life, encouraging me to meet new people and go out on dates. But I don't want to. At this point, I'm not even interested in sex anymore. A few days ago, something happened that completely shattered me. I was having a few beers with my friend at my house, let's call him Nick. We were both pretty drunk. I started talking about my wife and he said to me, "You should put more effort into getting over her. She's over you and is happy having a life away from you. You should do the same. You can't live in this self-pity all your life." Something in his words hit me, but not in the way he expected. He spoke with such confidence that my wife is over me and is happy now. How does he know that? At this point, I got angry and started pressuring him to talk. He refused, but I pressed as hard as I could. I cried. I begged him to tell me if he knew something. I needed to know something about her. Until he finally told me his wife has been in contact with my wife for the last year. They were great friends, and I remember Sabrina being very sad about losing contact with my wife. The thing is that my wife went to live in Norway, got married to a guy there, and is about 7 months pregnant. I felt like dying, literally felt like dying with this information. How could she do this to me? How could it be that while I was crying, getting drunk, missing her, and wanting to die every day, she was happily on the other side of the world, getting married, having and getting pregnant by another guy? How could it be that she didn't have a child with me in many, many years, to the point that I thought she was infertile, but she got pregnant by this new guy so easily? Where did this guy come from? I have no answers for absolutely anything, and I feel like I can't go on with my life without these answers. The only thing I can think of is that she had revenge with the first Norwegian guy she came across, got pregnant, and decided to keep the baby. Maybe she got married because she wanted to stay in that country legally. I guess, like in most countries, getting married is a good option for that. I don't know. These thoughts are killing me. I refuse to think that she is in love with him. I need to contact her. I need to talk to her. I need to know what's going on, because she acts like our 10-year history and 8-year marriage mean nothing to her. I need advice on how to act. I feel the impulse to travel to where she is and look for her, but how could I do that? I don't know what city she's in. I don't know where she lives. I don't have a number to contact her. She closed her social media. Her family is small, they don't live in the same country as me, and all of them have blocked me. I'm totally lost. I don't know what to do at this point. I still want her back. Yes, even though she's pregnant. I feel like this is a nightmare and I need to wake up now. Edit. I read almost all the comments, and when I say almost all, I really mean almost all. It's hard to process all the negative things that have been said about me. I feel like you guys forget that you are talking to a person and not an inanimate object. I thought I might find more empathy by sharing my story here. Just 2 people expressing empathy toward me made me feel better. I'm not looking for validation or for anyone to say that what I did is okay. I know it's not, and I have to live with that daily. I will try to respond, but of course, I'll never be able to reply to all the comments here. I guess none of you know what it's like to have a broken heart and not be able to get over someone. You don't decide who you love, and you don't decide when you get over someone. It happens when it has to. For those who doubt my story, unfortunately, it is real. I would love for this to be fake, but sadly it is not, and I have to live with this mess every day. Everyone assumes she's happy now. I haven't seen her in 2 years, so I can't have any idea if she's happier or not. Being pregnant doesn't necessarily mean happiness, and neither does being married. We don't really know the circumstances of this marriage. Maybe she got married because she became pregnant and felt alone in a country where she has no one. Maybe she just held on to the other guy. Of course, I blame myself for this. This wouldn't have happened if I'd been a better person and a better husband to her. But unfortunately, I can't change what I did wrong. The only thing I could do is try to make it up to her. But how do you make it up to someone who doesn't want to give you the chance to do so? Some people say that she doesn't owe me a second chance. That was hard to read, but I understand that maybe she doesn't have to. I never openly blamed her for the infertility issues. It was just a thought. We both went to the doctor, and in both cases, the test revealed that everything was fine. I never understood why we couldn't conceive, and the thought that she was infertile did cross my mind, as did the idea that I might be too. But in most cases of infertility, it is due to a female factor. Horrible things were said, like that I would hurt my ex-wife if she were here. I never physically hurt her, and I never will. I am not an abusive person. I am not a monster. I know it's hard to empathize with me. I know I screwed up. I know I hurt her far beyond what I can express, but I am not a monster or a narcissist. Some people said that I never loved her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have cheated on her. This statement doesn't seem fair to me. Do you think you can kidnap the concept of love and dictate to another person what their real feelings are? Do you think you are inside my head or heart? Only then would you know what I feel. You can't tell me that I don't love her. There hasn't been a day since she left that I haven't regretted it. No one can tell me this isn't love. Lastly, humans are more complex than most people here think. Just because I cheated on her doesn't mean I don't love her or that I don't have feelings. I call what I did a mistake because how else would I describe it? I thought part of accepting blame is acknowledging that it was my mistake. But everyone here takes those words as if I'm trying to twist the situation when that's not the case. You've completely twisted my words. I know how much I hurt her. Maybe in my post I'm focusing on myself because I was never able to explain myself to her. Since then, it has been one attempt after another to piece together a story in my head that doesn't make sense. I lost everything from one moment to the next. I've simply tried to be open with my feelings, but it doesn't seem to work here. Not for me, at least. I know the damage I did to her. This woman left her life, her friends, even her job. No one does that for a breakup unless they're going through some level of absolute pain. I understand that. I can see and feel the pain I put her through, and that makes me feel even more guilty. Honestly, I'm going to respond to some comments below and then log off of Reddit for a couple of days until I'm in a better place. Update. These days have been very strange. At times I feel numb and at others desperate. A lot of things have happened. I want to start by answering something and then I will provide an update. Some people asked, why Norway? I don't know exactly, but she is a polyglot. She speaks 6 languages. Many of these languages are connected to cultures that she has always liked. Norwegian is just one of them. She has always been interested in Norwegian culture and has been there before, but she is also interested in other cultures and speaks other languages. So for me, that was never an indicator that she might have gone to this country. Regarding the update, the first thing I will say is that the post reached some people in my circle. Sabrina's sister is on Reddit. She knows the story and realized it was me. She told Sabrina. Sabrina is angry at Nick for revealing information, and Nick is angry at me for posting on Reddit, and because he says I pressured him to talk. I am angry at both of them for being 2 jerks who watched me suffer for 2 years and decided not to help me. They didn't care about my marriage. Why should I care about their marriage? Sabrina could have given me my ex-wife's phone number a long time ago, but she decided to prioritize her friendship with my ex instead of helping 2 friends mend their marriage. Meanwhile, no one cared about my feelings. I'm done with them at this point. Regarding my ex-wife, I've been thinking a lot. She can't just disappear. I convinced myself that if I searched hard enough, I could find something related to her. I follow some of her relatives from a fake Instagram account, but I never found anything related to her. I searched a lot, really a lot, and found a name that I had seen before but hadn't caught my attention until then. It was a lady with a name that is not typical in the United States or my wife's country, and a very unusual last name. I went to her Instagram profile and she had no pictures or anything, just a small profile picture that you can barely see. I decided to look her up on Facebook and found the same lady with the same profile picture. Only her Facebook profile is quite open. She is indeed a lady from Norway. I checked everything I could on this profile and was convinced that it had something to do with my wife. How else would a relative of hers have this woman among their friends? I saw a lot of pictures. People, plants, mountains, gardens, lakes, flowers, typical things that an older lady posts until I came across a picture where my ex was dressed as a bride hugging a guy. I had to translate the text. The lady was congratulating her son on his wedding. There were a few more pictures, not many, some even included members of my ex's family in the wedding photos. The dates of the pictures were from a year ago. A year ago, she married this guy. I don't understand how it could happen so fast. When did she meet him? I honestly thought she got married after she got pregnant, not before, which baffles me even more. After that, I found another picture, a group photo where she was far away, but of course I recognized her. The same guy had his hands on her shoulders, hugging her. Only 9 months, and she's already in a stable enough relationship that he's introduced her to his family. What the hell is going on? I feel like I have even more questions in my head now. I know I shouldn't be upset, but I am. I know I lost her because I was an idiot, but it's hard to get this feeling out of my head right now. Anyways, for those who imagine this fantasy that my ex is with some kind of Norwegian Chris Hemsworth, let me tell you, it's not like that. This guy is too tall, too blonde, too pale, with hair too long and kind of chunky, to be honest. He looks more like the old cartoon of Vikings and is definitely not a Chris Hemsworth. I managed to find his Facebook profile, but he has almost nothing there. His profile says he's an engineer who wears metal band t-shirts at 38. I don't know how to take this because I'm an engineer myself, just in a different field. Why would she look for a man with the same profession as me? My wife has always liked heavy metal, which I always found nasty, but I never complained. After all, your partner doesn't have to have the same musical tastes as you. I mentioned this because maybe that was the way they connected. She used to connect easily with people who liked the same type of music. I don't know, but I honestly look at it and think, where did she get this guy from? He can definitely do better than this. The pregnancy thing still messes with my head. I try not to think about it. I can't understand it. I'm not infertile like the comments suggest. I've been to the doctor and I know I'm not. But God, it kills me to think that she's going to have another man's child. I don't get it. I feel like this is beyond anything I ever imagined. And no, I'm not going to Norway. I'm not going to try to contact her. I still want to see her and talk to her, but I obviously can't force her to do that. I have too much to deal with right now and too much to talk about in therapy. If by any chance this post reaches my ex, I want you to know that I still love you. You know where to contact me. If by any chance this post reaches the new dude, I want you to know the only reason you have a chance with this woman is because a big idiot halfway across the world completely ruined it. You most probably met a woman who was probably very broken from her divorce, took advantage of her situation, and trapped her with a baby. You don't know how to play fair. User reference inner said, complaining that your ex-wife's new husband is too blonde and tall is a hilarious level of cope. To this user, Blackbear2024 said, when I read those two parts, he went from pathetic to super pathetic. No way of him coming back from that stuff. All respect lost. It's so bad on many levels. User Long-Winded Ogre said, OP doesn't for 1 second think of his wife as a person, and what she wants or how she wants to proceed is irrelevant to him. He believes he can make her fall in love with him again. The fact that she wants nothing further to do with him is irrelevant. Only what he wants matters. He talks about how his friends should help them save their marriage when he's the only one who thinks it's worth saving. They're bad friends because they won't ignore his ex-wife and listen to him exclusively. Dude is not fit to date. This next post was made in the entitled Parents subreddit by a user named Rainy Drops. The post is titled, My parents are stalking me because God told them. Hi, I'm a 24-year-old female and I live on my own outside of my parents' house. I have a bit of a situation going on with my friend David. We had a fling a few months ago and now it's kind of happening again. It started out as just hanging out and enjoying David's company, but it slowly turned into more. The thing is, my parents knew about the first fling. David used to be inseparable from my dad. They were like father and son in a way. Until David and I had our fling, that is. Now my dad is trying to control him, telling him he is to have no contact with me outside of a group chat we are all in. We think this is stupid. A few weeks ago, we were hanging out and went to Five Below to get snacks and just hang out. While we were there, my parents walked in. They don't live in the same city as me. I live about 20 minutes away from them, and they just randomly showed up at the store right by my house. They claimed it was to find batteries. At that point, my dad confronted David and said that he told him not to be around me and that he told me he isn't going to care anymore and not to go crying to him when I get heartbroken. My mom texted me later saying it was totally the Holy Spirit revealing that something was happening so they can intervene. I'm kind of glad that happened because after David and I left, it opened up a conversation about what's going on between us. We both enjoy each other's company and have feelings for each other, but we are taking it slow. While we were talking, my dad was texting me 3-page essays on why I'm stupid for not doing as he says and that he is no longer invested. He told me David only wants me for one thing and doesn't care about me as much as he does, and that if David is in love with me, he'd ask him for permission to date his daughter and play by his rules. David told me he really cares about me and that it's a lie that he doesn't. Anyway, we decided to continue hanging out, especially since my dad said he no longer cares. We both have annual passes to Disneyland, so we decided to go together after work. While we were there, my mom and dad texted me asking if I was at Disneyland. I ignored their texts. We were there until closing, and as we were walking out, my dad walked up to us with a Starbucks bag and asked to talk. David kept walking and said no, and of course I wanted to keep the peace, so I begged David to stay, but he said no. I told him I'm his ride, and he said he'd just get an Uber, but I told him no, so I just left my parents there and left. I cried in the car, and David told me it's not my fault. While I was in the car, I texted my mom asking how she knew I was there. She said, God is watching. And I asked again how she knew, and she said she'd meet me at my house and tell me. I said, no, you will not meet at my house. That's weird, Mom. How did you know I was at Disneyland? She stopped messaging me, and then my dad messaged me this. OP, if you want to know how we knew you were there, you can talk to us in person. We brought peace and tried to be loving, even though I knew David was doing stuff that he said he wouldn't do. I just want him to care for you as much as I do and your mother does. But you're going to find out, honey, and it's really sad. He had every opportunity right there to confess his love for you and to ask us for space. We could have had a good discussion, but instead, he was a coward and ran away. From here on out, you are not to come to my home. We can meet in public to talk about how we knew you were at Disneyland, because we had every intention of telling you, and that was going to be part of the conversation. I've never lied to you, and I never will. I do not have anything to hide. That conversation could have been great, and we're still willing to have it, but David sadly is not. I did nothing to him to deserve the treatment that we got from him, and I've never treated him any way other than I would treat a good son. I hope and I pray that he doesn't do what I know he's going to do. Wolves come into the sheep and they separate the sheep from the flock, and then they devour the sheep. But the good shepherd will protect you, and if David ever was a sheep, he will listen to the voice of God, the people that loved him and cherished him. I love you, OP, and I wish nothing but the best for you. If you want to talk, we are willing to talk to you about anything you want to know. I responded with, Dad, I don't expect him to be in love with me. That's way too soon. If you don't want to hide the truth, just explain how you knew I was there. I will not be meeting in person for a conversation that can be had over text. That is how it's going to come out, because you need to see my demeanor and everything. And shame on you guys for trying to point the finger back at us. You are the ones who are not doing right and hiding. Literally every box that was checked for you to like David has been erased by David. All the things that you liked about him are now gone, and it was by David's own hand. OP, from now on, do whatever you want. I'm cutting this pain off. I mean it. Don't come by my house because we will not be able to support your drama any longer. You're going to have to learn the hard way again. The only difference is that now your mother and I are numb and we don't feel anything. God will show the truth, but I wanted to make sure you weren't hurt in the process. I don't care if I meet with them or not. I can't handle the helicopter parenting anymore. I feel that anytime I have ever brought a boy around, my dad has to place himself in the middle, forcing the guy out. The guys who have been okay with it in the past end up not working out because of my fear that if my dad can control him now, my whole future will still be controlled by him. If I don't do it their way, then I'm doing wrong. I really like David and he likes me. I'm 24 years old, and for once I have a guy who doesn't run away from me because of my overly involved parents. I don't know what to do. What concerns me is how my parents followed me there and why. I just don't know what to do. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for reading as much as you did, and please, any suggestions would help because I feel alone right now. Edit, thank you to everyone who gave advice and suggestions. I decided I'm going to let myself settle for a few days. I'm going to agree to hear my parents out just to know how they got my location. As controlling as they are, I still love them, and I can say with certainty that they have always been honest. My dad said he will tell me how they found out I was there in person. I'm going to give myself a few days to calm my nerves and emotions down. I'll post an update when that happens. Honestly, thank you everyone. It's nice to see that I'm not crazy and that I'm not a terrible person. It's reassuring to see that this isn't normal behavior, and I can't thank you all enough for that. It gave me a bit of peace of mind, to be honest. Thank you all for giving advice to a no-name person on Reddit. Edit 2, I texted my dad and told him I'd be willing to talk within the next few days. He then told me I need to find a new phone provider. I think that cancels out them tracking me via phone provider, especially since this is another attempt to control me by using fear of cutting off a service that I can very easily get on my own. I looked for any AirTags but couldn't find anything. He still refuses to tell me how he tracked me unless I meet with him, my mother, and our pastor at our church. Update. I met with them today. My pastor and his wife had my back 100%. My dad told me how they found me. I guess I was still sharing my location with him on my phone through messages. He said God revealed that he still had my location. My parents then drove to my house to see if my car was there. They saw David's car there and then waited outside of Disneyland until we left. I told them that's freaking weird and that makes me uncomfortable. They said they did it out of love because they were concerned. Basically, my pastor and his wife are 100% behind me regarding dating who I want and not letting my parents decide. I should have the opportunity to decide if I like the guy first one-on-one and then bring him to meet my parents. It's a little different because we have all known David for years. But still, I have the right to decide when my parents will be involved. My dad did not like this. He said he'd leave the church and then blocked me on all of his social media. He said he can't stand around and wait for my heart to get broken, and the whole time he was trashing David. He called me a few names that were extremely hurtful, and I was glad to see the pastor had my back. They told me I am no longer under his roof. I'm not doing anything wrong. The conversation ended with my dad claiming he wants to go no contact, which I'm sure he won't follow through on. It sucks. I love my parents, but in my dad's eyes, if he can't have control over this aspect, I don't get him at all, and that's probably how it's going to be for a while. Thank you guys. Update/rant. Well, I have gone low contact with my dad. It's been hard, but David has stuck with me through it. He has been helping me see that I can make my own choices. Whether or not it works out with David, I'm grateful for him helping me through this. We have still been hanging out and seeing each other, and I think it's going well. I switched phone providers, but yeah, I just wanted to clarify some things and answer some questions I saw. Let me clear up a few things. No, David is not my half-brother. I saw a lot of people speculating that, and that is not the case at all. And regarding the abuse when I was a kid, it was not SA. My dad never abused me in that way. I used to get beat, full-on beatings. I got black eyes, bloody noses, hair ripped from my head, beat with wire hangers. I put up with it because if I didn't, my little brother would have been beaten instead. My dad hit me until my senior year of high school. The last time he hit me, I fought back, ensuing a fistfight in the middle of our living room. He stopped hitting us because he got court ordered to go to anger management, and that wasn't regarding the abuse towards me. He beat my mom because she didn't want to get intimate with him. He beat his own wife for not wanting to go to bed with him. He was either going to get a restraining order put on him or he had to do court-ordered anger management. Of course, he took the anger management. After he stopped beating me, it slowly turned into gaslighting and control, but I accepted it because I'd rather him be overprotective than beat me like he used to. That's why I made so many excuses for him. In my mind, I thought, well, at least he isn't beating me, my brother, or my mom anymore, so this is fine. Also, my brother is a huge reason why I tried to keep the peace. He still lives with them. Due to this whole issue, my brother has been put on blast. If I go completely no contact, my brother will suffer. I'm low contact right now, and my brother has been telling me it's bad at home. My dad has directed all his anger about my dating life onto him. He is charging my brother more rent. He is nitpicking about my brother's life. He is calling him mean, awful names now because I'm not taking it anymore. I feel awful for him, but he is saving to move, and once he is out, I'm going completely no contact with my parents. That's why I am still trying to maintain some level of peace because I care about my brother. I know I'm not the brightest tool in the shed, but it's taken a while to get to where I am now. I've started therapy, and I'm learning that I am allowed to be me and not care about what my dad says or thinks. I'm proud of where I am now, and it's an ongoing process, but I'm getting there. User BlurtleBaby said, if you find AirTags, take them to the police station and explain why you want to leave them with the police. Your parents will be surprised when they pull up to the police station. You might also consider reporting them for stalking. Additionally, you may want to look into getting a restraining order against them. User Tigger said, there is a tracking device somewhere on one of you. Do they not want you to ever have any relationships? Or do they just want to force you into one of their choosing? To this OP said, mainly, it's my dad who is concerned about the relationship. He wants it heavily chaperoned. According to his way, the first 3 dates should be double dates with my parents. He tries to enforce no kissing. He gets very personal with the guy, asking him questions like if he is still a virgin or not and what his intentions are with me. He will basically tell the guy what to do in the relationship, and if the guy doesn't comply, he is labeled a coward and isn't good enough for me. I let my dad have his way once. The guy at the time was really nice. After we got the green light to date, I realized, wow, I don't like this guy. I wanted to end it, but I felt bad. For years after I ended it, my dad would tell me I need to bite the bullet and settle for that guy. My dad said he liked him because he respected him. No, he liked that guy because he could control him and in turn control me. If I don't do it his way, I'm called horrible names and threatened with being cut off, but not really, because he can't control me if he cuts me off. It's a thing I've dealt with my whole life. This final post was made in the same subreddit by a user named LowBuy. The post is entitled Mother Steals from a Child with Cancer. I know the title sounds bad because it is. My mother is not a very nice person, to say the least. She is lazy, doesn't like to work, and can never stay in one job, one house, or keep one car. She is habitually homeless. Thankfully, I live with my dad now, but I still had to live with her for 14 years and deal with the crap that she put me through. Here are some of her scams that she has pulled. When I was 6, she made me do Shave for the Brave and raise money for a kid who had cancer. She raised over $500 on Facebook for this kid and his family. She kept all the money from the fundraiser. Also, for anyone who is wondering, the kid is someone I knew as a baby. Thankfully, he is okay and recovered from the cancer. The last time I spoke to him was a few years ago, and he was doing great. She organized a basketball camp in our hometown for kids, took registration fees from parents, then canceled the event and kept all the money, leaving 20-30 people without their $200. When she faced backlash, she used that money to take her and her friend to Las Vegas for a month where she drank and gambled. She kept asking for money from my grandparents, and when they cut her off, she threatened to keep me and my sisters from them unless they gave her money. She stole $400 out of my wallet for groceries. The money was my birthday money from various family members. She said it was for groceries when I noticed it was missing. There were no groceries, but there were a few good bottles of wine that she spent the next few days drinking in the garage. She would call into restaurants like McDonald's and say that her order was wrong when she hadn't ordered anything, just to go back and get a free meal. So that sums her up as a person. And then she wonders why I don't talk to her. User C64 said, are there any other family members that she's stealing from? If you live on your own, consider cutting her out of your life. Wait until she's older and needs a place to stay. You can tell her that you don't have the room for her. To this OP said, she has stolen from my grandfather many times. Credit card information, cash, heirlooms, etc. The only reason he still talks to her is because of my grandmother, and I live with my dad because I'm still 16, but I haven't talked to her in months. User Few Squirrels said, I'm so sorry you had to live with her and deal with her scams. I hope things are much better with your dad. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, My husband thinks I baby trapped him despite the baby being planned. My husband and I have been married for 7 years. He lived next door and we just clicked. It was like a fairy tale. One thing I've always thought made our marriage so strong was our friendship with each other and our trust in one another, although now my husband seems to think otherwise. Recently, my husband found out that his friend, Jeff, has been baby trapped. Basically, Jeff's wife stopped taking the pill and fell pregnant a few months into their relationship, and only came clean after the wedding. Jeff came from a very conservative family, which his wife knew, and so he felt obligated to marry her after the pregnancy. Unfortunately, he also now feels obligated to stay regardless of the clearly messed up dynamic because he feels that he has made a vow and will stick by his wife and child. My husband, for some reason, has been really rattled by this. I am currently 4 months pregnant with our first, and my husband asked me yesterday if I was trying to baby trap him. I first laughed because I honestly thought it was a joke. He was dead serious and doubled down, so I told him that we have already been married for 7 years and a baby was not going to trap him any more than he already is. My husband did not like that answer and said that there was no time limit on baby trapping, and that my intentions were clearly not pure given how I was acting as if his concerns were a joke. He said he had trusted me in the past, but me laughing in his face gave him no reason to trust me now. I did not really know what he wanted or how I was meant to respond, and I said we should talk about this in the morning. Today I woke up and my husband was gone, but I did have a nasty text from his brother saying that I had forced my husband into this pregnancy, despite it having been a joint decision. My husband is MIA and not responding to calls or texts, and now I'm wondering how on earth to go forward. Any advice is appreciated. Update. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to post here again, but I wanted to quickly update everyone who was kind enough to give me some advice. I didn't respond to anyone because my post was locked quite quickly, but I have read every single comment and message. I am very grateful. I realized while I was reading the comments that everyone was right. I wasn't angry enough. My husband had insulted me and our marriage in a very hurtful way, and it just didn't really register for a while. I was so confused and upset that it didn't occur to me to be angry, but I think everything just needed to sink in. In the meantime, I called my best friend who has been such a rock in my life. She came over with some chocolate and was furious when she heard the story. She called her husband to the house after I had gotten everything out of my system. He is a family lawyer, and he said that he would happily represent me if I wanted to go through with a divorce. This man is a saint, and he will draw up the divorce papers on Monday. My mother-in-law showed up with my husband in the car not long after my best friend's husband arrived, and she practically dragged him to the door. My mother-in-law said that he had shown up at their place late last night, saying that he was certain I was using the baby to trap him. Fortunately, my mother-in-law is a smart woman and absolutely tore him apart before dragging him to the house today to apologize. My husband, who is essentially a coward, did not look me in the eye the entire time, but said that he was scared about becoming a dad and projected his fears onto me. He said he wasn't sure if he was ready for that kind of commitment, but he will step up. I called him a coward and told him that he should stay with his parents until I am ready to talk to him. I didn't want to say anything about the divorce papers because I didn't know what his reaction would be, but he will find out soon enough. I also showed my mother-in-law the text from my brother-in-law, and her face was like a storm cloud. I don't know what will happen there, but I am sure it will be bad. For now, I am exhausted and just want to curl up and cry. My best friend has said she'll spend the night with me and we can watch silly movies. I've also made an appointment with a therapist for next week, but for now, I just need to rest. I am exhausted and devastated that my marriage has come crumbling down. Sorry for the sad ending. User Soviet Potata said, "Wow, imagine just ruining your entire marriage like that. I do not have the words. Imagine his buddy hearing that his friend sabotaged his entire marriage because of what the buddy endured. He'd likely be confused since OP's husband had agreed to have a baby." User Fat Amy Cheeks said, "I feel bad for OP. Imagine finding out who your husband really is when you're pregnant. She's the trapped one in this situation." This next post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Bob Haircut Alice. The post is titled, "I'm going to marry her one true love. I was an affair baby between my mom and dad. My mom was already married to my stepdad and had my half-sister, whose name will be R. R has always hated me for some unknown reason. I never gave her any reasons to hate me as we grew up together, she just did. Growing up, I spent more time with my mom than my dad, who traveled a lot due to his work, but when he was in town, I always took the opportunity. It was the only time I could be away from my stepdad, and RR would always do terrible things to me. She would destroy my things, gifts, and souvenirs my dad would send by mail would go in the trash. It was so bad that when I was going to enter high school, she cut off my hair while I was sleeping, and I had to get a bob hairstyle which reached my chin, my nose if styled. My mom scolded her, and my stepdad enabled her even more, patting her on the back for a good job when mom wasn't looking. In high school, I was in a graphic design class, and that's how I met R's one true love. At first, I didn't know. I would stay after school to finish my in-class assignments for that class, and he would be there to use the computers to do some drawing he had saved on the computer. The computer he used was right next to mine, so we sat together when I would stay. We spoke once where he said he liked my hairstyle. I was the only girl in school with really short hair, so I did stand out a bit. One day, my sister came came to spy on him and she was furious seeing me sitting next to him. She was so mad that when we got home, she slapped me on the face, accusing me of wanting to steal him. After that incident, I tried to stay away from him, not wanting to deal with her craziness. Thankfully, I only had to endure her for another year before she went off to college. My first year of college, my dad was diagnosed with terminal cancer and was told he had that year to live. My mother got the news and told my stepdad, and RR in response sent me a video she took from a TV show I've been told was called Shameless, where there's a blonde girl peeing on a man's tombstone with a text saying, "Can't wait for that MF to be gone, have fun cleaning the mess I'm going to make." She then sent another pic which was poop. I was so furious and disgusted that someone like her existed, someone who would be so happy to see someone's life end. My second year was rough as my dad died a few days before school started. In the end, he left me with money that would help for the years to come and a few properties I rented to make extra cash. Wondering if she did it? Yup, sent another video for proof. Somehow, I feel karma was real at the time. A few weeks after that, I ended up bumping into the guy she was obsessed with when I went to hang out with my friend who went to the same college as him. We spoke briefly until my friend came and we left. A few days after that, my friend told me the guy she saw me with asked for my info, and she gave him my Snapchat, knowing if I didn't want to talk to him, she would give him an app I don't use anymore. I'm going to be honest. When she told me this, I so wanted to use him and get back at my sister, knowing how much she loved him. But I know how it feels to be hurt, and so I added him on Snapchat and texted him to meet me at a coffee shop. When we met at our local coffee shop, I was honest with him about why I reached out and told him how crazy R is. He wasn't surprised. He went on telling me the things she would pull on the girls he would talk to and how she would try to sabotage his relationships when they were in high school. She would tell them they slept together while he was speaking to or in a relationship with those girls, that she was having his kid, and even saying he had an STD. Yeah, she's nuts. To keep this short, we stayed friends for a few months before we started dating. We had a lot of similar hobbies and interests, and we think alike. He says it's the power of mind meld, seeing how we might as well be telepathic with one another. This year, we decided to get married and got engaged for 3. Our jobs pay us really well in our respective fields, allowing us to go big on our wedding. Now here comes R. Sadly, R still stalks my fiance. He isn't much of a social media person, so he doesn't post much, but when he does, it's on his Instagram story. He recently posted a picture of my hand with the engagement ring, captioning it, "After 3 years, next up the wedding ring." And yes, his Instagram is private and he has her blocked, but there are a few people who tell her friends and they tell her. It can't be helped. Some people live for the drama. I don't talk to my mom as much since she wasn't much help when my sister would bully me or when my stepdad belittled me, but I do call her once a month for a few minutes. She called me complaining about how R was throwing a tantrum about how Jay, my fiance, was engaged and that she didn't know who the B was. That's when I got the idea. I'm going to let her know who the B is. Don't worry, Jay is fine with this. I had R blocked on social media but unblocked her and made my Instagram public for this occasion. After unblocking her, I posted a picture of my nails without the ring. My nails were exactly the same as the picture he put on his story. A few days later, I posted inspiration pictures of wedding invitations. Guess who saw them? A few days after that, I posted a picture of myself with my friends dressed up with the caption, "My bridesmaids." A few hours later, Jay posted a picture with his groomsmen with no caption, but we had the same background from the restaurant where the picture was taken. And behold, I received messages on Instagram where she demanded to know if I was the girl Jay was going to marry. She said things like, "No, he can never like a girl like you, and you know how much he means to me." I left her on red. Yesterday, I posted a picture of the two of us. The pictures were taken on Saturday when we took his family out to inform them of our wedding plans and how they are officially invited with invitations given to them. I posted 3 pictures. One normal one from when we first started dating, one from when he proposed, and one from Saturday with his family holding up the invitation. The caption read, "Proud to announce I am getting married this year to the love of my life. Can't wait for a lifetime full of blessings alongside you." I received messages an hour after I posted that from R that I didn't read and calls from my mom, which I declined. Today, I went on Instagram and saw over 80 messages of insults from her, one being how ugly I looked with my short bob haircut, which I cut for this occasion. To that, I replied, "Interesting, Jay doesn't think so." Funny actually, he confessed to me after our second date that he thought my Alice Cullen haircut was what grabbed his attention back then. He thought I looked very cute. Guess you had a reason to feel threatened that time as he found me attractive even then. After she read it, I made my account private and blocked her. Now I'm thinking about doing it again when we're getting married or changing my bio to his last name. Who knows? User Dark Thoughts said, don't make her being in deranged pain your source of happiness. It's not worth it in the long run, and you shouldn't mess around with someone who is crazy. You can't predict what they will do, and they will eventually surprise you. User MM said, I think this is just one big toxic mess. It sucks that your half-sister and stepdad treated you horribly. Even though it's not your fault, you represent your mom's betrayal. It was never going to be sunshine and roses. Affair babies usually end marriages and destroy families. It's unfortunate that you grew up in a resentful, toxic household, but that doesn't mean you should stoop to their level. Instead of focusing on your future, do you want to be as awful and petty as they are? Rise above it and just enjoy your life. Live the best life you can. Don't taint it with this petty, toxic BS. This last post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a user named Glittering Agent. The post is titled, How do I make it clear to my GF that me and my female best friend are not in love? Me, GF, Melissa, best friend, Aria. I want to start this by saying I do not have any feelings for my best friend and see her as a little sister. Aria and I have been best friends since we were 3 or 4 years old. Our moms became best friends and often brought us along, so we grew up together. I see her as a little sister, and she has been there for me throughout my whole life. Melissa and I started dating a few months ago, but she has only recently begun complaining about Aria. Aria has always been nice to her and tries to be friends with her. For example, she always invites her when we hang out or when she goes out with other friends. Melissa always declines. At the start of our relationship, she never voiced these problems, so I thought everything was good. Recently, she tried to tell me that Aria has feelings for me and that I have feelings for her, but I keep reassuring her that isn't the case. However, she doesn't listen. Aria and I have been taking a break from each other because she doesn't want to ruin my relationship. Before anyone says anything, I do care about Melissa. I love her to bits and show it almost every day, but I feel hurt that she doesn't want me hanging out with Aria anymore, or at least less than we do. Aria and I hang out about twice a week. Let me also mention that Aria has a husband. They have been dating for 5 years and married for 2 of those years, but that still doesn't ease Melissa's mind. She just wants me to stop seeing her altogether. How can I make her see that I do not have any feelings for Aria and that I love her only? If Aria and I had feelings, we would have already acted on them, but that never happened. I see her as family. My mom thinks Melissa is overreacting. I do as well, but I don't want to lose her. She has already threatened to leave. How can I make it clear to her? I don't want to lose Melissa, but I also don't want to lose Aria. User fan of Life21 said, the problem is, we all know the story of a friendship that became something more. I fell in love with my best friend, and luckily, we were both single. Even luckier still, somehow, he fell for me too. Liking someone a lot and knowing them really well is a strong foundation for romance, and it's hard for your partner to look past that. User Mama2Grace said, my suggestion, only hang out with Aria when your girlfriend is around, maybe on double dates. That way your girlfriend can see the difference in how Aria acts around you versus her husband. Also, knowing that her husband is okay with it could help. If you approach it as wanting everyone to be friends and make sure Melissa feels included, it could help ease her concerns. Update. I want to first thank everyone who commented and sent a DM. Yesterday, I sat Melissa down and asked her if she wanted to meet Aria and her husband to talk. She was hesitant at first. I also found out why she was against me having Aria as a friend. See, her parents are divorced, but I never knew the reason. Her dad cheated when Melissa was 16 with her mom's friend. Because of that, she has never liked female best friends of guys she was seeing. I told her that she has nothing to worry about and that I only love her. I wanted her to see from Aria herself that nothing would happen between us. She agreed to meet. This would also be the first time she would be meeting Aria's husband, Jason. So today was the day of the meeting. We met up with them for lunch. When we arrived, Aria and Jason were already there. We had a pretty good talk. We discussed how we met and how long we've known each other. I also mentioned how I was the reason Jason asked her on a date since he was my work buddy at the time. Aria made sure to say that she understood Melissa's insecurities about our friendship and tried hard to reassure her that she had nothing to be scared of, that she was happy for us, and that she herself was happily married. Aria and Melissa talked among themselves while I chatted with Jason. I could see Melissa relax, and I felt genuinely happy that she was happy. After we came home, she told me that she trusts Arya more now and that they are planning to go out tomorrow. I understand that they are not going to be friends right away, but I can say that things are moving in the right direction. Thank you all for reading and helping me. I appreciate it. Edit, I wanted to clarify what I meant. Arya didn't mean that Melissa had to keep her insecurities to herself. She was more trying to calm her down and letting her know that she is happily married and doesn't have to worry about Arya and me falling in love, which will not happen. Melissa knows she can trust me, and if something is bothering her, then I want her to know that she can tell me. She can also talk to Arya if something is still bothering her. This story was posted by a deleted user in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My marriage has been horrible for the past year. Wife's sister recently moved in. We have a lot of fun together. Made me realize how unhappy I am in and I want a divorce. My wife and I have been married for 3 years. Our marriage has been horrible for me in the last year. My wife is always angry, negative, lazy, and blames everything that goes slightly wrong in her life on somebody else except herself. I am a very outgoing and motivated person who enjoys going out a lot. My wife is less outgoing but used to make an effort to go out together and have fun. For the past year, she hasn't contributed anything to our marriage. She is addicted to her phone and TikTok and barely pays attention when I'm talking or when we are doing something together. We hardly go out anymore, and if we do, she always finds something to get angry about, like a waiter taking a little too long. When we are out eating, she is on her phone watching TikToks and barely communicates with me. She always wakes up moody and angry, which destroys the whole vibe. She curses in every other sentence and huffs and puffs if she has to do something that normal adults have to do. We have not been intimate for the past 6 months, and it doesn't look like that will change anytime soon. I always tell her how much I appreciate her and that I love her, and I try to do things together. However, she always shuts me down when I suggest doing something because she is tired, yet she proceeds to watch Netflix until 2 a.m. She never shows any affection or appreciation toward me. For the past year, I have tried to communicate that something needs to change in our marriage, but she just gets angry and avoids the conversation instead of engaging in it. It has reached the point where I have stopped caring about our marriage and have been focusing on my personal life and goals. My wife's sister, Elle, has recently gotten out of a long-term relationship and has temporarily moved in with us. Elle is the complete opposite of my wife. She is happy, vibrant, talkative, and fun to be around. Ever since she moved in, we have been spending a lot of time together because my wife does nothing but watch Netflix and talk to her friends on FaceTime when she is home. On the rare occasions when she is not doing one of these things, she is out with her friends. Elle is very active, so we engage in many activities together. She joins me when I go to the park for some fresh air, helps me cook when I'm preparing dinner, and even works out with me in my home gym. I always try to get my wife to tag along with us, but she never does. Spending all this time with Elle has completely changed my mood. Being around someone positive who doesn't complain about every single thing in their life is refreshing and fun. But don't get the wrong idea. We have never done anything inappropriate. We have just become really good friends who lift each other up. The past couple of months since Elle moved in have made me realize how unhappy I am in my marriage. Having someone around who constantly complains, curses, and is angry drains every bit of energy you have. It's depressing, and that's not how I want my life to be. I want to be with someone positive who shows that they care about me and wants to have new experiences together with me. I have tried so hard for the past year to make my marriage work with my wife, but I just get shut down. I don't feel loved or appreciated anymore, and I don't want to be in this position any longer. I want a divorce so I can move on with my life and find someone who actually loves me and cares for me. I have officially checked out of my marriage and don't want to turn back. I'm just not completely sure how to approach the situation now. I know for a fact that I'm going to be criticized by friends and her family for leaving my wife, and that I'll somehow come out as the bad guy. I want this process to be as clean as possible, but I'm not sure how. Update. My first post received a lot of traction. I appreciate all the supportive messages I have received, especially from those who shared their own experiences. You have definitely helped me gain some perspective on the matter. Over the past couple of days, I have been able to clear my head about my marriage. I realized that this is not how I want to spend the rest of my life. I want to be with someone who cares about me and loves me. Clearly, she does not. I want to be with someone who respects me enough to put her phone down when we are having dinner and I'm trying to talk to her rather than ignoring me to watch TikToks. I am done trying and getting nothing in return. I am done giving it my all and receiving nothing back. I have been trying to communicate and make things better for a whole year, but I have been completely neglected. I still have love for my wife, but I'm not in love with her anymore. I want to move on with my life, find the right person for me, and lead a happy life. I have already been in contact with my divorce attorney and I'm starting the process. I turned 32 days ago and my wife didn't even acknowledge my existence. Instead, she went out with her friends that night. Even her sister remembered my birthday and got me a present. She was shocked that my wife ignored it. We ended up having dinner together at a restaurant and she even paid for both of us. I didn't feel the need to mention my birthday to my wife because I knew that at this point she didn't really care. This really solidified my decision. I don't care if she is depressed or not. If she doesn't care enough about me to remember and acknowledge my birthday and would rather go out with her friends, then I don't want to be with her. People keep suggesting that we should go to counseling or therapy to work things out. For the past year, I have been trying to get my wife to attend couples therapy with me, but she just refuses and gets angry with me as always. I have tried everything I could think of to make my marriage work, but she shuts down every effort I make. I've put in so much effort, but now I have had enough. A lot of people tried to diagnose my wife with depression in my previous post, but I'm not a medical professional, so I can only speak from my perspective. To me, it seemed like she was living her own life without me and that she would get frustrated with everything I got involved in. I'm not going to say if she has or doesn't have depression, that's not for me to determine. Whether she has it or not, I don't find that a valid excuse to treat me the way she has been for the past year. She didn't even have the respect to communicate and talk to me like a decent human being instead of being on her phone or ignoring me. If she has depression, she'll have to figure that out on her own without me. Many people were also suggesting that I just want a divorce to get with her sister. That's not true. I want a divorce so I can get myself out of this miserable marriage and move on with my life. I have no plan to pursue her sister. I'm getting this divorce for my own well-being. Elle said that she finds the divorce unfortunate, but that she supports my decision. She even suggested that we stay friends afterward because we get along great. When I told my wife that I was divorcing her, some small part of me hoped she would realize what has been happening in the past year and try to apologize and make things good again. Instead, she started getting angry with me and yelling at me. As always, instead of taking responsibility, she started blaming me. At this point, I stopped caring and didn't respond to all her yelling. I told her that my decision was final. I also suggested she see a medical professional to figure out her possible depression, but what she does with that advice is really none of my concern. Elle knew something was up and tried to talk with my wife about what was going on, but pretty much got dismissed and yelled at for getting her nose in our business. For now, I'll be sleeping on the couch and living my own life. Elle informed me that she is moving out and was able to find a place, so I'll be taking the guest bedroom when she leaves. I'm in the middle of trying to figure things out with my lawyer and hopefully we will be able to move fast in this divorce. I'm mentally preparing myself for everything that will happen to me socially and I accept that. I just want this to be over so I can move on with my life. User 8% Juice said, contrast is sometimes the best way to realize what's going on in your own situation. I'm so glad the OP realized something was wrong and then took multiple actions to change it. That's hard to do. To this user Now You See said, it can be so hard to leave those situations too because even though you feel something is deeply wrong, you also feel that logically you can't expect them to meet a need you can't communicate to them. So the empathetic side of you feels guilty and feels like leaving would be unfair. I've been in that situation twice before and both times I distinctly remember when I finally realized what the problem was. I remember feeling such a huge sense of relief because I finally understood that I wasn't being unreasonable by expecting uncommunicated needs to be met. I was just expecting them to treat me like an equal and like spending time with me wasn't a chore they were forced to do. I'm so glad OP realized what the problem is and got out before they brought kids into that mess. Well done to him for not transferring his emotional needs onto the sister and actually respecting her as a friend. User Boss Baby 33 said, good for OP. At first I thought he was divorcing his wife to be with his wife's sister, but that's not the case. His wife doesn't care about him, she just does her own thing. I see many red flags in their relationship, it's toxic and lacks respect. They are just showing others that they are a couple. I clearly felt like they were roommates. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Unusual Capital. The post is titled AITAH for not caring about my wife's affair. We've been together 7 years and married for 5. We don't have kids. I have been working from home since COVID hit. For the last 3+ years, she has been a secretary in a large office building. Now, I'm not going to pretend like we had the perfect marriage 2 years ago and that I can't believe she would do this. I was totally complacent in my life and really wasn't putting much effort into our relationship at all. That doesn't excuse what she did, and she had her own issues with intimacy and communication that led us to where we were then. I just want it clear I'm no saint in all of this. I totally understand we were basically roommates that on rare occasions had sex. Well, I found out right away when the emotional affair started. I've got all of our everything logged into every device we have, including my work computer, I mean synced email, text, photo, social media, etc. So I was basically reading her affair regularly, including when it became a physical affair about 4 weeks in. The part that told me this was over though was that I felt nothing about this. I was totally indifferent, maybe a little embarrassed at worst. When the physical affair started 2 years ago, I recognized this marriage was dead and that I should just divorce, mostly because I felt nothing. I started looking into lawyers and figured we could just do this easily and amicably. Well, here's where the crazy part happens. When the emotional affair started, she seemed, I wouldn't say happy, but less sad. Then, the weekend after the physical affair started, I got the shock of my life. She came into my office that Saturday morning and asked me to take her on a hike and picnic. Initially, I thought this was the moment to burst her bubble and reveal what I know, but I didn't. I decided to actually get up and do this. I kind of thought she was going to reveal it herself and ask for divorce. We had a really nice time, it was a great day, and she never brought up anything. I chalked it up as one more good memory before we end this thing. Then she asked me out again that week. Then we had intimacy. I don't know if it was shame or guilt or what, but she was basically taking the initiative to improve our marriage. After that first week, she began to open up more about her feelings. I, for some reason, had a fire lit under me and started to make some effort in our relationship, started reconnecting with some old friends, got all the laundry off the gym equipment. The affair continued, but as we spent more time together over those early weeks, and since it really gave me no concern and everything seemed better, I decided to just forget about it and divorcing her and just start enjoying my life. I do still love this woman very much. Up until 2 days ago, we were in a really solid place. We had outings every other weekend, date night Thursday, regular intimacy, and communication. I don't even read their messages anymore, just occasionally to see if it's still going on. 2 days ago, I noticed she was having frequent and long conversations with one of her close friends. I asked my wife about it, and it turns out this friend's husband got caught having an affair. My wife has been comforting her. This would not have been a big deal, but my wife then started bashing the husband for cheating. I don't know why I said it, but it came out, "You're one to judge." She got super defensive and pressed me for why I said that. I initially tried to apologize and move on, but she wasn't letting up, and I eventually spilled that I've known about her affair the whole time. She tried to play dumb, which annoyed me, so I started citing specifics. She then got really mad at me, started crying, and accused me of not caring about her. I got pissed and started yelling at her because I'm not the one having an affair. It got heated. We went to separate rooms and slept it off. Yesterday morning, she got up extra early and went to work before I got up. I tuned back into their messages and she had broken up with the affair partner. He was messaging her constantly on every app and she just kept blocking him. She came home early yesterday. When I went to talk to her, she stopped me, looked at me, and asked how I could let this go on. I replied, "Because I just didn't care." She then called me a huge asshole and locked herself in our bedroom until she left for work this morning. She got home tonight, said nothing to me, and locked herself in again. I can't even imagine in what bizarro world I could possibly be the asshole in this situation. Is there a perspective out there where I am? If so, please share it with me because in my mind there isn't. User Lamb's English said NTA, but telling her you just didn't care. Put her in a strange position against the guilt she's been feeling and the attempt to rediscover your relationship. But most definitely NTA. User Outrageous said, she's mad that you didn't care enough about her to stop the affair or to try. She's being unreasonable. To this user Fireproof Spider said, the funny thing is that OP did care. The affair improved their lives, which is why he let it go. If it hadn't, he would have told her about it. User Bobo Zet said, I say this as a compliment. I'm a strictly monogamous person with zero tolerance for cheating, and yet I find it fascinating how you're able to love in a completely detached way, having no expectations from your partner. You don't feel entitled to her love, nor do you feel that she should love only you. In a way, this approach seems to have saved you from a lot of pain. It's also a very Jedi-like attitude. Update. First off, I appreciate everyone's comments on the original post. Except for those of you who just get on and throw insults, you need therapy more than anyone else on this whole sub. If you missed the original post, you can see it in my profile. I decided against showing the post or any comments. Instead, I used it to organize my thoughts and points. Our conversations, which I'm going to share below, were in no way linear. We jumped around in topics, discussing one thing that led to another, only to come back to this, reveal that, and so on. So I'm going to try to put it all together as coherently as possible. As I mentioned in a comment on the other post, my wife finally came out at around 12:30 a.m. on Friday and joined me on the couch in my office. She curled up next to me and just cried for a solid 15 to 20 minutes while we remained silent otherwise. When she was ready, we began talking until we were worn out. We picked that up again last night, which was also taxing. We finally wrapped things up for now this morning. This included long spells of crying, hysterical bonding, and a phone call to the affair partner while I listened. The start of the affair was pretty cliche. Flirty small talk that made her feel good escalated into messaging and sharing personal details, eventually leading to kissing. I probably don't need to explain the rest of the escalation from there. We talked a lot about what got her to that point. She remembers feeling like nothing she did could get my attention. I completely agreed with this. However, I also stated that I don't remember too many attempts on her part. She acknowledged that she wasn't very forthcoming during those days, always hinting at what she wanted instead of just outright saying it. There wasn't any one moment that broke the camel's back, just a collection of instances. When AP came into the picture, the validation was intoxicating, especially in contrast to years of neglect. However, she said she felt a ton of guilt and shame. She was in the same spot I was when it started, assuming we would just divorce since we were largely just roommates at that point. The hike and picnic were supposed to be the last bit of assurance that our marriage was over. She did not expect me to agree to go or for it to be such a pleasant time. From that point on, we started reconnecting and she made the decision to put in effort as long as I kept making an effort. She opened up more and I responded positively. That got us to where we've been for the last 2 years. As for why she didn't end it with AP once I was back, she admitted she was just being selfish. She kept telling herself she would end it, but didn't actually want to. I was planning dates, listening, and initiating intimacy often. He doted on her and validated her. She had the best of everything. Eventually, she convinced herself that what I didn't know couldn't hurt me. This realization makes her feel foolish now, knowing I knew the whole time. We talked about my surveillance and she said she is having trouble getting over this and feels betrayed. I didn't give her any excuses. It came up because she asked how I knew and I told her she's been logged into our old desktop and my work computer on her email, Instagram, and Facebook for years, as well as it being connected to our cloud. I owned up to how wrong this was, but we both agreed that if we are going to make the reconciliation work, we're going to have to forgive each other for a lot of things. As many said and were right about, my "I don't care" statement was extremely triggering and hurtful. It took her right back to where we used to be. I took advice and organized my thoughts and told her that it wasn't that I don't care. I care about her immensely and changed for the better these last 2 years because I wanted to be there for her. I then explained I should have said it doesn't bother me. She's still trying to wrap her head around this. I'm trying to explain how I just basically don't feel jealousy or insecurity, which is hard to put into words. It also causes a mix of emotions on her end. I told her that having her be happy again made everything worth it for me. Also, the affair got me off my ass for the first time in years, so in a way I've kind of told myself it was a blessing these past years. Finally, to address the breakup with AP, she said once it was out, she went into a doom spiral thinking everything in her life was a sham. She felt guilty over everything, she cut him loose and locked me out. She was basically beating herself up for being awful to both of us. Listening to her call with him was hard even for me. From what she's told me in our conversations and the call, I'm pretty convinced he was or is in love with her. I think he was holding out hope we would divorce at some point. She laid it out for him that we would not and were going to do everything to make this marriage work. He didn't beg or degrade himself, but seemed genuinely hurt. When the call ended, she reblocked him and stated she has to go no contact so he can heal and actually go find someone and we can fix our issues. We are working out our plans to fix our marriage. We're not totally sure where to go from here. She wants individual counseling for herself, so we will make that happen. After she has done that for a while, we will probably start marriage counseling. We are also going to symbolically fresh start, and I'm getting a new work computer. From there, it's being open and honest with each other every day and making sure we are being present in our lives. I love this woman very much and want to make this work. Now, to address some of the other questions. Sorry to all the poly/ethical non-monogamous people, we did not discuss this. She never called herself anything other than a cheater or unfaithful. I don't have the emotional bandwidth to bring this up right now, so if this is ever discussed, it'll be down the road. I've never been tested for autism or depression or anything really. I've always been stoic and was raised to believe that men don't show emotion, only when appropriate. I seriously doubt I have any underlying undiagnosed mental health issue. I've never been much of a feelings person, but I'm good in social scenes and understand societal norms. Some people just don't feel as deeply as everyone else seems to. I don't know if this is the update everyone wanted, but it's where we are at today. We might be somewhere totally different tomorrow. Right now, all I can do is take it a day at a time. This next post was made in the Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Ayaka Shadow. The post is titled, "My dad said he wishes he had a son rather than a daughter. I am not very close with my father due to him not wanting to spend much time with me. When I was little, my mom and I did lots of fun activities together. She always played with me and entertained me, resulting in us having a good relationship now years later. But whenever I try to get my dad to play with me or watch something with me, he'd be uninterested and tell me to go play with my mom. This happened practically every day, with me wanting to watch him work on his car or ask him to play, but he always pushed me off. As I grew up, I believed that my dad just didn't like me, so I asked him to play or teach me stuff less and less. He would only do things with me on my birthday and holidays, though he always made sure I was fed when I was hungry and would comfort me if I was upset. Other than that, he would avoid me. Now to today, I was in the kitchen getting a snack and my dad was outside in the backyard on the phone with one of his friends. I could hear what he was talking about from the open kitchen window, but was initially ignoring it until he said my name in their conversation. I listened more closely and heard him telling his friend that he wishes he had a son more than a daughter because he never wanted a girl and didn't try to build much of a relationship with me because of it. He said he had tried to get my mom to have a second child to see if he could get a son, but my mom didn't want 2 children at the time. So he just ignored me when I was able to walk and talk so he could focus on other things and let my mom raise me. I went to my room after hearing this and am writing now. I want to tell my mom because of how hurt I feel, but I also don't want to cause an argument between them since they are really close. Does anyone have a few suggestions on what I should do? Should I ask him about it or just tell my mom? Update. Hi everyone, I have a short update on my situation from my last post. First, I want to say how grateful and heartwarming it was to see your comments. Your kind words really helped, along with the few people who messaged me asking if I needed someone to talk to. I really appreciate you all. On to the update. My mom got home from work and I waited until she wasn't busy to talk to her. I asked her to come with me to my room, and once we were both in there with the door closed, I told her what I overheard and how I felt. Not just about his hurtful words, but also about how I felt my whole life with how he treated me like I'm a stranger. My mom was quiet as I talked, and once I finished, she hugged me and told me how sorry she was. She hugged me while telling me that I'm the best thing to ever happen to her and that it didn't matter that I'm a girl because she'd love me either way. That's how parents should be, and she'd always be there for me. After a bit, she went to confront my dad, who admitted it. They got into an argument over it, which ended with him going to stay at my grandma's house for a bit. I'll add another update if anything new comes up. Edit. I forgot to mention that my mom also told me how she's been doing her best to fill both roles of my mom and dad since my dad wasn't. Update 2. Wow, first off, I want to say thank you to everyone who commented on my last 2 posts. I've received a lot of advice and support, and I really want to express my gratitude. You have no idea how much it means to me. On to the update. My dad came home last night, and my mom was hesitant to let him into the house, but he said he needed to talk, so she let him in. He, my mom, and I sat in the living room and he started apologizing for what had happened. He told my mom and me that he regretted what he said and that he would step up to be a better father to me and make things right. My mom told him that what he did was not acceptable in any way and that it's not a matter where apologizing will fix it. I then asked how exactly he planned to make up for ignoring me my whole childhood and not being a dad to me. I pointed out that I'm turning 18 in a couple of months and that I won't be a child anymore. I said that ignoring me throughout my childhood and pushing me away because of what's between my legs was a horrible thing, and I don't forgive him. He started apologizing more and had some tears in his eyes, which sort of surprised me. My mom then asked me to head to my room, so I did. I could hear my mom saying things to him, and then I heard him leave the house again. She came into my room afterward and told me that she would not be allowing him back into our home anymore. She gave me a hug before telling me that she texted his mom the night he left for a few days about what happened. Apparently, my grandma tore into him about it and kicked him out, so he had to stay at one of his friends' houses. Final update. Hello all, it's been almost a month since my last update because not much had happened with the situation until last weekend. If you want to know the full story, please look at my previous posts and then come back to this one. I was home alone last weekend watching The Mandalorian as I was resting after being hit by a car. While I was lying in bed, I heard knocking on the front door. I went to check and saw my dad standing there. His left eye looked completely bloodshot and he asked to come in. At first, I said no and told him that if he wanted to talk, we could do so where we were. He started apologizing for everything and then tried to guilt me into forgiving him and getting my mom to let him stay again. When I said no, he got a bit mad and started ranting about what had been happening in his life recently. I wasn't really interested. I was just waiting for him to back up so I could shut the door when he started to calm down a bit and then dropped a bombshell. He said that he wasn't very interested in me growing up because I was not his kid. I was dumbfounded hearing that and asked what he meant. He said, "If you were my child, you would not be a girl, so you aren't my kid." I was actually shocked he thought that was how it worked, that I wasn't his child because I wasn't born a boy. Like, what the hell? I started to tell him that he's an actual idiot if he thought that's how it worked, and that made him mad. He slapped me and started yelling, so I pushed him backward and he fell off the porch. I quickly shut the door and locked it before calling my mom, who immediately called the police and rushed home while he was yelling and trying to get the door back open. After a few minutes, the cops showed up and he was taken in an ambulance to a hospital because the fall broke his wrist. Then he was arrested for assault on a minor since we have cameras that caught the whole thing on video. My mom has been comforting me over the past week because I had to deal with that, but now we are okay. I probably won't update again unless something major happens. But I wanted to say thank you to everyone who has reached out and left nice comments on all of my posts. This story was posted by a user named Sewing Season in the Relationship Advice subreddit. The post is titled, "Ex-wife married my best friend. It's killing me. I have been with my wife for 5 years and married for 4 years. We have 3 kids from her previous relationships. I really love her and her kids. Things were perfect until 3 or 4 months ago. I've had 3 big promotions in 5 years. We bought a house last year. She stays home with the kids and is trying to make a social media career happen. I have always been on the fence about having kids, but she really wanted us to have one together, so I agreed to have my vasectomy reversed. She is 7 months pregnant now. We were so incredibly happy. My ex-wife divorced me in 2019 and moved about 2 hours away a few months into the pandemic. Our divorce was amicable, but once it was finalized, I never heard from her again, even when I would wish her well on birthdays and holidays. I even sent her a graduation gift when I heard that she finished her PhD program. Other people in our social circle, including my parents and sister-in-law who sent her a gift, received handwritten thank you cards. I didn't get so much as a text. My ex-wife is a really kind and thoughtful person, and the woman I knew would have at least sent a thank you text if her worst enemy sent her a gift. Even though we broke up, I didn't think she hated me. My best friend and I have been best friends since college. He's the best person I know, and at least 10 people think he's their best friend, but he said that I was always his. We kind of lost touch during the pandemic. We live 2 hours apart, and he is a lawyer and teaches classes at a university, so he is really busy. I have a really busy career, a new wife, and 3 kids. I didn't really realize that the texts between us were fewer, and that the last time he finally replied to me was in late 2021. He also falls off the face of the earth when he gets with a new girl, and then when things cool off, we all hear from him more. We have always been the kind of friends that could go an extended period of time without communicating and then pick up right where we left off. I kept saying that I would eventually call him when things were less busy. My wife and I went to visit the city he and my ex-wife live in last summer for a week, and I tried calling him a couple of times to meet up, but he never answered. I was sad, but just figured he was busy with work or obsessed with a new girlfriend. I have other friends there, so I got to see them. Then I went to the city again by myself in October for a Halloween party. I figured he'd be at this party and was psyched that I'd get to see him then. He was there. When I went to say hi and hug him, he looked a little surprised and gave me a weak hug. I told him that I was there during the summer and that I tried calling him so we could hang out. He just said, "Yeah, I was on my honeymoon that week. Sorry, I didn't get back to you." I was really shocked to hear that he'd gotten married and a little hurt that my best friend got married without me even knowing he had a serious girlfriend, but still happy for him. Like I said, he was a great guy and girls love him. I spit out a rush of questions like, who is she, where is she, what's her name, what's she like, where'd you meet her, how long have you been together? He paused for a moment and then just bluntly said, it's X. My ex-wife doesn't have a unique name or anything, but it isn't the most common name either, and instantly I knew that it was her. I can't describe how it felt to hear those two words come out of his mouth. I felt sick to my stomach and immediately wanted to die. I have never felt like that before. I just said, what the hell? He told me that I didn't get to be mad because I broke her heart and they didn't start dating until 2 years after we got divorced and that I chose to be with some waitress anyway. I drank the rest of the weekend because it was the only way I was able to sleep. I feel betrayed by both of them. My best friend since I was 20 years old married my ex-wife behind my back. I was married to her for 6 years and they were never even friends, and now they are in love with each other. I also found out that he talked badly about my current wife and me behind my back and never liked her. I went back home and I know that I was distant with my wife and the kids because I was hurting so much. After a couple of weeks, we had a big fight and she called me out on being distant and accused me of cheating. I finally came clean and told her about my ex and my best friend, which she scoffed about and said she'd known about them for a long time now because of social media. I flew into a rage and we fought for hours. She betrayed me by not telling me the entire time she knew. She didn't say anything when I mentioned my best friend not returning my calls or messages. I didn't get to sleep before going to work, and after work, I just stayed with my parents for a few days. When I finally went back home, we got into another fight where she accused me of still being in love with my ex and said that I wouldn't care if I wasn't. I called her stupid and said that she wouldn't understand because she doesn't have any friends. I wouldn't care if my ex-wife got married to anyone else if it wasn't my best friend. I don't see what is so hard to understand about that. We made up eventually, but I feel sick to my stomach every day and things aren't the same in our relationship. I love my wife, but I've come to realize it's not the same way I loved my ex-wife. My wife doesn't love me the same way my ex-wife did either. I have started to regret the things that led to our divorce because we were really happy until the moment she left me. I don't even have my best friend to call because he's too busy with my ex-wife to care about me anymore. Everything feels empty and like a lie now. A lot of friends agree that they both betrayed me but think I need to move on. Even my dad and brother told me to get over it. My sister-in-law yelled at me and my mom tries to comfort me, but I know she's overhearing about my problems. I have to pretend I'm okay, but I'm not. No one gives a shit about mental health when it comes to men. I brought up couples therapy to my wife, but she said that she thinks we are okay since we worked through things. Guess I have to pretend for the rest of my life now because divorce is not on the table. I need advice on what to do and how to get closure. I am thinking of driving to their city to just show up and force them to talk to me so I can move on. Is that too much to ask? How do I get my wife to see that it is hard to trust her after knowing she kept a big secret from me for a long time? The 3 people I love the most outside of my blood family ripped my heart out. My wife knew about my best friend being in a relationship with my ex-wife and didn't tell me. Best friend ghosted me around the time he started dating my ex-wife. Ex-wife is still friendly with my family and mutual friends, but not me. Update. The overwhelming consensus here is that I am a piece of shit, which is true. The other consensus is that I need therapy. I asked my brother to help me, but neither of us even knows where to begin to find a therapist. He said he would ask his wife to help us, and she texted me this morning and said she was only helping because of my brother. I guess that's fair. A few months later, OP gave us an update. I guess I should start by saying that I had or have a lot more issues than my original post addressed or than I even recognized at the time. Therapy is helping me uncover a lot of it, and it's really uncomfortable on the good days and crushing on the bad days. So many people talk about how they feel so much better after going to therapy, but I feel worse. I'm still going to go though because for as much as it sucks, it is helping me learn better ways of dealing with things. It is also helping me explain myself to myself a little better. Like, I am a shitty person, but I wasn't always a shitty person, and I am starting to see where it all went wrong. I feel like understanding that is the only way I can address those things and then become a better person. I did inpatient therapy, and after my release, I see a therapist in her office once a week and meet virtually once a week. I also see a psychiatrist once every 2 weeks and started on some medications. It's weird how I can kind of see them helping parts of my brain, but dulling other parts and making my body not feel the best. I try to explain it to the doctor, but he just tells me it is going to take some time for them to fully work and that eventually I will get used to it. My wife had the baby, but while I was away, she told me about the possibility of the baby not being mine. I grieved that so much, but I decided it wasn't much good to dwell on it too much right now until we knew for sure once she was born. The results came back last week and she isn't mine. We haven't made any decisions yet about our relationship, but we are living together for the sake of the kids and her recovery from having the baby. She said that if I didn't want to be with her anymore, she'd go back to her home state with her mom and stepdad. She also mentioned that she knew she wouldn't get alimony or child support because of our state, but I told her I would help her get back home and on her feet if that's what ended up happening. Since I got back home, I have stepped up more and been more active as a dad, which has been really good for me. Being a responsible and present father helps me forget about all of the other stuff in the moment, but it would be a lie for me to say that I don't worry about how much it'll hurt to lose them if we break up, since they are not biologically or legally mine. I also just worry about them a lot and think they deserve to have a safe, stable, and happy childhood. I'm really sad that the baby isn't mine. I wanted her to be mine more than anything in the world, but I find it really hard to be angry with my wife for some reason. I cheated on my first wife with her, so it's kind of karma in a way, and what could I really expect when our relationship started the way that it did? Plus, there's this other part of me that understands that she is a deeply damaged person like me. I don't really want to go into a lot of details, but we both lived through some similar experiences happening to us when we were kids that bonded us. Neither of us really dealt with it, but I thought that I was okay because I grew up privileged and she didn't. So I always had more opportunities than she did. I also thought that since I didn't think about it as much, I was okay. She thought about it all the time and she wasn't okay. My ex-wife is an amazing woman and she deserves to be happy. I sent her an email and just kind of poured my heart out about how sorry I am for hurting her. I would rip my heart out to give to her if it helped her heal from the heartbreak I caused her. I said in the email that I didn't expect a reply and that I would never attempt contact with her again after that. She got in contact with my brother a few times to check on me, and she's called me twice, and we talked for a few hours about everything. She's really happy, and she's doing well. I'm proud of her, and she deserves to be happy. I am really lucky that I had the years that I had with her, but now it is time to accept how I screwed up and try my best to do better going forward. I don't think I will ever contact her again, but would be happy to hear from her if she ever reaches out again. It still hurts a little, but I understand now that that door is fully closed. The door with my friend is closed too. We haven't spoken and we probably never will, but that's okay. I found out from other friends that he was always in love with my ex-wife and that he was the person who convinced her to move to where they live now after our divorce. I think knowing helps because the story I created in my head was far worse. I also understand now why no one wanted to tell me. My brother and I got so close again, which his wife isn't the happiest about. I'm not sure where I would be right now if it wasn't for him. We invited them over during the weekend, and at one point, she and I were in a room alone for a few minutes, and I told her that I was sorry, and she just hugged me and told me that I was stupid, but that she knows I am trying. I also have two really good friends who have been there for me through everything, even though they have been clear from the very beginning that they have not agreed with my actions. All of them are more than I deserve. My relationship with my parents isn't in the best place right now. They are both really mad at me because my brother confronted them about what I told him related to the thing that happened when I was a kid. They feel like he is blaming them and that they did the best they could for me. I think that they are really embarrassed too. I get it and I don't really blame them. I don't think they knew what to do. But I am not going to apologize to them either, so until I do, they don't really want to be around me. I'm not sure that this is the update that anyone wanted to read, but it's all I've got. My life is still very much in limbo, maybe even shambles. But I am doing my best to fix it and to fix some of the hurts I have caused others. I would recommend therapy as much as everyone recommended it to me, but I would caution to add that it requires a lot of honesty to work and that sometimes that kind of honesty reopens old wounds. But those wounds are dirty and infected, so you've got to clean them up and treat them to get better, which is going to hurt, but I am not sure there is any other way. User Unintentional Wipe said, I always appreciate it when someone comes to Reddit hoping to receive affirmation and comfort, but gets told off instead, only for them to take it and change for the better. The timing made it obvious that he cheated, so it was strange that he didn't realize this was why his ex-wife never responded to him. He probably thought that because he tried to make the divorce easy for her, they were okay. I don't know if his current relationship will last, but I hope he continues with therapy and grows more. Maybe he could get his wife into it too, so neither of them has to look for outside sources for comfort. User Gregor the Mound said, "It's a bit rich that he omitted the fact that he cheated in the first post. That's a pretty important nugget of information to leave out." This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Pollution Alert. The post is titled AITAH for not continuing a relationship with my ex-wife's daughter. My wife of 8 years had an affair with a co-worker. I stayed married to her because our daughters have been together since they were 2 and 3. She had an affair with the same guy again, so I threw her out and divorced her. Now she texts and emails me, despite me telling her to leave me alone, begging me to have a relationship with her daughter and to allow my daughter to have one with her as well. I've explained to her several times that they aren't sisters and that I'm not her daughter's father. Her own father is a POS, so I get it, but that's not my problem anymore. She should have considered the consequences of her actions before she did anything. I was okay with raising a kid that wasn't mine while we were married, but she showed her appreciation for that by cheating. So now she doesn't get access to me in any capacity. She tells me I'm cruel and heartless because her kid is miserable without us. I told her to ask the guy she cheated on me with to raise her kid. User Purple Philosophy said NTA, "It is sad for the kids, but it's better for you to make a clean break so everyone can heal. My dad was married and I had a stepbrother and stepsister for a while when I was a kid. They divorced and I never saw them again. I lived. To this day, I don't even think about them or their mom." User Fancy Boysenberry said NTA, "I do feel bad for her child, but she needs to get the hell away from you. Yes, that little girl should have a man in her life, but that's on her mom. These are the consequences of her actions. She found a man who stepped up to be there for her daughter. She cheats, and OP still gave her another shot. And what does she do to this man who is far better than me? She cheats on him again with someone else. She's just going to try to weasel her way back in. Just never see her again." This next post was made by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "I just found out my GF is lying about being on a trip. Is there any hope, or am I cooked? My girlfriend Amy and I went on our first date around 1.5 years ago, took things slowly while being exclusive, and have been officially dating for 1 year. Overall, the relationship has been pretty good, minus some small hiccups in communication that she attributes to her neurodivergence. Amy isn't great with texting, which I initially thought was a red flag until I realized she's like that with almost everyone, including most of her friends and family. To give a little background, Amy and a few of her girlfriends attend a conference a few states away twice per year. It's a 2-day event, but they usually turn it into a 5-day vacation because it requires a flight and hotel and is in a nice city. Amy's friend group is typically very active on social media during these trips, posting on their Instagram stories throughout. This weekend was supposed to be their 3rd time attending. Amy and her friends had their flights and hotels booked for months, as confirmed by some of their posts on social media expressing excitement about having everything planned. Unfortunately, the conference was canceled, but since they had already booked everything, they decided to still enjoy the vacation. My girlfriend and I had a date night last weekend. She was telling me how excited she was for her trip. All was good until the end of the date when I caught a glimpse of Amy's phone. She was on her airline app, seemingly reading cancellation policies. We'd had a long day and I was tired. I felt like I was snooping or being nosy, so I didn't say anything. During the week, I asked Amy to hang out the day before her flight, emphasizing that I wanted to see her before her trip. Unfortunately, she said she was meeting up with her group of co-worker friends, so she couldn't. No worries. On the morning of her flight, I texted her to wish her a safe flight and happy trip. She liked my message and we haven't talked since. As I mentioned earlier, she's not big on texting, so we usually don't text much unless we're planning dates or dealing with emergencies. I figured she was on her trip and didn't text again to plan anything. Now onto the main issue. Amy is supposed to be a few days into her trip now, but I noticed none of her friends were posting on Instagram. That struck me as odd because they usually post a lot during these trips. Still, I shrugged it off until tonight. Amy started posting videos of herself at a show. It looked fun, and at first I didn't think twice about it, until the end of the video when the show host called out "thank you" followed by the name of the major city near where we live. Curious, I looked up the name of the show and confirmed that it was happening in our nearby city this weekend. This means she wasn't on that vacation after all and never thought to tell me about it. I did some snooping on Venmo and found out that over 2 weeks ago, Amy's friend paid her back for the hotel and car rental costs. So she's known for at least 2 weeks that the trip was canceled, but hasn't said anything to me, even when I brought it up multiple times. Where do I go from here? I feel like I'm spiraling and overthinking everything lately to see if I've missed any signs. I've already started assuming the worst and am panicking. I'm out of town for the weekend myself, but this has totally thrown off my trip. Is this worth having a conversation about, or is the relationship already over? Is there any valid reason why she wouldn't have told me by now, even if she tells me about the cancellation when I see her next before I confront her about it? Does that justify not saying anything until after what would have been the trip? Please, any advice is greatly appreciated. Edit, her best friend just uploaded a picture of them together during the show, so now I know she wasn't there with another guy, but that still doesn't explain why she lied. 2 weeks later, OP provided us with an update. To quickly summarize my last post, a few weeks back, my girlfriend was supposed to go on a trip a few states away for a conference. I found out that the conference was canceled and she didn't actually go and never even bothered to tell me. She lied by omission by not informing me when I texted her to have a good flight. I discovered she didn't go because her best friend posted a picture of them at a show in our nearby city. So here we are, almost a month later. I was wrecked and spiraling these past few weeks, and after being together for almost 2 years, I was too panicked to reach out and ask to see her. During the 3 weeks since her planned trip, she hasn't reached out to me once. That was until yesterday when she casually contacted me as if we hadn't ignored each other for 3 weeks and asked to see a movie. I finally saw her tonight. In the car, I asked about her trip. Her facial response was really weird, as if she got caught off guard. I'm guessing she expected me to forget about it after a few weeks of not seeing her. She just said it was okay, which instantly confirmed my suspicions. I asked her what she had done, and she claimed she went to that conference for one day and then went to a show afterward before returning home the day after I made my original post. When I asked which show, she claimed it was the one in our local city. I was driving at the time and it was dark out, so I waited to confront her because I didn't want to get emotional and endanger us. When I confronted her about lying about the trip, doubling down on the lie about the conference, and tripling down on the lie about the show, her immediate response was to start deflecting. She said that if this was making me upset, I should imagine how she felt about her conference and trip being canceled. She expressed how heartbroken and upset she was that the conference was canceled and that she didn't want to talk about it. She kept insisting that she doesn't owe it to me or anyone else to share details about her life. I called her out for gaslighting me, to which she responded that she was not gaslighting me. Kind of ironic, I guess. When I talked about how it made me feel and how she damaged my trust in her, she again tried to belittle my feelings by rolling her eyes and saying it was only a show. This conversation opened up much bigger issues in our relationship that I didn't mention in my last post. Generally, Amy has treated me poorly throughout our relationship. She has been hot and cold, put zero effort into communication, and it never felt like I was a priority for her. She gives me no affection or compliments despite drooling over male celebrities all day. She has made little effort to connect me with her family and friends. We've talked about all of this a few times now. She always claims to be overwhelmed with some new excuse and promises it will get better. Each time I cave in and agree to work through things. As expected, things never improve. This time is no different. She blamed a new job for being overwhelmed and said that's why she's been so distant. But this time was different. I guess her blatant lie to my face and your comments in the back of my mind gave me the strength to put my foot down. I broke up with her then and there. She kept begging me for one more chance, asking me to think on it for a few days, saying that she cares about me and didn't intend to hurt me, all that nonsense. But the whole time I was the one bawling and there wasn't a tear on her face. It really broke my heart to end things, but I've also grown to hate myself for putting up with her treatment for so long. I'm hurting a lot right now and I'm scared to get back into the dating world after 2 years of aging and some weight gain. I really loved her with every bit of my heart, and I'm terrified to picture my life without her. I really want to call her up and give her one final chance to get things right, but I know I'd never forgive myself if she didn't change and broke my heart again. I'm hurting badly, and I could really use some words of encouragement right now. User Gwynison said, I'll start with the positive. I'm glad the OP is moving on from that ex. She sounds exhausting and toxic. That said, I can't help but shake my head at stories like this where they open by saying the relationship is normal or even great. And then the big issue that's troubling them, the basis for their first post, seems to have come out of nowhere. But then in the update, they start saying things like, I didn't mention this in the first post where I described the relationship as just fine, but she's actually a serial killer and has been flaying me alive on a weekly basis. But thanks to you guys pointing out that it's bad for my partner to flay me alive, I could see through their manipulation and dump them. User Grand Joe said, loneliness is awful, no doubt, but holy shit. The stuff people put up with just so they won't be alone makes me so sad sometimes. And yes, I understand that abused people often can't think straight. That's obviously heartbreaking too, you know? This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, My best friend might be in love with my husband. My husband and I have been together since we were young teenagers. We got married last year and have a 6-month-old daughter together. She is the light of both our lives, as we both came from broken homes and want a better life than we had growing up. My best friend came into my life a few years later. We used to live in the same neighborhood and casually began to hang out. She lives with both her parents and siblings as she is studying to get her bachelor's degree. At first, she didn't like my husband, saying that he was clingy and tried to insert himself into our friendship. She was civil to him because he was my romantic partner. For context, my husband has bipolar type 2 disorder, autism, and PTSD, which causes him to be a little socially awkward and miss certain social cues and taboos. I love him regardless of it all. Over the last few years, we have been hanging out a lot more. She comes over for a few drinks, we go to movies, and even visit local attractions together. We all three have a good time, and my husband often tries to arrange nights just for the two of us as well. However, last year my husband and I found out we were expecting a child together in January. I was working at a fast food restaurant when I fell ill. After throwing up, I went to the doctor and found out I was 8.5 weeks pregnant. My life changed and I became busier preparing for motherhood. My best friend saw me less and less, and we couldn't talk as much. My husband and I got married almost a month and a half after discovering we were going to become parents. That's when our dynamic changed. Recently, I applied to school and am currently in college trying to get a law degree so I can become a paralegal and eventually attend law school. I'm also a stay-at-home mom while doing college work. I've been super busy. One day, my husband received a text from my best friend asking if they could talk because she was upset. He took the phone call despite my protest and a few minutes later said, Sandra, we need to go get Carla. Her father is picking a fight with her. I got upset because we were watching a movie together and I had just gotten the baby down for bed. We went to her house, which is about 20 minutes away, and she stayed with us for the night. As I got our daughter back down to bed, Carla asked to cuddle with the two of us in our bed. I was hesitant. I have issues with claustrophobia due to a traumatic experience as a child. My husband gave the go-ahead, so we settled in for the night. Carla's dad apologized before she headed back home. Once she was gone, I blew up on my husband. What he did was not only inappropriate, but also disrespectful of my boundaries. Since then, whenever she has an issue with her dad, she calls my husband to vent. One day, while my in-laws were staying with us, my mother-in-law overheard a conversation between my husband and Carla. She was concerned and asked me if I was okay with it. I said, no, not really, but every time I bring it up, he gets defensive, saying that she needs help, that she is going through a hard time. It is important to note that my mother-in-law was cheated on in the past by her ex-husband. We are also extremely close. She sees me as a daughter. She hates cheaters with a passion, and my husband, who I will refer to as James, was using the same excuses his father did. She asked to speak to him privately and walked into our living room. They got into a heated discussion, after which James apologized to me. He said he didn't know that it was hurting me and causing issues in our marriage. I asked him how he would feel if I had asked if another man could sleep in the bed with us. He kind of deflated and tried to say, it's different, but his stepfather Mark spoke up and said, it is the same. You're uncomfortable with it, so is she. Quit with the excuses. James respects Mark quite a lot. Mark raised him since he was 8 years old while his own father was in and out of the picture. Once the dust settled, my husband truly apologized for his actions and said that he would do better. I kissed him and that was that. However, I wouldn't be here if that were the end of the issues. Lately, Carla has been calling him 3 to 8 times a day. She says it's because she's bored and has no one else to talk to. I snapped. I called him out on his nonchalance about the situation, how whenever she calls, he answers, how it's making me feel like a third wheel in my own marriage, and how inappropriate it is. His response: "She's just lonely. You're letting it get to you." That night, I slept in the living room. I'm starting to suspect that she's trying to monopolize his time. She calls him for over an hour each time, they talk, she complains about her life, and so on. It's almost like she's acting as if she's his girlfriend or something. I'm finding this relationship troubling. It's getting to the point where it's seriously affecting my marriage. Where do I go from here? Any advice would be appreciated. Edit, thanks everyone for the feedback. I'm going to have a talk with him with his mom involved. He won't listen to me otherwise. I'm tired of fighting him over this. I should have an update with a resolution in a couple of days. I'll read everyone's responses more thoroughly in the meantime. Thanks for the advice. Edit 2, my husband and I had a sit-down talk. His mother and stepfather weren't available, but he promised me that he would explain everything in detail. I called Carla and she said we could talk Friday when she wasn't busy with school since she had something she needed to air out. I'll hopefully have an update on Friday. Edit 3, I woke up to a text from Carla this morning. She actually wants to talk to me tonight, alone, as her schedule has changed. We're going to have a heart-to-heart conversation. Hopefully, I'll have some news. Edit 4, I need some time. I'll post an update later on. My heart is hurting. My husband and I are getting a divorce. Thank you for understanding, everyone. Update 1. This update is hard. Everything about this situation sucks, and I don't know if I will be okay for some time. The baby and I are currently staying with my friend Tanya. To start, James and I are getting a divorce. Carla is no longer a friend to me or our mutual friends. The betrayal is too deep for her to remain part of our group. As most of you assumed, James and Carla are indeed having an affair. It started about 3 months ago and just turned physical 1 month ago. They were planning to leave after James served me divorce papers. They used the ruse that he was helping her through emotional issues to hide the truth. I was crushed. She wanted to clear the air before it got worse, and that was when she dropped a huge bombshell. James was going to try to get me to terminate my rights to my child so that Carla could adopt her. The reason? My borderline diagnosis from a few years ago made me unfit to be a mother, and he was sure that the courts would agree. She then handed me 2 separate stacks of paperwork and left. I am contacting a lawyer as I write this. I was seriously hurt. You guys were right. Carla was a snake and only told me this so she wouldn't feel guilty. However, I am not letting my soon-to-be ex-husband bully me into terminating my rights. I called him afterward and got very heated about what was going on. James just sat there in silence. I was crying afterward and pleaded with him to tell me what I did wrong. For a little backstory, I had a near-fatal complication during the delivery of our daughter where I bled throughout my entire labor. I had to have 2 blood transfusions and haven't fully recovered from it. I was not cleared for any strenuous activity for 3 months, including sexual activity. James became dissatisfied with all my doctor's appointments and not getting the intimacy he wanted. I was hurting and ended up needing another procedure to remove some placenta that didn't naturally come out. I had to have my tubes tied because if I have another child, it could kill me next time. James wanted at least 2 more kids, and this put an end to his plans. I married a monster. We were together since we were 15, and this is how he repays me. I thought I knew him. He was acting so caring and nice to me. I am absolutely heartbroken. I'm not even sure if I will update this anymore, but if I do, it will be after the divorce settles. Thanks for all your concern. I'm going to step back and take some time to adjust. There is no chance for a healthy co-parenting situation. I'm fighting for primary custody with supervised visits. Carla will not have any access to the baby as I will ask the judge to include a clause preventing her from interacting with my daughter. Thanks for all the advice. Edit, I forgot to add that I contacted his mother and Mark this morning. They are furious that James is doing this to me. They are helping me cover the cost of a lawyer because I'm a stay-at-home mom and college student. They have kicked James out and he is now staying at our old house with Carla. He did give me the courtesy of getting my stuff without putting up a fuss about taking what I wanted. He told me that he would keep in contact for divorce proceedings. Update 2. Sorry I have been radio silent. I spoke to a lawyer who is helping me at a reduced rate. My in-laws are assisting me with the cost of legal representation against their wayward son. With all the information I have, including some threatening texts from Carla and James, I have decided to file for a protection order. They were even foolish enough to send me a text that pretty much confirmed the blackmail. I intend to use this to my advantage in the upcoming divorce proceedings as evidence of emotional abuse. John has continued to insist that I need to terminate my rights to our daughter so that he can run away with Carla, but I shut that down immediately. My little girl is the light of my life and my only chance to be a mom, which is something I have always wanted. I finally got a clean bill of health from my doctor after months of dealing with postnatal complications. Needless to say, no more babies for me. I could die if I get pregnant again. I go to court on Friday for our divorce proceedings. We have a mediator that my lawyer is speaking to directly for me, so I don't have to deal with James's bullying tactics. My lawyer is a no-nonsense kind of man, and I appreciate that about him. My in-laws have decided to cut ties with James after this. He openly disrespected them for giving me a place to stay after I was kicked out of the house and for his threats. The emotional anguish he has been putting me through has been too much. They've always seen me as their own daughter and have treated me as such. They are just as angry at James for his involvement in all this as I am. That's why they decided to cover the cost of a lawyer since I was a stay-at-home mom. My therapist has increased my therapy sessions to 3 times a week. I was also formally diagnosed with DID recently, which only came out when I blacked out during a therapy session. My therapist and psychiatrist have been communicating and suspected for a while that I had it, but it was confirmed after my recent developments in therapy. I haven't told James this and never intend to. My mother-in-law does know and has been my rock through all of this. As for the commenters on Reddit who say that I moved too quickly out of the house for it to seem real, I have one thing to say. I had very little and had to go back to grab the baby stuff. My soon-to-be ex-husband and Carla went on a weekend getaway to my dream location, which I know they did to hurt me even more. The pictures were sent to me by my current friend who gave me a place for a few days before my in-laws offered me a place in their home. My baby girl is adjusting to life without her daddy around all the time. She is super fussy most of the time, and I am sure she misses having him around. It breaks my heart into pieces. Update 3. I have some great news. My baby girl is safe with me. My lawyer pulled through for me, and my ex wants this divorce to be over as soon as possible. First of all, I got full custody of my daughter with supervised visitation for my ex. His own words came back to haunt him. I had proof of all his threats and the blackmail attempt to get me to sign away my rights, and the judge wasn't happy. He tore into James and Carla about their behavior and how they tried to blackmail me, stating that they were lucky I didn't press charges for extortion. Because of their bad behavior, he told them that he couldn't in good conscience grant shared custody due to the evidence of their actions toward me. He was also concerned that they would try to run off with her. Next, because of all the unwarranted aggression directed at me, my protection order was granted. My mother-in-law, who stood by me in court, volunteered to facilitate the supervised visits until my divorce becomes final. If Carla and James try to contact me again, unless it is strictly about our daughter, they will both go to jail. James is also required to pay me child support. Of course, he tried to protest it, but that wasn't happening. Lastly, after court, James said something that kind of broke my heart regarding our daughter. If he can't have primary custody, he plans to petition to terminate his rights. He doesn't want to be tied to me anymore and is willing to let our daughter suffer for it. So my daughter has pretty much lost her father because he would rather break away from me and pretend I don't exist. I also received some additional information from Carla afterwards. Apparently, she is infertile due to an illness she suffered from as a teenager. She wanted a baby so badly that she tried to get me out of the picture so they could play happy family with my daughter. I was stunned. She then asked me if I was happy for tearing their family apart. I had to look at her for a second. She tore my family apart. I wanted to slap her so badly. Because of her, my daughter is probably going to lose her father. I'm sad. Final update. This update is heavy. Court was on Friday and I was waiting for the dust to settle before posting 2 days ago. My soon-to-be ex-husband has been hospitalized. Carla called me this morning crying despite the order. James tried to commit suicide this morning and she found him just in time. He attempted to overdose on his prescriptions and now he is in the hospital. The doctors don't know how long he will be there, but I will keep my hopes up for a speedy recovery. Despite the literal hell he has put me through, he is still the father of my daughter. I'm not pressing charges against Carla this time because it was a dire emergency. James is stable and they are transferring him to another facility for the foreseeable future. I almost feel sorry for her. I don't know when I will be able to update again. I have a lot to deal with and emergency care to plan for. Please keep me in your thoughts as I navigate this difficult situation. Thank you. This next post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit and is titled "Unhinged Coworker and Friend Accuses Me of Sleeping with His Wife and Fathering His Child. Demands I subject myself to a paternity test, but I'm gay and engaged. I don't know whether to laugh or cry over this entire situation that's unfolded in the past 6 weeks. I have a coworker I've been friends with for 4 years, pretty much since I started working at the factory I'm still at. Robert just had his first daughter, Chelsea, after having 4 boys. The boys are practically carbon copies of him. Bleach blonde straight hair, freckle-free skin, and I swear they were just born with tans. His high school sweetheart and wife, Danielle, is a tight-curled redhead with freckles for days and burns like there's no tomorrow. From the start, their daughter had a full head of red hair that's already starting to curl. When I got to meet her at 2 weeks old, I gasped and said something along the lines of, "Oh my god, it finally happened, the red is alive," just being dramatic and funny. Robert replied, "Yeah, don't bank on that staying, my genes are strong after all." Danielle rolled her eyes and I shrugged it off as a weird joke at first, but the entire time I was there, he kept going on about how his genes would prevail. Fast forward to now, Chelsea is 5 weeks old. For 3 weeks straight every single day, Robert has been complaining about how little of himself he sees in his daughter, how much of a stranger she feels to him because of it. He even said that some days he feels like he's looking at another person's baby. Oddly enough, he only ever seemed to want to complain to me about it. After 5 days in a row of this nonsense, I started trying to explain how genetics work, telling him that genes don't always drastically favor one parent. 3 days ago, Robert came into work itching for an argument with everyone. On our break, our mutual friend Jesse asked him what his problem was after he shouted at another coworker over a simple work-related question. He blew up, yelling that he knows Chelsea isn't his and that his cheating hoe of a wife just won't admit it. Then he turned to me, pointed at me, and yelled for me to get my ass outside. I asked why, and he started screaming that he's not stupid. He knows I've been trying to kiss ass to avoid this beatdown. For context, I'm gay. I have a male fiance. My car is covered in pride stickers. Outside of work, I'm basically a walking rainbow. The accusation was so bizarre that I couldn't help but laugh at him. Everyone else was looking at him like he'd lost his mind too. I told him that Chelsea is literally half Danielle's genetics, that Danielle isn't just an incubator for his genes, and asked why he was so obsessed with their kids needing to look exactly like him. What was the point of that? He wouldn't answer and just kept yelling at me to get up before he dragged me out into the parking lot. I told him I wasn't going to fight him over something so ridiculous and asked if he was trying to get himself fired. Then he started demanding that I take a paternity test. At this point, I asked if he was completely serious. He said yes because I spend so much time with Danielle. He's not entirely wrong, I do spend time with her, but she's part of the girlfriend group I'm in. There are 5 of us total. We do artsy stuff together, try new places, and just hang out, but never anything remotely close to what he's accusing me of. I told him to go take a paternity test himself. He argued that he wasn't going to pay for a test when he already knew the truth. I told him I wasn't paying for a paternity test either, and then asked which redhead in the factory he was going to accuse next. The exchange ended when our shift manager came in for her break. I texted Danielle and told her exactly what happened. The next day was my day off, so my phone was on silent and I slept in. I woke up to Elliot, my partner, getting off the phone and telling me I should check my phone. I'd been bombarded with dozens of messages, missed calls, and threatening voicemails from Robert because Danielle had kicked him out. He had even gone through Danielle's phone to get Elliot's number and called him to tell his version of events. I had already told Elliot the night before, so he was just baffled by how certain Robert was. Danielle also texted me a few times, apologizing on his behalf and updating me that they were getting a paternity test and that she's filing for divorce. She said she has no idea why he'd think such a thing. My partner thinks it's hilariously sad that Robert destroyed his marriage like this. This morning, while getting ready for work, Robert texted me saying he now has the money for the test and that when the results come back with the truth, he's going to F me up in court for what I've done, how I've ruined not only his life, but also his kids' lives and everyone in their families' lives too. The idiot has even gone around telling everyone that I'm the dad. I agreed to the test and told him he may as well quit his job and vanish after this because it's going to be real embarrassing when I walk in with the paperwork proving I'm not the father of his redheaded child. Then he'll have to explain to everyone, including his own children, what an absolute idiot he is. Our mutual friends have been giving me the cold shoulder all day. They're saying they don't think I'm the dad for sure, but they also think I'm a trash friend for going straight to his wife, getting him thrown out of his own house, and forcing him to sleep in his truck. They believe I should have just agreed to the paternity test from the start instead of stirring up drama and involving unnecessary people. But it's one thing if he decided he wanted a test for himself, it's another thing entirely to expect me to pay for it out of pocket while staying silent about everything. But apparently, I'm the trash friend and trash person here. Edit to add, I'll definitely update here or make a new post when the time comes. We're trying to get the test done Monday or Tuesday at the latest because this has now blown up all over Facebook. Robert's family is doing nothing but slandering Danielle, and I'm being mocked online for having the reverse version of a beard. It's causing issues now with Elliot's family because their logic is, well, they wouldn't be so sure if there wasn't proof. My family is 100% on my side and knows I have absolutely zero interest in women, and even if I did, I'm not a cheater. The paternity test has been scheduled for this Thursday, but the woman I spoke with over the phone informed me that they're a bit backed up right now with the actual processing of their tests. So the 3 to 4 business day wait is actually more like 5 to 7 days at the moment. Regarding my coworkers, I've had a mixture of being approached and doing the approaching to figure out why everyone flipped on a dime the way they did at work, considering we've all been friends for so long. I was wrong in my initial post when I said that Robert was only complaining to me about Danielle and his paranoid suspicions. I was just getting the filtered version. He had been gauging my responses, trying to trip me up and intimidate me into a confession from what I've gathered. What got me was that these paranoid thoughts have been going on for a better part of 2 years, roughly since I became a permanent fixture in the girlfriend group. Robert was suspicious of me because I apparently don't act or look like a gay man should. There's no guidebook to being gay for starters. Personally, that just didn't make sense to me, considering this man has seen me in a unicorn onesie, getting face masks applied, and having my hair done by his wife and the other ladies. I can't wear nail polish, have false nails or lashes, or wear jewelry to work because of safety and sanitation regulations. Otherwise, I would. A few coworkers enlightened me that when Danielle got pregnant with Chelsea, Robert started making weird jokes about how this one might come out a redhead because of how much Danielle hangs out with me, but he slowly started changing. It seemed like he genuinely meant it, grasping at straws when our work friends would call him paranoid. He claimed he'd come home to find their bed all rumpled up as if they didn't have 3 big dogs that exclusively sleep in their bed with them. He swore that he'd caught us kissing on more than one occasion. At most, I've given Danielle a peck on the cheek. I have a thing about kissing anyone besides Elliot, even my own parents and siblings. He swore that we were always acting like intimate lovers, so much so that he apparently has dozens of messages from people frequently asking him if they were divorcing because of us. I personally don't believe that for a second because he's a confrontational guy who doesn't think before he acts. What has added new drama is that when Robert's overanalyzing turned up no legitimate proof from what he saw in person, he put up cameras. I didn't know at any point that cameras had been installed. Danielle never mentioned them, but they had been there for quite some time. Little ones in the bookcases around the living area, their bedroom, kitchen, and dining area. I did know about the ones in the garage, back door, and the Ring camera. I've waved at or flipped them off playfully plenty of times and yelled weird stuff at them. I wouldn't have minded as much if the conversations among the 5 of us hadn't involved sensitive topics meant to remain just between us. I don't even discuss things in person with Elliot if they want him to know. They tell him themselves. I know what it's like to have secrets violated and voiced without my consent. My cousin was the one who told our family I'm gay. I was terrified despite coming from a very liberal family. Our friends don't come from very accepting families like mine. I reached out to Danielle to confirm whether the rumors were true. She called me and confirmed the locations I listed above. All of these locations are areas where we mostly hang out and have our conversations. I asked if the cameras had audio. She admitted they did, but said she doesn't even have access to them. They're linked to an app on Robert's phone, which only he can access. When I asked what she meant by that, she broke down in tears and told me everything. A few months before she got pregnant, Robert confronted her several times about her friendship with me. I hadn't heard about any of this before. His reasoning was that he didn't trust her with any male friends and hardly liked her talking to her own male family members. To prove her loyalty to him, he had set up her phone so that all her incoming and outgoing text messages were forwarded to his phone. He also had all her passwords for every app, treating her like a child needing supervision on the internet. Even with all of this control, it wasn't enough for him. He still wanted her to drop me as a friend. When she refused, citing his personal insecurities, he decided right then and there that we were having an affair and secretly installed the cameras. She told me she didn't give me a heads up because she was worried that if I knew about the cameras, I'd confront him, he'd leave, and she wouldn't be able to afford the house or taking care of the boys alone. Once she got pregnant again, she felt even more trapped financially and couldn't risk it anymore. I asked if he had accused her from the start of Chelsea not being his, and she admitted that he kept bouncing back and forth, accepting that Chelsea was his one moment, then doing a complete 180 and claiming she wasn't. When we had girls' nights in or out while Robert went to guys' nights or hung out at a buddy's house to play cards, drink, and watch games, I thought they were couples' goals. They seemed to understand the importance of having time away from the kids for their own identities and time apart from each other to maintain individuality. I was wrong. She admitted that while we thought he was at his friends' houses, he was actually sitting there watching us through the cameras. She also confessed that she knew he was watching us all the time, and possibly saving the videos, because he would try to strike up conversations or make fun of us for things we talked about during girls' nights. She didn't know for sure if he was saving the footage, but it doesn't really matter. I told her she could have told us during one of our nights out. There were plenty of opportunities, and explained everything so we could have stopped discussing private matters in those spaces. The other 3 women in our friend group have shared deeply personal things: marital issues, fertility struggles, trauma, family problems, etc. To find out now that Robert has not only been listening in on things we shared in confidence, but also potentially saving those recordings to his phone for who knows what purpose, is deeply upsetting. I voiced as much to Danielle, saying that we weren't sharing private matters for his personal entertainment or potential blackmail. These types of conversations could result in something horrific happening if they were shared with the wrong people. Danielle said she can't undo what's already been done, but assured me that she has taken down all the cameras for now until the paternity test results come back. I asked Danielle if she was seriously considering taking him back and what exactly her plan was for when it 100% comes back that he is Chelsea's dad. Was she just planning to carry on like the slandering and lies didn't happen, like the massive breach of privacy didn't exist? She said that he had agreed to couples counseling if the test confirmed Chelsea was his and that he would make sure everyone knew about the cameras. I felt like I was talking to a brick wall that was actively thickening. I told her that from what I've gathered, he's alienated her from being able to vocalize her marital problems to her friends. She has to walk on eggshells in her own house because of constant surveillance she doesn't even have access to, not to mention how he monitors her messages and texts. She claimed things would change, but I dropped the conversation because we can cross that bridge in a week or so. I told her she needs to tell the others about him having potentially harmful videos of them on his phone. She tried to argue that he'd never post them or send them to anyone because he isn't that kind of man. I argued back that this is the same man who tried to drag me outside for a fight, posted all over social media about what a hoe she is, slandered my name, is still actively slandering us, and has his family doing the same. Based on all the random crap they've posted, they've been feeding into his paranoid delusions and conjuring up stories to go along with his accusations. It turned into a lot of back and forth arguing. I went off on her for lying to me about knowing this was pretty much going to happen. We both hung up on each other multiple times to cool off. I ranted at Elliot about it before Danielle finally agreed she would tell the others. The backlash she got was intense and is still an ongoing festival of panic and fear. 2 of them blocked her on everything and have been calling or texting me to say they don't feel safe being her friend anymore. The 3rd is on the fence. She doesn't want Danielle to feel even more alienated than she already has been, but is also worried about Robert posting the videos or sending them to their families out of petty revenge. This particular friend vented during girls' nights about an abortion she never told her very pro-life family about, and if they found out, it could very well get her disowned. I understand Danielle, but at the same time, I don't. I understand because I've been in a romantic relationship with an abusive person before. I know how desperation for validation can blind you to red flags in the bigger picture, but what I don't understand is why I had to be the one to ask her about this, why she didn't immediately tell us. What if Robert had decided to start posting those videos all over Facebook for their partners and families to see? What if something awful had happened as a result? This whole situation is just a hot mess. I need a drink and it's only Tuesday. User Forgiving Rains said, my father had similar delusions, to the point where he attempted multiple times to murder both my mother and my sister. His diagnosis was paranoid schizophrenia. Danielle needs to wake up and realize that she is not safe. OP is not safe. Her friends and family, and especially that baby girl, are not safe. User Zonked said, this man is cheating. I feel it in my bones. He's projecting so hard that I'm surprised the new Doctor Strange movie isn't showing on the walls when he walks into a room. User Zora Oriana said, that dude is going to murder someone. To this user, Expensively Mundane said, yes, I hate to think this, but Robert has all the signs of someone about to go postal after he finds out the truth. If not on his family, then at his workplace. If not his workplace, then at the paternity test lab. If not the lab, then on the doctor who delivered his daughter. The fact that he left his wife and friends for their girls' night only to go over to a friend's house to monitor the security cameras. What kind of mental case behavior is that? This story was posted by a user named Ccan in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, I think I'm going to have to end things with the man I love because I don't want kids. My boyfriend and I have been together for the last 4 years. Our first date was essentially a sharing of our life stories, where we talked about everything and anything, whether it was deep or not. I would say that most of our relationship has been this way. Even when we fight, we take a break and regroup once emotions settle. When we disagree, we talk it through. He looks at me like I'm the most beautiful person he's ever seen. He constantly tells me how lucky he is to have me and how I deserve the world. We both love to cook and clean for each other, so we always have different games set up, and the loser gets to relax while the winner pampers them. I know it sounds weird, but it works for us. I love this man so much, and I know he loves me just as much. Now, here's the problem. A couple of months into our dating, the topic of kids came up. Communication is super important to both of us, so I told him I didn't want kids. He thought I was joking because all my friends and siblings have kids at this point, and I'm the fun Tia. I do love kids, but I don't want any of my own. I explained that to him and he said, well, maybe you haven't met the right guy. I had to sit him down and explain that while I do believe people can change, he cannot be with me expecting my opinion about kids to change. He needs to take my not wanting kids at face value instead of hoping that I will change my mind, because what if I don't? I asked him to think it through for a week or two and then we could revisit the topic, because at this point we were considering becoming official. But if kids were that important to him, then we needed to stop now before it gets much harder down the line. He later told me that kids are not that important to him and that he can see a future without them. Fast forward to a month ago, his parents and some extended family were visiting for my boyfriend's brother's wedding. I've always gotten along well with his parents, his brother, and his brother's now wife. His parents visit a couple of times a year and have always been so kind and thoughtful. At the wedding reception, I was being introduced to all of the family. Eventually, someone asked when my boyfriend and I were getting married, and my boyfriend just winked at the question because he knew I already knew he was planning to propose soon. He had asked way too many ring-related questions since he knows I hate diamonds, but wasn't sure which direction to go in since I barely wear rings. Later on, one of his cousins asked how I would feel about my future kid learning their native language, to which I responded, oh, I don't want kids, but I'm actually learning the language myself. There were a few family members around, including my boyfriend's parents, and they all gave me the, what the hell are you saying? Look. Not understanding why I was getting that look, I awkwardly laughed and asked everyone not to tell my boyfriend that I was learning the language because I wanted to surprise him. I went looking for my boyfriend and found his brother and the bride instead. We were talking and eventually I asked, hey, is it weird in your culture to not have kids? Because I got weird looks from your parents when I said I don't want kids. His brother proceeded to tell me that it's not weird, but that my boyfriend has always wanted to have kids, so it probably shocked their parents to hear that I didn't want any. Apparently, my boyfriend has always wanted at least 3 kids and has always been super excited about the idea of being a dad. I think his brother noticed the look on my face and backtracked a bit, saying something like, wait, it's not a big deal. He changed his mind because he loves you more than the idea of having kids. On the ride back home with my boyfriend, I asked him if he really is okay with not having kids. He sighed because apparently he had already heard from his parents about what I said. He apologized and admitted that he had stopped talking about kids since we've been together, but his parents always assumed we would eventually have them. He also said that sometimes he wonders if I will change my mind, though he doesn't think I ever will. He told me that when we talked about this while we were dating, he realized he could imagine a future without kids because he couldn't imagine a future without me. It's been a month since the wedding, but I've started to notice little things about my boyfriend. A lot of our friends have kids, and I always let them know they can bring their kids over instead of having to find a babysitter. I've noticed that my boyfriend looks slightly envious when he sees our friends interacting with their kids. Sometimes I see him look slightly dejected when he sees a family with a bunch of kids. Maybe this is all in my head now that I know he's always wanted to be a dad until he met me, or maybe it's not in my head. I truly want him to be happy, but I know I don't want to be a mom. I wish I felt differently, and I wish I could compromise on this for him, but I would never want to bring kids into this world knowing I don't want them. That wouldn't be fair to the child, and if his happiness means finding someone else to have kids with, then I will have to live with that. He knows something is wrong because he's told me that I feel far away lately. I think he knows why. I know I need to sit down with him and fully talk this out. Part of me feels like this conversation will lead to us breaking up because he really does want kids. I'm also worried that if he stays with me, he might resent me for not wanting them like he does. I just feel terrible. User Careless Welder said, "I'm sorry girl, but this is a huge issue. It's better to work on it now before marriage. You hear all these horror stories here about situations similar to yours." User Organic Fan said, "I've been in the same situation as you. I don't want kids and never have. I had to end a past relationship for that very reason. I thought maybe I could do it for her, but in the end, I couldn't. It's just a responsibility I never wanted to have. It's a hard decision to make, but it is the right one if you're not on the same page. There is no compromise in the kids or no kids scenario. I hope things work out for you two, but don't commit to something you don't want. You'll only regret it." To this, OP said, "I agree that there is no compromise. There is no concern about him pressuring me or me changing my mind for him. The idea of being pregnant has always been unsettling to me, so he knows that I plan on getting surgery eventually. I thought the kid issue was settled because he never talked about how important having kids was to him, and we just don't discuss kids in our future conversations. However, after the wedding, I've started noticing slight things with him, and I don't want him to live with regret. My concern is for him above all else." Update. 2 days after my original post, my boyfriend and I finally sat down to talk. As I suspected, he knew exactly what had been bothering me, but he didn't want to push me to have the conversation before I was ready. He started off by explaining why he is okay with not having kids. He grew up with his parents and brother and saw the joy his parents got from raising their children, but he also witnessed how unhappy they were in their marriage. Yes, they are still together, but they are more like co-parents or roommates than an actual couple. My boyfriend was very cynical about relationships growing up because he felt like he never saw enough happy couples. His parents weren't happy. His friends were in and out of relationships. He himself was in and out of relationships. In his mind, kids would bring him and his partner happiness and purpose in a relationship. He admitted that this way of thinking was flawed, but when we started dating, he realized it and began going to therapy to work through these feelings. He said that when he met me, everything changed for him, and he knew by our second date that he was going to marry me. So when I mentioned months later that I didn't want kids, he was disappointed, but only because the idea of having little versions of me running around was something he had thought about during the months we were dating. And yes, he meant it when he said that he could see a future without kids, but couldn't see a future without me. That's why he has been super supportive of me looking into surgeries to prevent pregnancy. It's also why he never brings up the possibility of either one of us changing our minds. I asked if he was jealous of our friends with kids, and he laughed. He said that when he sees a family or our friends with their kids, he recognizes that the relationship between a parent and child is special, but the freedom we have in our relationship, along with the extra funds we have for ourselves, far outweighs his past feelings about being a dad. He said that I am his family, and if I don't want to increase the size of our family, he has no problem with that because he's already so happy. He told me that finding the love of his life means everything to him, and he doesn't want to mess with something that feels perfect. He admitted that he never brought this up with his family because he was slightly concerned they might try to pressure us. His brother already knew and obviously had no problem with it. My boyfriend said that after the wedding, he had a talk with his parents and some close relatives about it. His parents aren't exactly thrilled, but my boyfriend confessed that he lied to them and told them he was the one who didn't want kids first. He wasn't sure how they would react and didn't want me to deal with any negative backlash. He told me that if I ever feel pressured about anything, whether it's from him, his family, or even my own family, I should let him know because we are partners and work through things together. He also said that if anyone makes a big deal about something that isn't their business, he isn't afraid to go no contact with them. I told him my main concern was that he might be putting my happiness above his own because he has a tendency to do that with people he loves. I didn't want him to regret anything later down the line. He said he understood my concern, but swore up and down that these 4 years have been the happiest of his life. The fact that I was so stressed about whether he was happy only proved further to him that we are meant for each other, because I also have a tendency to put his happiness above my own. Then he proposed. He used the original ring he bought during our first year together. I didn't even know he had bought a ring before. He explained that he would have proposed back then but held off because I had made a comment about wanting to wait at least 3 years before getting engaged. Now that he's making significantly more money, he'd been looking into going all out on a new ring. But honestly, I love the ring he originally bought. It isn't big or flashy, but it has a very unique design that is subtle yet beautiful. The color matches my boyfriend's eyes, which I'm always gushing about because they're so kind looking, and I told him there's no point in looking for another ring because this one is already perfect. Update 2. My fiancé and I recently got engaged not too long ago. While we were making plans, the proposal was very spontaneous and happened months before my fiancé had originally planned. I had also originally planned to accept his proposal in his native language. However, due to events leading up to the proposal, I forgot. So I decided I would just keep taking classes, and his brother or brother's wife would only converse with me in Polish when my fiancé wasn't around. Then I would surprise my fiancé by giving my vows in Polish. The problem, my fiancé doesn't know that I now understand a lot of the conversations he's having with his family and some of his friends because I have to pretend I don't understand. This has been going on for months, even before he proposed. I feel like I'm invading his privacy, because now I know. He has been planning to surprise me with his originally planned proposal, but now it's just an over-the-top engagement party. He once told his mom that he missed her sauerkraut soup, so for the almost 5 years we have been together, I make this dish a handful of times a year during fall and winter for him. I even called his mom for the specific recipe. Turns out he has always hated it, but it reminds him of home and his mom, and he sees how happy I get making it for him, so he just eats it. I make a big pot only for him to eat, and I don't like sauerkraut. Now it makes sense why he always sends half of it to his brother and sister-in-law. He has been hiding my favorite candies around the house for the last 2 years. I find my favorite candies in places that surprise me, like a random drawer here or on a shelf there. I get so happy and run to him in excitement about these random candies I must have forgotten about. Nope. He just buys bags of them and places them in spots randomly because he loves how excited I get. I caught him telling his brother about this when his brother found one of the candies while going through one of our kitchen drawers. His brother thought the whole situation was hilarious because he's in on the fact that I understood the whole exchange. He has my period marked in his calendar so that he can be extra mindful and get me my favorite things during that week to help keep my mood up. He has always known that I lied about being a morning person. I said that when we first started dating because he always went to the gym in the morning and would invite me to go with him. 4 or 5 years later, we still go to the gym together, and while getting up at 5 a.m. is still a pain for me, it's worth spending that extra time with him, especially since we are both busy people. It turns out that if I fall asleep before him, he has trouble sleeping. I snore. He has never once complained to me about it, but I still use nasal strips and have a special pillow that I thought helped. However, apparently if I fall asleep after him, he can just sleep through it because he's a heavy sleeper. So now I make it a point to sleep after him. He hasn't caught on yet, I think. The last thing is something he has told anyone who will listen. His parents, his uncles, his aunts, his brother's wife, and his friends in Poland. Anyone and everyone who speaks Polish. If I'm in the room and he's on the phone with them, he always looks at me with a huge smile and tells them that he cannot wait to marry me. I love the man so much. I don't think I can keep this charade up for a year. I am not good at pretending. I can't keep hiding my face or running out of the room when he is talking to family or friends. My birthday will be coming up in a few months, so I know he will be planning something and probably thinks it's safe to talk about it with some people in Polish. I'm going to crack soon. I can feel it. Update 3, I did end up cracking. My fiancé threw that surprise engagement party for us. It was beautiful and sweet, and he flew his family and my family out to be there as well. During the dinner portion of the party, we did a toast, and I decided to give my portion of the toast in Polish. In my toast, I explained that I wanted my learning Polish to be a surprise for the proposal, but since that didn't work out, I wanted it to be a surprise for my wedding vows. However, I didn't count on the fact that I would be unintentionally eavesdropping on his conversations, and what was supposed to be a surprise engagement party for me was spoiled by me. I also talked about the sweet things I found out through my eavesdropping and how it further proved to me that I made the right choice by saying yes to his proposal. While I don't think anyone is ever really perfect, I do know that he is perfect for me. My Polish wasn't perfect, but thankfully my future brother-in-law translated everything for my side of the family. Now here comes the absolute shock of the year. I don't know if I've mentioned this in any of my posts because there was no reason to at the time, but I am mixed. A big chunk of my family speaks Spanish, myself included. Granted, I usually speak English with my family and not often Spanish, but my maternal grandparents only speak Spanish. I'm pretty sure you know where I'm going with this. After I finished my toast, I looked over at my fiance who had tears in his eyes and he freaking responded to my toast in Spanish. It turns out he had been learning Spanish for the last year and wanted to surprise me on our wedding day. While I don't speak Spanish as often as he speaks Polish, so no secrets were spoiled on my end, he wanted me to know that he embraced every part of my life and just wanted to prove that to me by learning Spanish. There were a lot of laughs and tears shed, and both our families made it a point to learn simple phrases in each other's languages, which was really cute to see. All in all, I'm still planning to do my vows in Polish, and he plans to do his vows in Spanish and English. I'm happy I'm not eavesdropping anymore because I did not enjoy invading his privacy despite the sweet things I ended up learning. So that's that. I'm just very excited to spend the rest of my life with this man. Update 4. I had posted a few times before on Reddit about my fiance and me. For the most part, my posts have had happy endings, but this one just isn't a particularly happy one. Soon after my engagement, my best friend and his wife passed away in a car accident, leaving behind their 11-year-old daughter, Amy. Amy is my goddaughter, but we've always referred to each other as niece and Tia. I've been there for her whole life, and she has always been one of my favorite people. It's been a really hard several months since the accident, and everyone is struggling. I've spent more of my life with my best friend in it than without him. Our parents became best friends because of our friendship. I refer to his mom as Mama and his dad as Papa, and he did the same with my parents. My siblings were his siblings. We went to events and concerts together so often that multiple times since he passed, I've subconsciously bought him a ticket, forgetting that he wouldn't be able to use it. I even introduced him to his wife in high school. They got pregnant young and I was there to help. I even stopped eating food she couldn't eat because I could tell being pregnant wasn't fun for her. I was at the hospital because she was scared and asked me to be close by. I was the first non-blood family member to see Amy. I say all this because he and his family are my family. So their passing was a huge blow for everyone, especially for Amy. In the month following the accident, Amy went to stay with her grandparents. Luckily, we all live in the same big city, so the farthest any of us are from each other is an hour at most. The issue is that her grandparents are much older compared to my parents. While they love her deeply, they are already at a point where they themselves need help. Plus, they just lost their only son and daughter-in-law. Amy's mom's parents live out of state, but they also didn't believe uprooting her and moving her away from everyone she knows would be the right thing to do either. Her grandparents ultimately felt that Amy staying with them wasn't what was best for her and relayed that to my parents, who then mentioned it to me. After talking it through with my fiance and discussing it extensively in therapy, we came to the conclusion that we would be happy to take her in. We are financially capable, have the space, and most importantly, we love her so much. Before the accident, she was realistically at our house at least 3 times a week. She's actually the reason why I even have an art room. It's an activity we've always done together. When we approached her grandparents with the idea, they were completely on board. I think part of them had hoped we would offer without them having to ask directly. However, when we broached the idea with Amy, she was hesitant. It turns out she knows that I never wanted kids and was afraid that I would hate her for having to raise her. It absolutely broke my heart that she felt that way, and I tried everything I could to convince her otherwise. In the end, I told her the truth. I will never be able to replace her mom or dad, and I have no plans to try. Her parents made me her godmother because they knew I would love and care for Amy just as they did. I could never hate her. My fiance even pointed out that I was the one who came up with the idea of fostering her in the first place. But I also stressed to her that this is a new situation for all of us. We are all grieving together and we are all jumping into this new living situation together. There will be mistakes along the way, but there will also be a lot of love. We also put Amy in therapy. She was very hesitant at first, but became much more comfortable after finding out that both my fiance and I regularly attend therapy ourselves. My fiance has been amazing through all of this and has been my absolute rock. He was also very close to my best friend. My best friend was the type of person who would see something and say, "This looks like something so-and-so would like, so I'm going to buy it for them." Some days I catch my fiance staring at one of those many gifts for a long time, or he'll say something like, "I hope they both knew how much I loved them." We hold each other tighter now when we hug and kiss longer than before. When I first brought up the idea of Amy living with us, my fiance was shocked and wasn't sure how he felt. So much change was happening so quickly. The engagement, the accident, and now the possibility of Amy moving in. I didn't bring it up again until he did a week later saying, "I thought about it and I think it would be good for all of us. But let's get our therapist together to make sure we aren't jumping the gun just because we love her." Amy moved in right after Thanksgiving. All the families came together for the holidays to remind her that she is never alone. She has her mom's family, her dad's family, my fiance's family, and let's not forget all our friends and their families. There was a lot of crying, but also a lot of laughing. Her living with us has been a huge adjustment, but nothing we can't handle. She has always been such a sweet girl, very bubbly and loud. Since the accident, she has understandably been much more withdrawn and quiet. But I'm starting to see sparks of her old self come back, little by little. We had to switch her therapist a few times, but her current one has been incredibly helpful. Amy really likes her too. Her grades slipped a bit at first, but my fiance made it a point to sit down and do homework with her every day. The first few times he did this, she cried. He asked if she wanted him to stop, but it turns out it reminded her of her dad. It meant so much to her that her Tio was willing to help her too. I was expecting some rebellion, but that hasn't happened yet. Actually, she's been doing the absolute most. She'll clean up after us before we even have a chance to do it ourselves or try to take on tasks that seem out of character for an 11-year-old. After some gentle prodding, we found out it's because she's afraid we'll get rid of her if she upsets us or does something wrong. That absolutely broke my heart. We've stressed to her that in no way has that even crossed our minds. We are here for her, and unless she wants nothing to do with us, we will continue to be here for her through both the good and bad times. Let me tell you, I cried so much that night feeling terrible that she felt that way. I want her to know that our love is unconditional and always has been. We are also in the process of setting up a trust for her. Her parents left behind money and additional funds are coming in from their insurance policies. All of that is going into the trust for Amy. I will also contribute to it. Neither my fiance nor I will touch this trust. It is entirely hers. When she turns 18, she'll have access to use the money for college if she decides to go, with a set amount available every month for living expenses. If she decides not to go to college, she'll still have access to a set amount each month. When she turns 21, she'll have full access to the trust and can use it as she wishes. We'll do our best in the meantime to ensure she understands how to be responsible with it when the time comes. At the end of the day, she'll be an adult and we have to trust that she'll make good decisions. I also want to note that we didn't come to this decision on our own. We consulted all 4 sets of grandparents as well as a lawyer, and this approach is what we all agreed was best for Amy. When Amy is a little older and ready, we will discuss this with her, but for now, she's still young and dealing with so much already. Some nights I sleep with Amy in her bed because she cries herself to sleep and feels so alone. I don't know if that feeling will go away anytime soon. I think about how I'm in my 30s and I still can't imagine not having my parents, so I really have no idea what she's feeling. The best I can hope for is that I can help ease her pain, even just a little bit. Amy's mom was going to be my bridesmaid and I had planned for Amy to be the flower girl, but now I'm thinking about asking Amy if she would prefer to be my bridesmaid instead. Amy looks so much like both her parents, and I see so much of their personalities in her. A part of me feels like having her up there with me will make me feel like her parents are there with me too. I never once imagined getting married without either of them by my side. All wedding planning stopped the moment of the accident for that reason, and even now, as I type this, I'm crying at the thought that they won't actually be there. But at the same time, that's a lot of pressure to put on Amy. I don't want to tell her all of that. I just want to give her the option to be my bridesmaid bridesmaid if she wants to, and if she doesn't want to, that's completely okay too, because she will still be part of my wedding no matter what. I won't even bring this up for a while because honestly, I'm still not in the headspace to plan the wedding right now. There's no real reason why I'm posting this. I have tried a couple of times to write out what happened, but each time I broke down or deleted it. I think I just need to vent or feel better, maybe to get some validation that we're doing the right thing and not messing Amy up. One step at a time, I guess. Final update. It's been a while and people keep reaching out to check in, so I thought an update might be warranted. It won't be very exciting, just where we are all at right now. Side note, I'm not sure if I gave my fiance a name in my previous post, but I will refer to him as David moving forward, and my best friend's name will be Leo. I want to thank this community for the kind words of encouragement and concern for Amy. It's heartwarming, to say the very least, to receive such support from strangers. There were so many comments that I got overwhelmed and stopped responding, but I read every single one. Even if I didn't respond, I truly appreciate every single one of you. I just get really shy after a certain point, even though this is all anonymous. A lot of people were really focused on the trust in my previous post, so I'll address it here. Trust me, we are aware that 21 is still mentally young. We consulted with all the grandparents regarding the trust, and most of them wanted to give her a lump sum at 18. The compromise was that the lump sum would be given at 21, with her receiving a sort of allowance from 18 to 21. We will also set her up with our lawyer and financial advisor when she turns 18. That said, she will be an adult at that point, so all we can do is give her the tools to help her make the best decisions for herself when the time comes. We can always adjust the rules of the trust if needed, but that will be decided as a family. For now, we're happy with where we landed. David is now my husband. One night we were talking and realized that we didn't feel comfortable having the wedding this year, but we also didn't want to wait to be married. So we went to the courthouse with Amy and made it official. We'll still have a wedding next year to make it official. We're all still in therapy, both individual and family, and we've also joined a support group for children who have lost parents. Amy seems to be doing really well in it. Amy is now 12. It was her first birthday without her parents, so I wish I could say it was an extremely happy occasion. This year has been full of firsts without them, and there will continue to be more. But despite crying a lot that day, Amy swears she wouldn't have been able to plan it better herself. So a bittersweet success. Amy has a best friend of 5-6 years named Monica. Monica is lovely. She's a bit sarcastic, which I find hilarious, and has such a kind soul. According to Amy, she tried to distance herself from Monica because she felt like she was too sad to be around and didn't want to be a burden. Monica promptly bussed over to our house and basically told Amy to knock it off, that she decides when Amy is too much. I was always Team Monica, but that day solidified it for me. I would ride at dawn for her. We ended up getting Amy 2 rabbits. Why rabbits? Well, her parents' nickname for her was Bunny, and since we were already planning on getting some kind of animal companion for her, bunnies felt perfect. Plus, our state has an overwhelming number of rabbits in shelters, most of which get euthanized due to overpopulation, so they need all the love they can get. Why too? Bunnies are social creatures and are happiest being raised with another rabbit. That's where we are right now, taking things one step at a time and doing our best as a family. Amy is obsessed with paint and chalk. After showing her the ropes and doing her own research, she has completely taken over all their care. She even has a space in the fridge labeled buns for the fresh greens she cuts up every morning to feed them. She decorated an area in her room for them since they sleep there at night, but they're allowed to roam around the house during the day. Amy has been very happy with them. Paint even sleeps on her bed now. This also means we no longer sleep in her room with her, and only a handful of times has she crawled into bed with us, like on Mother's Day and Father's Day. We're leaving for a trip to Europe and Asia next week. David and I love to travel, but I actually start to get irritable when I don't travel for a while. It's a 3-week trip starting in Poland to spend time with David's family for a week, followed by Asia. The plan was for Amy to join us for the full 3 weeks, but she really pushed back, and we were confused about it. She only wants to go for the first week in Poland to meet David's family. Whenever we asked about the rest of the trip, she insisted that we should go without her. If she didn't want to do something, we understood and didn't want to force her, but understanding why was tough for me. Does she not like traveling? No. She enjoys it. Is she afraid? No. She likes flying and thinks it's cool to see new places. Is it too much time away from home? No. She's fine with long trips. trips. So why doesn't she want to go? She just wouldn't say. In family therapy, the trip came up and Amy finally explained why she didn't want to join us for the rest of the trip. She feels like David and I are prioritizing her too much, that we're taking her feelings into account more than we should. She feels like we aren't prioritizing our relationship or even our other friends and family. She worries that she's preventing us from doing things because we keep thinking about her first. I want to make this very clear. While David and I are absolutely prioritizing Amy more and 100% take her feelings into account when planning things, we still very much prioritize each other. We have a date night every week, and if we cancel for any reason, we always make up for it. Our date nights did stop for a few months after Amy moved in with us because we were adjusting, but now they're consistent again. Amy spends one night a week at Monica's house, which is usually when we do date night. We also go to the gym together every morning and we communicate throughout the day. That said, Amy made a very good point about our friends and extended family. It's been hard to balance having a child in the mix, and we've been a little neglectful of those relationships. Sure, our closest friends and family usually just come over to our house and aren't shy about being themselves around Amy, but there are events we've missed because we prioritized Amy instead. I'm not saying that prioritizing her was the wrong choice. It wasn't, but she highlighted that now that she feels safer with us, it's time for us to start nurturing our other relationships as well. Amy really is the greatest kid. Even though it hasn't been a full year since her parents passed, she has changed so much. I wish she didn't have to grow up as fast as she did, and I hope we can preserve some of her childhood. But I know her parents would be so proud of her. I'm so damn proud of her. We tell her all the time, but I don't think she fully grasps just how proud we all are of her. Anyway, we still stressed to her that we'd love to have her with us for the trip, but she insisted that we should take the time for ourselves. So we decided to leave the trip as is. My parents will come with us for the first week in Poland, and they'll fly back home with Amy afterward. She'll float between all the grandparents while David and I continue traveling. We've promised to video call her every day to check in. We're already making more of an effort with our friends and family. Amy has also been spending more nights with her many grandparents, which she's been loving because, in her words, "I'm really lucky that I have 4 nanas and 4 papas." David is absolutely killing it in his role as a parent. He's been super hands-on with Amy's schooling. He's the one handling teacher meetings, school stuff, and pickups. He has all the contact information for her teachers and has made better connections with the other parents in her class, as well as the parents of all her friends. He's even been joking about joining the school's version of the PTA. But honestly, I don't think he's joking. He's definitely the extrovert between the two of us, so it's not surprising. I could probably go on for pages about David just being the absolute best, but I already feel like this update is super long. I don't know how I would have managed any of this without his love and support. While neither one of us is perfect, we are perfect for each other. It honestly blows my mind that I can still love him more and more every day. Like, how is it even physically possible to love someone this much? Is this even healthy? I digress. I think I'm doing okay. Just like Amy is dealing with a lot of firsts without her parents, so am I. At first, I didn't think it was fair for me to grieve since Amy's situation is on a whole other level than mine. But my therapist had to remind me not to compare my grief to hers because they're just different. Sometimes I imagine what my conversation with Leo would have been like if I told him I'm adopting this 11/12-year-old girl because her parents were my closest friends. He always understood why I didn't want kids and was so supportive when others disregarded my feelings about it. I wonder if he would have talked me out of it or encouraged me to do it. Either way, he 100% would have been part of the village supporting me, whether he agreed with my decision or not. I just wish I knew what his thoughts would be about this whole thing. I miss them both so damn much. But at the same time, I'm really lucky to have David and Amy. I don't know who said it originally, but they said it best. If you want the rainbow, you gotta put up with the rain.